PKA episode 327 with our guest Boogie. Kyle?
We have many advertisements tonight. I want to thank our friends Lyft, Casper mattresses, Undies, Textures, and Stamps.com. We'll be talking about each of those more later on in the show. There's links down in the description if you want to check them out now. Yeah, got our friend Boogie back. I'm sure we'll get into some Magic the Gathering talk tonight. I know he's a huge fan of that game.
I think we'll have too much Magic talk by
a little too much.
You know, there's no such thing as too much Magic talk, I say.
Then I'm glad we are unanimous on this. Now I just got to get hockey unanimous, and I'll be set. It'll be my dream podcast.
I'm literally, as we were preparing for the show, sitting here sorting Modern Masters foils.
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably be doing the entire night. Just to be clear.
I was doing the same. I don't know if you have the Westeros pack, but I'm building a deck around it, and yeah, that's
you really are sticking with the Game of Thrones and Magic are the same, and which is fine because they're both awesome things. If they had an expansion for Magic that was like Wars of Westeros or something, I'm sure Boogie agrees that would be awesome.
Because Jon Snow is kind of like a planeswalker in some ways. I mean, like he could have a spark. You don't know, dude. That guy could get woken up at some point and just go fucking Super Saiyan all over the place. You don't know.
Can't you bring people back to life? Can't you bring people back to life in Magic? Like you raise them?
Yeah, well, it depends. Like there's one planeswalker that is permadead, and she's the only planeswalker that's like permadead. And the reason she's permadead is because she's in hell. So she got killed by a god in like one of the. So the storylines are hokey. Don't ever think like the storylines are fun to follow and mess with, but at the end of the day, that's not what Magic's about. Magic's about the cards, and it's about the card game itself. But they do that
you
narrative.
You don't have to tell me what Magic is about. Really. I'm mildly insulted at this.
I'm with you though. I do like reading into the mythos of like who this card is or what that card is. What's the name of it? We're gonna get don't people's eyes are melting like Indiana Jones when they saw the art right now. But like I like reading into the background of each card and what it does, and that a little bit of an RPG experience maybe while you're adding up, while you're doing math and figuring out the turns in your head.
There are like some cards that just like pivotally exemplify like certain aspects of the storyline. Back in the day, like Phyrexian Arena, one of my favorite cards ever printed, like puts out this moment where Urza's in a duel with a dude in the Phyrexian Arena. It's like super cool. These days when they do it, they just mostly do it like the storytelling cards. There's a card from Kaladesh called Battle at the Bridge, which just like kills a guy. And like there's reaching so hard to try to find these storyline moments. Like what the hell? If I cast Battle at a Bridge, what am I doing to the creature that I'm killing? Am I creating a bridge and then he has to fight something? Or what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, they try so hard. They'll have like
so hard.
And then like in the same set, I used to wonder, like when I first got into Magic, I would read the flavor text, which is underneath the game text, and it just says like a wizard is never late or whatever the fucking shit is. And like you would see stuff like, Goblin of Gilgamar, like Goblin King of Gilgamar or something I just made up. And in like the flavor text, it'd be like 5 lines of like, and then on the 4th day of the great siege, the rhinos were brought forth from the shadow area. And I'm like, when did this happen in this lore? Like all of these cards are referencing different wars and battles. Where do you piece this together? Were none of these people fighting alongside one another? These are just independent folks?
See, that used to be one of the really cool intrigues of Magic, is that you end up with a card, right? And then you look at the art and you're like, what does this tie into? Where does this go? And you're trying to figure out the world. That you'll read the flavor text, you'll be like, what the hell is this referring to? And that makes you want to try to seek out the other cards to figure out the story. That's what turns you onto the books. It's what turns you onto the website, the Daily MTG website where they post all this stuff. And I love that, the fact that it's just all these different pieces from all these different worlds that they've created. And there's, the Asian world, the Egyptian world that's about to come out, and then the Kaladesh, the Inventor's world, and then the Roman god one, or whatever, the gods one, Theros and stuff like that. I love the fact that there's all these different crazy worlds and all these slight references to it. And so for the guy who's into that, that's cool. You can go get into that. I'm more into just summoning giant monsters and ruining my opponent's faces. That's my aspect of the game.
Yes, the fun part is seeing people's faces go from optimism to frustration. And just seeing that moment as many times as possible during the game is what you want.
Back in the day, now I don't do this anymore, but when I used to play Friday Night Magic, I used to do what I called Tourette's Magic. I know that's insensitive, but I don't care because that's what I called it. And what I would do is I would like kind of just like grunt and like make weird noises at them and just kind of be like frustrated all the time. And then like, and one top 8 at a tournament that was taking place in this mall, I literally have the judge watching me when I say this, but I lean over and I look at the guy and I'm like, hey, did you drive here? And he's like, what? And I said, yeah, I was just wondering if you drove here. If you did, what's your car look like? Because I'll be waiting at it. And he looks at the judge, and the judge goes, sir, you can't say things like that. I'm going to give you a warning for that. And I'm like, well, he still didn't tell me what his car looks like. Yeah. Make him tell me. And, I mean, I was losing, and I still lost, but there was that chance that I would put him on tilt, man. There's just that one moment.
Like yeah, that's so funny because I can just picture how someone at a Magic event, like you meet lots of awesome people at Magic events, but that is, if I had to pick one situation where it's like, hey, you can go into a bar or a hockey locker room or a Magic the Gathering, Friday Night Magic, and you have to alpha male the whole room and like intimidate people and be like, yeah, I'm going to Magic night. Like it's fine. Like you can put them all on one team. Like because like somewhere else, like it just wouldn't pan out like that because they're all good-spirited people. Like right. If you have like a preconceived notion, the big there's like a Reddit post from years ago of a guy who went around like kneeling behind people at a Magic tournament, showing their butt cracks, and that really does not show the community in the best light. But if you go there, it's not going to actually be like that. Like it's really not. There's way more.
Did you know they suspended that guy from the game? Did you know they suspended that guy from the game? Yeah, because that went so viral, and he's like, that's not sportsmanlike, and that's against the rules, the floor rules. They suspended him for like a year or 2 years for that. I still
but
can't
now
believe
he's
that.
back. That's an equipment malfunction. That's not his fault. He's just shining the light on.
I will say that I've played Magic in probably 20 different states at this point. As far east as Virginia, far west is California. I played it in Texas. I played it in Georgia. I played it all over the world. It is a little bit actually. It is when you get into the real southern states sometimes because the accents are a little difficult. I'm casting fireball. What are you casting? Fireball on you. And I'm like, all right, dude. How much mana? I don't know, about 7. All right, well, dude, dude, please. It's but I grew up with a southern accent, so I can get it sometimes. But I will say the Magic is like different in every store. Every time you sit down and play a game of Magic, the meta game there is different. Like sometimes it's just net decks, sometimes it's just weird F&Ms. Sometimes the competition is absurdly strong there. Sometimes it's people just buying cards at Walmart and they're just trying to figure out their first starter decks and they're winning F&Ms. Sometimes you'll draft the craziest draft. Sometimes you'll get exactly what you predicted. And then like the environment, the people that show up at the stores can be vastly different too. Our local community is made up of people from pretty much every walk of life. It's a very diverse group. We have people of color, we have trans people, we have people of all sexualities. We have people who just don't give a shit about anything, and they'll be playing next to like a fucking white supremacist, and they don't give a shit because it's the game.
White mono aggro, huh?
Right, right.
Just one after another, angrily placing the cards.
If you look up I don't know if you have the ability to put this on screen or anything like this, but if you look up the 9th edition Paladin Invec. I think it's the 9th edition. Maybe it's the 8th edition. It looks like a clan member. His helmet is the helmet of a clan member, and he has protection from black and protection from red. And I don't know how that got past the censors or whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
But yeah, it made me very uncomfortable whenever I play a black person. I was playing a black or mono red deck, and then I would play Paladin Invec and that art, and I'd just be like, oh no. Someone say something, so I said it because why not? But the point that I'm making is,
you just screech out, "I'm not racist" for playing him.
Like people are just like different. That's I don't know. Every time you walk into a different Magic store, it's they call it touristing. To go from magic shop to magic shop in different cities and different stuff. And now that I travel sparingly, I always try to find a game of Magic in whatever town I go to, and it's so awesome. It's like one of the best things in the world. It's a great way to meet people, and you have that thing in common. You have the game in common, and so it doesn't matter what you don't have in common. Most people set that shit aside for the game.
And it's a weather vane for cool fantasy shit too, because it's like unlike other shit like Woody's talked about, where it's like, well, how do you stand on guns? And by that question, you can figure out other shit. Magic doesn't play like that. The only thing in Magic is you're like, all right, I guarantee I can talk to I can start a conversation with anyone I'm playing here tonight about Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, preferably Lord of the Rings, and we can talk about it the whole time, and it's just like a fun, really nerd out environment.
Harry Potter.
Like it's just, yeah.
I had one guy walk into our store.
Harry Potter? I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I had a guy walk into our
thought you wouldn't
store
like that.
when I was managing a local gaming store here that I was part owner. I had money invested in it, and this guy walks in, and he looks like a damn model. Here's the thing: I'm not into dudes, but I know when a dude looks good. I know when he looks like a damn movie star, and this guy did, and it was just shocking to see him walk. He's like 30 years old, and he goes, "Hey, can you tell me something about these cards I got here?" And I'm like, yeah, sure. And I flipped through it, and I said, well, there's not much of value here. This collection is probably worth like $100. I'd give you 30 or 40 for it for the store, $60 in credit or something like that. And he goes, no, that's what I want to do. I want to learn to play. Someone gave me these cards because they owed me money, and I didn't know if it was worth anything, and I just wanted to learn how to play the game. And I'm like, well, all right. We've been close friends for 12 years now because of that. But you would have never thought for a second a guy that sounded like that or looked like that would be interested in that game. And he started coming in every Friday night, started wiping the floor with people. And, it took him a little while to acclimate to the game. But once he did, he was just destroying people. And
it is frustrating to get beat at, I'll admit, very frustrating to get beat at Friday Night Magic by someone who's more attractive than you by a lot. Like if they're sitting across from you and you're like, oh, you son of a bitch, you're real good at this too. I bet you're real good at a lot of things, huh? real good at looking good, real good at going to the gym. Oh, yeah, making this deck between reps, huh? Like
apparently, and this has never
got his
happened
whole
to
life
me.
together, and he's got a good Magic deck. That's the crusher.
And he can afford those cards. He's got a great
stand
job.
on thus far.
Apparently, it's even worse, and I haven't ever experienced this, but apparently it's even worse when you get beat by the fat, obnoxious guy in the room. So, because people do not like to lose to me.
I remember
Because you don't let them
about
forget?
13 minutes
Oh no,
ago,
it's just because
I was
don't
like,
know how to
hey, does
win
anyone
well.
have a first topic? And Kyle said, yeah, I'm itching to talk about this. And I said, oh, cool. Anything but Magic.
Yeah, right.
I just don't want to kick off with Magic, really.
All right,
And
we're
then
gonna
like
take
20
a
minutes
brief hiatus from Magic.
Right, okay. Well, I'm
Seagal.
very sorry to your listeners.
No, they'll love it.
Some will.
sure
Some will
I'll-
love it. There will be a little slice who likes Magic talk as much as hockey talk.
I'll just let me say before we drop off the topic for a while, I have played this game ever since my first year in college. We're talking 1994. My very first starter deck was an unlimited starter deck. My very first booster packs were packs of antiquities. I have played this game every week, at least on a weekly basis, sometimes a daily basis. I've run businesses related to this game. I've invested in businesses related to this game. I have met 98% of the people that I know and give a shit about. I met through a game of Magic,
And
including
you're
my
still
best
pulling
friend
eighth
of 21
place
years,
at local
22 years.
competitions. 8th place. Boogie, we're looking for more.
No, I will tell you, I went on the Pro Tour back in 97, 98, and I'm like, man, I'm going to do this. I had all the cards, and I would go to event after event after event after event. This is where the lymphedema took the ability to really travel away from me. But I was traveling. I go to a tournament on one Saturday, then the next Saturday I take a weekend off, and then I go to, trying to qualify for the Pro Tour and trying to get the big money, trying to win the money, right? And I'm spending money to try to get it, and I'm getting into the top 16 every time, and sometimes I make the top 8, and a couple times I made the top 4, and one time, and that 2-year block, and that one time I made it to the top 2, and I lost to that dude, and I was so frustrated. Says it's been 2 years and thousands of dollars. And I went home and I'm like, you know what? I realized something. I'm not good enough to make the Pro Tour. It's just not going to happen. I know I have the cards. I know the game. I played it religiously every day for 2 years. I just don't have whatever it takes to get me on the Pro Tour. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to fucking ruin my Friday Night Magics. I'm just going to walk in there and I'm just going to win them every Friday. I'm going to win every draft. I'm going to make people not want to come to my store because I fucking destroy them. And that's what I did for 5 straight years. And these days with YouTube stuff, now I only play at my house. We built a giant cube. If you don't know what cube drafting is, you need to get into cube drafting because it's amazing.
Oh, I know.
But we build a variety of different cubes, and we draft cubes every Friday night or every Saturday night. And that's really only way that I play Magic anymore. Except I still open cards on stream and YouTube, which is a lot of fun.
We do.
That's nice because now it's a tax write-off.
Hypercube drafting. Hypercube drafting is the way to go. It's hard to picture because it's 4-dimensional, but
Do you know
that's how you do it.
What?
Hypercube drafting?
I don't know if
he's being
that's
a
real,
goof.
but I want to fucking find out because that's shit.
It's a computer science thing. So
Oh, God.
it's virtual.
So about as many people got it as the Magic told me.
Yeah, probably fewer, right?
That Hypercube movie. Have you ever watched that on Netflix?
What?
No.
Hint?
Okay, then there's nowhere to leap off to from
No.
here. It's too ridiculous. There's
Okay.
nowhere to go. Sorry. You guys have to watch it. It's horrible. But Kyle, you wanted to talk. You were so excited to talk about who was it right before the show that you just
Seagal.
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal and what a fraud he is. I went down the old YouTube rabbit hole and started learning more and more about Steven Seagal. And I already knew a lot of stuff about him, but there's always been this little bit of a mythos about the guy. Like, of course, he's a 6'5" action star who made a bunch of money back in the 90s. He was a big deal. But there was also this talk of like, no, that's Sensei Seagal. That guy spent like the 70s in Japan, like learning from these old timey masters. He's got connections to like everyone from Bruce Lee to Anderson Silva. This is the guy who taught Anderson Silva his front kick. This is the guy who like consults for the CIA. This is the guy
who's implying these things?
He is. He has said all of these things. This is the guy who is called in across the world by auction houses and collectors alike to authenticate and evaluate ancient swords because he's such a foremost expert in swords. None of this shit is true, by the way.
What?
Well, the interesting thing, though,
What's the value of being a sword expert?
So I've heard this story about Steven Seagal twice. This particular instance. One is from Kevin Hart, who was there and says he saw it, and the other is from Joe Rogan, who heard it directly from Gene LaBelle, who was also there and is the guy who did it to Steven Seagal. Gene LaBelle is about the same age as Seagal, probably a little bit older. He
Judo
was like
practitioner.
the original mixed martial artist, right? Like incredible judo guy.
Name?
Apparently, Gene LaBelle, famous judo guy. He did this like exhibition match. It was where he went in with a judo gi and fought a boxer. He like locked him up, took him to the ground, and kicked his ass. Like legit martial artist. And
He's
so
20 years older than Seagal, by the way.
Okay. And Seagal's and this story isn't recent, by the way. This didn't happen like last year, but several years back, Kevin Hart and Ice Cube are filming a movie. You could probably look at their filmography and figure out which one it was. I'm not sure. They're filming a movie though with stuntmen. Ice Cube slips up. He punches a stuntman right in the nose for real. There's blood running everywhere, and he's like, "Oh God," he's super apologetic. He's like, "Shit, man, I did not mean that. I didn't mean it. I feel bad. Like, how can I make it right?" And he's like, "Don't even worry about it. That's part of my job. It's not even a big deal." And at least you address it, right? And you didn't mean to do it. Not like some people. Some people we have to, have issues with. He's like, "Well, what are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, Steven Seagal. He would always try to get cheap shots in. You watch the Steven Seagal movies. He does all that. Is it Tai Chi? Or, he's doing all these
Aikido.
wrist locks. Aikido, which is about redirecting your opponent's and wrist locks and stuff, and really only works if the guy's running at you, like giving you hands. That's
the victim
if the guy
needs
runs
to
at you like
assist.
this real fast, you're fucked. He'll destroy you. But so they're like, yeah, Steven Seagal would get in cheap shots on us, and we had to go up to our boss and be like, tell Steven Seagal to cut it out. and so like their boss apparently was Gene LaBelle, this famous legit martial artist. And there came this time when Kevin Hart's standing there and Gene LaBelle's there and Steven Seagal comes up and he starts talking. And there's a little bit of a confusion about how this thing got instigated. Either Steven Seagal came and said, "Hey, put me in your best move. I want to show you I can get out of anything." Or Gene LaBelle was like, "Let me show you something." In any case, Steven Seagal allowed Gene LaBelle, the 20 years his senior judo expert, to put him in a chokehold. So as soon as he puts Steven into what I assume is a rear naked choke, Steven hits him in the balls as hard as he can. That's his move to prevent the choke. And Gene LaBelle says, "Hey, he hit me in the jewels down there, and so I squeezed a little bit tighter, and then he went to sleep." And apparently, he just had a big dinner earlier and forgot to use the bathroom, so he went right then. He shit himself right there. Steven Seagal shit himself right there in front of these movie stars and these stunt coordinators. And Kevin Hart's version of it, he's like, "I heard." And then, like Steven wakes up and like runs to the bathroom, and you can just smell shit everywhere. And so I love that story.
How confirmed is this? Is this like
Very
Richard
confirmed.
Gere, gerbil in the ass confirmed?
No,
or like
No, this is that's why I wanted to like really lay it all out there. That this is from two different movie star sources. One of the sources is Gene LaBelle, the man who choked Steven Seagal. No reason to lie. And the other is Kevin Hart, who was there and says he saw this thing and had a whole explanation for what led up to it and everything. And then John Leguizamo, the actor, was talking about being on executive decision with Steven Seagal. Leguizamo's a Latino guy. He's maybe, I don't know, 5'8", 5'9", smaller framed guy. And he says Seagal is walks in the room like into the I think there maybe was some rehearsing to be done or something, but not right at this moment. We're just coming into the room together to get all the actors together. And Seagal comes in like, I'm the commanding officer around here. My authority will not be questioned. And Leguizamo goes, you fucking douchebag. And Seagal fucking slams him up against the wall and knocks the wind out of him and like sets him in place. And Leguizamo's like, he's a maniac. He's 6'5". He just like knocks the wind out of me. And I wanted to be like,
how has he stayed working so long if he's just going around assaulting people? It's certainly not like God. Well, you know, actors sometimes have crazy tendencies when they're this good.
Get back to the sexual and the sexual slavery or his blankie. Like Steven Seagal is a fascinating figure when you consider that he had those women at his home that were.
Can you back up a little bit because you glossed over something there that I have no idea about the blankie?
Yeah, he had to testify. He was either deposed. He was on the witness stand. I don't remember what it was in regards to. Either it might have been those women that they were saying he had as sex slaves in his house, or it might have been those two Russian women that he had on the payroll that he was fucking daily. I'm not sure which, but they were saying that he had abused them and done some stuff, and he had his blanket with him as like a comfort thing. Like he's like, yeah, I need that with me. He had like, yeah. The Dalai Lama once blessed him and told him that he was a deity now, and he apparently took it very seriously. He like came back from. He told Rob Schneider, he's like, the Dalai Lama, in all of his grace and intelligence, said to make me a deity. I am now Kupu Kapaka, and I got to tell you, I feel much more spiritually at one with the world, and I feel more powerful. Like everything in my career and everything in life is just going to be easier now. He's just a fucking maniac. And he like buys into his own bullshit about being, you know, like a CIA trained hitman and all of that madness. Steven Seagal's fascinating. And then you go back to his TV show. Have you ever seen his TV show?
No.
He was literally a police officer. They made him a cop somewhere. The show comes on and he's like, I'm Steven Seagal, and the last 30 years I've been kicking ass on film and television. But what you didn't know is the whole time I was a cop. And you're like, whoa, what? You're a cop? Yeah. Apparently he's like an
no,
honorary.
He's not.
Deputy.
Nobody.
Yes.
It's a thing.
So
It's a really thing.
He a cop,
I'm aware of
like,
this.
with a badge and a fucking gun, and he enforces the law and stops you and is like, "Don't run away, bro, or I'll kill you in the name of the law." Like in that kind of way, he's a goddamn cop, and he's there. Cops and they're arresting people, and like he always would have these moments. And you know, keep in mind he's dressed like some douchebag commando, where he's like, brother, you can't be living your life this way. This ain't the way to be living life, brother. You got to get right with the Lord. And his accent would change depending on who he's talking to. So like you go back in some of his movies and he sounds Italian. In others, he sounds somewhat Asian, like Japanese. In his reality show, he sounds black. Now he's black. Like he's speaking Ebonics to this guy. He's like, brother, that ain't how it's going to go down. That ain't how it goes down, brother. That don't jive. And it's like, whoa. That's not even a 21st century black man.
No. He's from an airplane. Yeah.
Man,
Your mama ain't got no sense anyhow.
and what is this guy? What is he doing now? He's not still a police officer. There's no way.
Yeah,
right?
well, I don't know if he's still doing it like to this day, but like as early as like 3 years ago, he was doing it. I saw him 3 years ago in Vegas. He's fucking huge. He's intimidating. You would not say
He's
these
fat.
things.
He got really heavy, Steven Seagal.
Yeah, he got fat as hell, didn't he?
He is pretty. He looks a little heavy
He's
in these couple
he's
images.
He's bigger than
like
Trump.
even as large as he was when I saw him 4 years ago, even as large as he was then, in no way would you want to fuck with this.
Couple of these, he's very fat, but he's like a fat
He's
of like.
He's 6'5" and he's got a big frame. And say what you and okay, he's not the guy who trained Anderson Silva, but he'll still beat the shit out of us. You know, like he is the guy who's been attached to martial arts since he was, I don't know, a teenager or something. Like he can fight, and you wouldn't want to face him.
It must be
untrained.
easy to buy a D-Run bullet. Did you do a what's his name? Claude Van Damme?
Claude Van Damme.
That's the whole, I thought I missed that. I was going to add another syllable. You know, Claude Jacques Van Damme. He,
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Jean-Claude Van, I think that's what I was going for. Isn't that his name?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah. All right. He got into a fight with his own bodyguard. Did you know this? They were at a bar or something. I don't know how drunk people
That's so
were.
counterintuitive.
And
Yeah,
he and his bodyguard got into some sort of argument And the signal that a fight was going to happen, like Jean-Claude Van Damme looks at his bodyguard and he decides, and he takes off his glasses and puts them in his pocket, which is this like, it's about to go down. And they square up. There was one punch thrown and he got knocked out. He got dropped like a sack of potatoes and the fight ended. And
So Jean-Claude Van Damme was paid a guy to kick his ass, basically?
No. Well, basically.
Yeah. I like the way you put it. Yeah, I see where you're coming from on that. And I would think, like, Jean-Claude Van Damme, like, he does real stuff. Like, I know it's choreography and such, but he's an amazing
Looks like
athlete.
a kickboxer.
Yeah, he seems like he knows martial arts.
When I heard that story, that didn't take anything away from the potential mythos of Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like you know, when I hear like a bar fight and it's his bodyguard, I mean that's just enough like evidence there to tell me that, oh, this wasn't a square fight. First of all, he's fighting someone who's definitely bigger than him and stronger than him. Like he didn't pick a guy smaller than himself to guard him.
No,
like he's fighting a bigger, stronger guy, and he's drunk because Jean-Claude Van Damme likes to drink and party. And he's in a bar. You say it's a one-punch knockout. Like if you had said, and then they went outside and they put on a bit of headgear and everybody like put a little Vaseline on, so there would be really
Something
under
about
those
a
conditions when
one-punch
everybody was ready to
knockout.
go, he still lost.
Oh, the one-punch knockout, and this is like in UFC too. Like when McGregor beat Aldo, right? It was like a 13-second fight, something like that. I become less sure that if they ran it back, it would go the same way. You know, if one guy slowly whittles down the other, you know, by just being that much better than him over the course of 9 minutes and then finishes him, then, you know, scores posted, man. That guy beat that guy.
But that's
But if one guy just like gets a punch in right away, like if there's a one punch fight and it ends, it's like, we didn't really get to see what they both had to offer. One person just had an opening right away, and I don't know. To me, it just seems it's a dominating win, but somehow less convincing when it's only a few seconds long.
Yeah, it definitely is when it's a flash knockout there right at the beginning, and it's just like, oh, game over, bro. Like Conor McGregor was just 10 times better than him, clearly. Well, no, that's not exactly how it went. Although there is a stylistic thing to consider that Conor McGregor, that's his fighting style. He's looking for those openings all the time, from the first second to the last second.
Is McGregor versus Mayweather going to happen? It's
looking more and more likely. They booked an arena, and the talk is whether or not the UFC is going to get together with the Mayweather people. But something about where they booked the arena they booked. Apparently, that arena is in cahoots with the UFC. All
right. First thing to throw out there: Dana White lies. Right? Dana White he doesn't always tell the truth, but he said that in Conor's contract, it doesn't just say like MMA. He's like, any fighting, MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it mentions boxing in his contract. So apparently Conor, according to Dana White, who we've established lies, says, that he has to go through the UFC to put this thing together. And now it's just a matter of like, how big a bite does the UFC get out of this? I don't know. So they're trying to
seem like there's any reason not to do it
about the money.
Well,
I want to take a guess at like what I think the money is going to be, because I think Mayweather at least wants 100 million, and I'm thinking it's more like he would rather be closer to 150 than 100. Like just based on what they've done in the past and like each of their star power.
He's not going to read the check. Tell him what he wants to hear and get it going.
He will read the check. That's the thing about he can't. He'll find somebody to read it to him. Mayweather is fucking illiterate, but he is a businessman. He's got to do that for him. Like I guarantee if you like got an honest answer, like if you were like, Mayweather, why don't you take some adult education classes and learn to read the English language? He'd be like, that motherfucker right there reads shit to me. Ain't that right, Jay? Yeah, man, I read real good.
You think he has
Jay's
like
job.
He
makes $80,000 a year reading shit.
He's probably like the best reader in 8th grade in all of New Jersey. Just like following him around. Like that's a number 2 ranked public school system right there. That guy's a good reader. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. It seems like it's more likely.
Wants like a ton of money. What?
You were talking,
Kyle and I were talking at the same time, so I was being quiet. But
let me jump in here real quick. I never got that much into the UFC. I watched a bit, But I have to say, paying pay-per-view for some of those shows has to be one of the dumbest things you can do, because like 10,000 people pay or 100,000 people pay for the pay-per-view, and then 9 million people watch that 16-second fight for free on Facebook 20 minutes later. And
Yeah.
that's
rarity, though.
like,
Sometimes
I feel
it's
like
not
it's
even
gotta be
streamable. It's just a GIF.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I have to feel like, for a UFC fan, that has to be like one of the worst case of blue balls in the world. Is they hype the fight up, and it's done in 36 seconds.
That's not the worst case. The worst case is this.
The worst case is that it goes 5 rounds, and at the end of it, one guy's a little scratched and the other guy's real tired, and then the judges say the guy who actually lost won. That's when it goes real bad.
That's not the worst case to me. The worst case is when they hype it for 9 months or 6 months or whatever. You're excited as fuck, and the one guy like hits his head in a bathtub during the weight cut, and the fight doesn't happen. And that is unique to like combat sports. I've said this a million times. You know, there's always gonna be a Super Bowl, right? This year, I guarantee it. There will be at least 4 Stanley Cup Finals games. I'm sure of it. It doesn't matter if the captain gets hurt or not. They'll play those games. In the UFC, there is a very good chance, about a 50% chance, that one of the headliners won't fight.
I understand from like their marketing perspective of why they have to hype it for so long, but they always must be like Dana White must always be kind of panicking, because you've got an entire organization based on individuals, not a team, just individuals. And what they do all year is crash dieting up and down and fist fighting one another, and you have to be like, oh God, if you can make it till January, please just don't fuck yourself up, or hurt your heel or something 3 weeks before and ruin me.
Yeah, it would be like if NASCAR was a demolition derby, and you still had the same amount of money invested in each of the fucking drivers. Like, oh God damn it, Jimmy Johnson just got hit so fucking hard. I got $200 million on that team. There's a lot at risk there, and you could lose your guy. He could fucking die. I mean, it's the truth. He could die tonight. If that's your guy that you got your organization based around, chances are he won't. But to answer Boogie's question, when when that happens, it's like all of the fun compressed into that one moment.
Yeah.
When Conor knocked him out and fucking, it was like, whoa! Oh my God! Can you believe it? Everything that we thought was going to happen, this long drawn out battle of like this guy who's good at this thing and this guy who's great at that thing, that didn't fucking happen, because the guy who constantly says nothing but I'm the greatest walked out there and slapped the guy who was supposed to be this real challenge to him like he was nothing, knocked him unconscious, and then stood there unscathed like, who you got next?
You were watching the birth of this generation's Muhammad
when you
Ali,
put it that way.
right? Like, you were like, is this guy good? Is this guy great? Is this guy a fraud? What's going to happen? And you get Jose Aldo, who's unbeaten in like 10 years or something outrageous like that. I might be stretching it. And then, Conor goes in and just knocks him flat on his ass in a few seconds, and you're like, oh my God, now we know. Now we know. Here is the Mike Tyson of 2000 teens.
Maybe. I don't know.
Cool.
I think that mixed martial arts is such a fickle business and a fickle sport to be in. Like I watched Sidney Crosby. I watched those highlights from the other night. One of him slapping a guy in the balls, which I was like,
that sounds right.
And then the other, he comes up behind a guy and like, bloop, slaps him in the balls with his stick, and then like spins around like he didn't do it. Whenever I see them like try to play off a foul in any sport, I'm like, don't you know we're all fucking watching?
Especially if you're Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, the arena's full of people. Like, the camera's on you nonstop. We saw you slap the guy in the balls. It's not like you were like in a like wrapped up together and you like gave him a little Trump pad or something. Like,
He probably does that too.
You flopped him with a stick, and it was for everybody to see.
I think Trump
pad
needs to be a thing.
I saw him score that goal. He's skating in, and with one hand, he fucking shovel scoops the puck and elevates it up to really high, which I read much more, and apparently they're like, well, there's only a few NHL players who could even do that. So the goalie just played the odds, and he got it wrong. Yeah, there's the clip right there. It's outrageous, and I have no real comprehension for
it's crazy.
Like
this is something that other players don't. It's not like, oh, this is kind of like a couple of years ago when fucking Malkin did the same thing. It's like, no, other players don't do this. Like, Sidney Crosby's like in his own league, at least in modern hockey. Like, Connor McDavid, I think he's going to be like the new dynamo for the Oilers. I think he's going to be on that same level perhaps as Sid, but he's just it's almost frustrating it makes me want to hate Pittsburgh, but I almost have to try and like Pittsburgh because Woody hates them so much, and we can't just devolve into hating Pittsburgh.
We can't. No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I accept your terms.
Any Pittsburgh Penguins fan who complains at all, or have complained since 2009, honestly, fuck off. You have Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. That's all I'm going to say about it because everybody, including the three of you, are starting to glaze over.
If you take Sidney Crosby and Malkin and put them in the same room, you'll have one good hockey player. And a fucking cryberry cheater. This goal you guys have been watching on stream, not impressive at all. The Flyers do that with no hands at all. So
they just blow it in.
They just will it in.
They just actually, it's the fans. It's kind of like a game where they throw their batteries and weighted wristlets at the puck to try and knock it into the net. Did you hear about that last year, Boogie? You're not a hockey fan, so I don't know if you would.
Man,
so,
I tell you, yeah, no.
They gave out these light up wristbands that were heavy because they obviously had to light up. And they had a plan where everybody would wear them and they'd have like choreographed lights. So you'd be in the big stadium and it would all go black and it'd be like dancing patterns and stuff of everybody's wristlet. And it was super neat. Like they hand them out for free. Philly gets it. And on the first day, they have to cancel the whole thing because all the Philly fans are throwing their weighted bracelets at the refs and players.
I love Philly. Oh my God. They're the best fans in the world. No one has more passion for their game or their team. And like when a player works hard, that's all you have to do. You don't even have to be great. Like back in the day, Luke Richardson, right? Every time he went into the boards for the puck, there was no quit. He didn't get it every time, but he gave full effort every time, and he became a Philly legend. Philly loves its blue collar, grinding, hardworking players, and they support them to the end of the world. You come in out of shape, Philly will hate you so much. You take plays off, they go ballistic about it, and they're just right. They are right about this. They value the right things. They worship the right people. And if you don't bring your A game or your A effort, then Philly will let you know. And it's incredible. They valued Hextall for his grit, and they were just
He's still the GM.
All right,
he's a legend.
All right.
Anyway, Kyle, you're cutting this off.
I have two topics that I would suggest we go to.
Okay.
Do the better one.
Good call.
Better one.
Yeah.
Terror attack in London today.
Oh,
I don't know about
I'm out
better.
of date on it. I got flashes on my phone, but
so it seemed to me, I was watching the coverage while I bought Magic cards, but it seemed to me that this guy was driving over the bridge that leads to Parliament, over the River Thames or something like that, and he just crashed into a group of people who were standing on that bridge, throwing one woman over the bridge into the river. She was pulled out and she was okay. I think it's 4 total dead, including him. And what he did after he crashed the car into those people is he continued down and then he crashed into a building very near Parliament, apparently, and then got out and started running into one of the office buildings there with a knife. And he stabbed a policeman to death and then was shot by another policeman. But they were saying like catastrophic injuries. I saw some of the footage of the people lying on the bridge. And
was the first cop armed? Do you know?
I don't know.
It's very hard to stab an American policeman.
Probably a billy club.
I don't know. I would imagine that because they're at Parliament there, like you would think that maybe those cops have a gun, but I don't know UK law enforcement well enough. No, it seems that many of them don't, and they just sort of have those quick response teams that are actually heavily armed that they usually call. But you would think maybe near Parliament there, some sort of
like a boosted cop.
They leveled up to like level 2. He's a level 2
I wonder
cop.
which system is better. Well, I guess American cops need guns because Americans have guns. So that's a thing. But
here's one thing for sure. One thing for sure is you take away guns, you cannot prevent a motivated person from doing what they feel they need to do. I don't know what this guy's motivation was. I have no clue why he did it. But here's the thing. Take away guns and we still all drive 2-ton murder machines. You know what I'm saying? I don't... Oh, yeah. Like you just, and then could you imagine? Can you imagine? And God, please don't let this be, foreshadowing
anything. Scenario.
Can you imagine some lunatic loose in Times Square? I mean, all he's got to do is rent an SUV, and just, I mean, how many people could that person kill? And then, obviously in America he'll be shot, but you take in a place where they don't have guns, where even the police force doesn't commonly carry guns. how far can
he's
this
doing
motivated,
Donuts out there
trained
for an
person
hour
go?
while the cops throw their
Right.
batons at his car.
Yeah. If you're in
And
a
so
Chevy Tahoe or something, think of how much damage you could do if you know, all right, first cop sees me, I've got 5 minutes before anybody's going to show up and shoot me to drive around.
That happened in America
There
a long
is no
time
such
ago.
thing as
Like so during W's thing, right? So W's thing was like, hey, I kept America safe. There's never been any terror attacks in the U.S. And everyone just kind of agreed on that.
Oh, one.
Oh,
That was during
Oh,
his-
okay. Yeah, right. Okay, first of all, there's the 9/11 thing, but we'll just we give him a pass on that. And then there was like the Egyptian airliner that got shot up in Los Angeles. And then in UNC, not far from here, a Muslim guy just started ramming his car through all the students, shouting Allah Akbar while he did it. And no one counted these. But anyway, now apparently driving cars through crowds of people is like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, think
the
about
hip
it.
thing
It's
to
That's
not-
do.
what ISIS is prescribing. They're literally putting out like lots of video. They're saying, hey, this is what you do. Like, guns are regulated, explosives are regulated. Many dangerous things are regulated. The government even looks at certain combinations of chemicals that you're ordering that normally would have been thought innocuous. Oh, no big deal. He's getting a little ammonium nitrate. Who cares? Now they care. But you can rent a van. You can rent a big like Ryder truck. You could even just kill a driver and take his big
And you
rig
have
away
plausible
like you saw in East.
deniability literally
Not
up
East,
until you decide to go crazy and murderous.
Germany.
Like, if someone just stops, what are you doing with this car? I'm just driving around. Is there anything in there? Nope, just a 4-ton vehicle with a lot of power and a lot of fuel in the tank. Like,
a lot of people never consider Timothy McVeigh, who did not use a gun to my recollection. Though
You're
I
right.
could be wrong. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page, but
It's ammonium nitrate.
As an Arkansan, I live just a few hours away from Oklahoma City, and of course this impacted the people that live in this region very, very deeply. He killed, according to Wikipedia, 168 people, injured more than 680, and all he needed was a license to run a U-Haul truck and the ability to go down to wherever the hell he got the ammonium nitrate and to build a bomb in the back of that U-Haul
Well,
and then
it
park
was a
in front of the
pretty big
government
deal.
building.
Coming from someone who has built bombs about that, not quite that large before, but a very similar composition, it's a big deal what he did. He had a lot of shit. He had these 55-gallon drums. I think he had fuel oil and the ammonium nitrate. Like, he made a very big and a very expensive
Kyle?
bomb. Yeah.
Do you have to mix, like I've done tannerite before, and it's important that you really get it kind of mixed well. Is that how it is with ammonium nitrate and whatever else goes with it? Like, you have to mix it up somehow in like giant, they can't just be like a barrel of one next to a barrel of the other and you do a thing.
Yeah, no. My understanding of the fuel oil thing is it's the barrels of ammonium nitrate, and then they dump the fuel oil in, and it soaks down and sorts
that's not so bad.
the liquid. Yeah, but look, hey, I don't know exactly what fucking Timothy McVeigh did, and you got to keep with the Timothy McVeigh thing. I was really young at the time, but wasn't his driving force the reason he did that, I believe, was after Waco when they went and burned all those Branch Davidians alive. He wanted to strike back at the federal government, who he blamed directly for that, and so he hit that building there in Oklahoma City, and he lamented for the rest of his days before the state killed him. Or I guess was it a federal court? In any case, before they killed him, that he didn't know those kids were there. Now, look, I'm not defending a goddamn terrorist or anything. I'm just saying it's important to know that like he wasn't a madman who was like, there's a daycare there, huh? Well, let's add a couple extra tons. That wasn't the case.
I was kind of waiting my
Madman.
turn. I was going to say that, like, because I thought the media really painted it like he attacked a daycare. They're like, the daycare was here in the building. This is where the kids were. This is where the truck was. Daycare. And like it almost seemed like this guy attacked a daycare if you were to watch, the lamestream media. But, of course, his real motivation was kind of like an anarchy type thing. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the media always does that. Of course they're going to. Obviously, the one thing that gets people the most invested. Secondly, you don't want to encourage copycats, really, right? You don't want to encourage, he did this because he hates the government. And if you hate the government, all you got to do is go rent a U-Haul, right?
And
you
it
don't
sure
want
did make him mad, right?
I've never read this, but we were talking about conspiracy theories last week. I bet if we looked right now, there is a conspiracy theory that would claim that there was no children in that daycare, that the federal government went back and like faked that there were children killed in that daycare to make
Oh, sure.
to like smear that on Timothy
Yeah.
McVeigh.
Anybody have Alex Jones's Skype? We'll just call him real quick.
Yeah. Oh, he confirmed. He just confirmed. Yep.
You don't even have
That
to
is the
look it
case.
up. I'm already sold. It's too feasible. Not Occam, just Occam's razor. It's the most simple explanation for what I imagine that fantasy land. But yeah, I'm sure Alex Jones believes something. There's not like if you asked him or Jesse Ventura or any of them, like what's something
Is
that
Jesse
just went
Ventura
out
that
exactly.
far off the deep end?
He's not as far as Alex Jones,
He did
but he's
used to be off the like when he was governor of Minnesota, I think.
Minnesota.
I thought he was pretty reasonable. I thought he was a good governor. And then
Oh, I've been crazy since day one, Woody.
How
How
he
I
had
got
me fooled.
right.
in, I'll never know.
He seemed pretty cool. And then even a few years afterwards, and now it seems like he's always painted like they just get him to say the wildest stuff. I don't know.
Because he did that show, he's done at least one show. I don't really follow that guy that much beyond my incredible love for the film Predator, which I watch 2 or 3 times a month. I swear to God, I bought it. I just bought it. Why? What's the point of like renting it over and
He
over? I
bought
just
the
bought it.
rights to it. He's such a fan.
Now I make money every time you watch it.
In 2068, this is all mine.
Yeah, I fucking love Predator. But I think he did like a conspiracy theory show where each week he'd be like, "Let me tell you about some more crazy shit I believe in," and like
Okay.
every week that. And I think that maybe that got into his own head because when you start like talking to people who are from a specific genre of life, if you will, you can kind of start feeding into their bullshit. Like I've met a lot of the same archetype of person before, the kind of person with bunkers and lots of like high dollar weaponry, the guys who are preparing for some real end time shit. And after you could be around people like that too much.
Joe
Dude,
Rogan had some
dude,
kind of show.
I'm sorry, Taylor. I think that's how Christianity got so popular. Like all you need to do is go to church on the regular, and suddenly the idea of like a zombie that is his own dad, where you like symbolically eat his blood and drink him and whatever, starts to make a lot of sense. Just because week after week.
Or because Constantine made it the official religion of the Roman Empire in like 400 AD. I think that contributed a little more.
Well, he saw the cross in the air before the battle and he won, so why not?
That's true. So you logically paint it on the shields, get it going. If I went into a battle and I thought that I saw some sign, and I live in olden days, as the historians say, and I see like, those Christians, they're kind of kooky, and I see a cross like in the light, and I'm scared for my life, and then I survive a battle. It's not stupid. Back in the day,
I hear you. I'm not
they
talking
don't have
about
much to base it on.
I'm not talking about how it got its start.
I get why it did it.
I'm talking about like its spread. Like today,
Oh.
Today you create like kind of a what do they call it? Like a
Echo chamber?
I'm going for like large enough critical mass. You create a critical mass in this thing, and then it just swells, and everyone else starts like getting involved in the groupthink until all of a sudden, geology is not real anymore. Because week after week you've been just bombarded with these ideas. That's Anyway.
Well, I will
saw
say
that picture on
that
Reddit.
that is actually affecting me right now because I subscribe to the conspiracy subreddit, and now it's part of my daily viewing, and it makes you really think. Because I originally subscribed to it, I was like, man, some of this shit's out there. I love it. And that was like a year ago. But then the election, some of that shit started making real sense, right? And like now I guess it's just kind of melted my scale of what's like logical and what's not, because some of this stuff, like, I don't know if you're aware, but there's a movement now to try to educate people who weren't alive or around during 9/11 to remind people that a third tower fell down during 9/11. Of course, having watched the entire thing on television, just glued to it, tears pouring out of my eyes as I watched America die that day. Of course, I remember that a third tower fell, but a lot of people don't know that. And so that's one of the things they're obsessed with right now. And I'm like, looking back, and I'm like, why did that third tower fall? Like, I don't know. The plane certainly didn't hit it. And maybe it was like debris, but I don't know. And then you look at the
Does that
photos.
make skyscrapers fall?
Right?
And they're
right.
God damn, they got to make those things out of something better.
And
Like
then
there was
you gotta
another
look at-
tower 1,000
next
feet
thing you know,
higher on fire, and it fell, so it just melted all the nearby buildings. And you're like, wait, what?
was like
and then there's the
Michael Bay set
BBC
up this
thing,
thing.
the BBC thing where they said that tower fell 30 minutes before it did, right?
Yeah.
That or
It's
maybe
Although
because
that's fake.
they're
I don't know.
chalk that
they're
up to
ahead of
like
time. Yeah.
I'm only a week away
that
from
would be
like
funny
going
if
to
that was the
Alex
explanation.
Jones's website and buying his fucking dick pills so
Yeah.
one of his chemtrails won't make my balls shrivel up, you know?
You're
I'm
gonna
get
this,
fluoride
I'm
that
this
does
fucking
that to you.
close.
I watched
Fluoride
Alex.
filter.
I watched Alex Jones on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's saying this ridiculous shit. Right? Oh my God, psychic vampires are doing this, and all these conspiracy theories. And then like every fourth one, Rogan would call him out on it and be like, "Wait, what? Talk about that."
Yeah.
And then he'd have sources for it and like proof, you know. And some of these things, like the Gulf of Tonkin. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
about sick.
That's a real conspiracy theory.
Yeah, the Vietnam
that's
War
a
was started
real
on a lie.
confirmed.
That's not
Iraq
conspiracy.
War was started on a lie. You know, like, oh, come on. You know, so
That's what I genuinely believe. Here's my soundbite for those people who hate me on the internet and just want to just fucking
oh,
ruin my
nice.
life.
Here's my
I'm
chance.
sure there are
Here's my
only-
soundbite. Here's the only thing I know. Here's the only thing I know. Absolutely know that I know. I know that I know next to nothing. I know that whatever it is that I've been told and whatever it is that I've been led to believe is probably bullshit. I know that 98% of my convictions, the things that I think are right and the things that I think are true, are probably absolutely not.
The
The
George
only thing I know is
Costanza
that I
theory.
can't know. Right? I guess, yeah.
I was
the
really
opposite,
hoping
you
that
know?
you were going to say, there's one thing I know. There's one thing I know. This is what I know.
So here's the one thing I know.
Fluoride makes
It's
you
all
gay.
fucking third
Right? I was
It's
hoping it would be
all
a
fucking
thing.
bullshit.
Right? Fluoride makes you gay. Frogs change sexes. Like, this is what I know. Like, I wanted to.
I've never said that about frogs, Woody. Yeah, he's an odd duck, but like even like Boogie, you were saying that you'll think about it and be like, how did that third tower fall? Like, is there a visceral thing? Because I know when I think about like the you're an idiot conspiracy theories, like maybe the moon landing isn't real. I have a visceral like brain twitch that's like, nope, get out of that space. Don't even think about that. That's so stupid. That is so stupid.
right.
Like, do you have that where you just want to shut it down, almost like internally, like believing the conspiracy theory?
I try to be frank with you. I try to keep an open mind about anything. So if one of those ideas present themselves and I have that thought, I will try to, as I try to do with everything, I will look at a documentary about the moon landing and why it absolutely did happen, and another documentary trying to disprove it. So one that proves it and one that disproves it, and then try to draw a conclusion for myself. And like when it came to the moon landing, to me, it seems just obvious that we actually did do it. Like it seems like with the powerful enough telescope, you can just see the equipment on the damn moon. So I don't really.
Is that true?
No.
I think that's. Is
I don't
that
think
not?
that's
Is that
true.
So they can do it with there's a space telescope we have where you can do that. You can see the tracks where the rover drove and stuff, but not here on Earth apparently. And I think one of the issues was
is
that
it the
maybe
angle or something?
this is my Google research that I've done before, because I watched Joe Rogan talk about all this shit at length about how he used to not believe in the moon landing, and then his mind was changed, and then he explained there was some evidence that NASA put forward. They were like, oh, here's some pictures of a guy in space, and it turned out they were faked. They weren't faked. They were training photos that they altered and doctored to make it look like a spacewalk that never actually happened. But there's plenty of photos that are completely real, and just can't be disputed. And there is a telescope, whether it's on Earth or a satellite-based telescope, that you can look at the moon and you can see where the rover drove, and you can see the rover still parked up there and shit. And at least I've been told so. I certainly haven't fucking peered through the thing. That's the thing it always gets back to, right? The argument from that episode of It's Always Sunny. It's like, oh, I see. And have you pored over the documents yourself? Have you read all of the information? It's like, well, no, I haven't fucking went to a library and gotten like those big fucking thick books and went
of information.
like, nah, like I didn't go through the reams of information. I trusted that a guy on the internet wouldn't lie to me, or someone else would call him out on his lie. And based on that, I came to my conclusion.
I will tell you the day that I lost my mind the most, probably the craziest ever, is when we landed this most recent robot on Mars. And he started roving, and they started sending back pictures. And so NASA uploaded this picture that then 10 minutes later got re-uploaded. Exact same picture, only they had, quote, color corrected it. And they had color corrected it to look real reddish, the way every picture from NASA's ever looked. But this picture was not reddish. The planet did not look red. And so that made me wonder, okay, is this fucking rover even on Mars? Is that a picture somewhere in the fucking desert?
Yeah.
Okay, if not, why? Maybe Mars just isn't red, but for public perception, they color correct all the photos to look red. And the most obvious thing is that the camera on the fucking rover is probably not that good because they wanted a real light one, you know?
Yeah, of course.
But who fucking knows, man? Like, who fucking knows? But my brain just like for 2 hours that day, I was like, the fucking planet's not red, and they're fucking lying to us. Why are they fucking lying to us, dude?
Well, see, on that one, we know it's red. You know, there's a reason that, like, its name, Mars is the god Mars is named for the planet Mars because it is red, because it's always been red. You can see it with your naked eye, and it's red.
Right,
That's
but
Have you
what-
been
I
to
can't
Mars?
See, I can't see what it looks like
No.
under that
But
atmosphere,
I
right?
think what Boogie's saying is not that Mars isn't red, but that this thing
The
might
photos
not
are
have,
fake.
The photos could have been in Arizona,
Yeah.
and they
Maybe
had
it's
the
on
color
the
corrected to
moon.
make it.
or even that was a photo from the rover, but the photos that they release are always reddened to match the perception. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Because it's just the rocks. The sky obviously would probably look red on Mars. That makes sense. But with the rocks, because I don't fucking know. I don't know what part of the world is red. The Earth looks blue and green from outer space. But do I even know that's true? Because there's flat earthers out there telling me those are all fucking doctored. The goddamn thing is flat. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
I like
know.
how
I'm
just
confused
like with
and
just
scared.
like with everything, I like how you with these conspiracy theories, you like everybody starts like building up with all like the questions that they're like they should have answers, and then you get to the real questions of like, is the dirt on Mars red? Is it an atmosphere thing? Is it dust in particle? I don't know. You have to be like admit like I don't know fucking anything about this. Maybe it's not even red. Maybe it's just the atmosphere playing.
Apparently,
making it look red.
there's iron all over the place and it's rusty. And
I
Mars
don't
is rusty.
source.
Right? Have I brought
fucking
back
internet.
any Mars
kidding.
dirt? No.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
It is the iron, and it's also the iron oxide that's in the dirt and in the soil is one of the key pieces of evidence that they always come to, that there used to be oxygen in the atmosphere because you need the oxygen to react with the iron and make iron oxide, right?
Oxide.
You need the oxygen. And then the planet's red because there's windstorms constantly, and it's throwing rust up into the atmosphere, big dust clouds of rust.
Well, it's because it's an angry war god.
That too.
So depending on the part of the world that you live in, the dirt tends to be a different color. And here in Arkansas, one of the very first things I noticed when I relocated here from Virginia is in Virginia, we have a very rocky and a kind of grayish brown soil. So that's what I was used to seeing. When we got here to Arkansas, we have a very reddish soil.
Red clay,
And
right?
in many places, you have mostly just red clay, right? And so my wife lived here for like 3 or 4 years. And she was used to Michigan. Michigan's got a very dark brown color of dirt up there. But you don't even see it that often because there's very few mountains. So you wouldn't even really think about it. But one day I pointed out to her like 3 or 4 years after she lived here. I was like, yeah, because Arkansas's got that red clay. And she goes, what? And I'm like, you've never noticed that the dirt here is different? She's like, what? And I'm like, well, right there. Look right there, honey. Don't you see that red dirt? She goes, well, that's just that one hill, right? And I'm like, no, honey, all of the dirt around here looks like that. It's either, the dirt in our yard is going to be a little, darker colored, but like there's tons of that clay. 90% of Arkansas is that clay. And she just looked at me like I told her that God had died or something. I don't know how she didn't notice in the 3 years she lived here. But I mean, she just doesn't notice those kinds of things. She's mostly.
There was a thing on Reddit, like, what did you learn embarrassingly late in life? And there was a girl on there that didn't know unicorns were fake. Like, she was in her 20s. Yeah, and because look, as far as supernatural beings go, a horse with a horn seems pretty possible. Like, there are
We already
plenty
have
of
moose. Yeah.
You know what the opposite of that
Like, there are
misbelief
horse-ish
is? It's the
things.
people who don't believe or don't know that the narwhal is a real
Yeah,
thing.
I was going to say narwhal. Why is this a rhinoceros? That rhinoceros
everybody knows
is
rhinos
You are
fucking real.
living in a shed, having been kidnapped from the fucking infant room at a hospital if you don't know what a rhino is.
No, I'm not
Like,
saying she
there's
didn't know what a
no
rhino
way.
is. I'm saying there's precedent for animals with horns. So to
Oh,
think
okay. Yeah, of
to think
course.
that a horse could have a horn is not outrageous to me. There's
No, I don't think it is.
There are
Yeah.
horse-like animals like a moose, deer that already grow hornish things, So it really isn't
Right.
that big of a stretch.
yeah. So I thought it was fun that she was like, she mentioned it like, like somehow they were talking about like, it's weird how there's horses and there's zebras, but they're not that related. And she's like, yeah, and like unicorns. And they're all like, wait, what? unicorns? And she was like, yeah, new topic. You know, like they just all kind of like, they're not real. And she's like, right, yeah, I know. But yeah, she learned at like 23 that unicorns were fake.
Jesus.
Now, not a bright bulb there. I'm trying to think of something like, honestly, I know my animals pretty good. Like, I know which ones are real and fake. All the ones that are half man are fake. There are no half animals. Minotaurs.
No minotaurs.
Like, I wanted to
There are
believe
half animals, aren't there? Isn't a
minotaurs.
liger a thing?
Oh, no, I'm saying half
Yeah,
human,
but it's
half animal.
whole animal.
Like a
It's
minotaur.
two
Well,
different
I could have
centaur.
sworn you said all half animals are fake, and I've got donkeys out there that would like to have a word with you.
He's a whole animal, though.
Yeah, that's a whole animal. Not like a dragon ogre or a centaur or a minotaur or something like that. You know?
There is a
Sphinx.
a badger duck.
Sphinx.
There's a badger duck, a platypus.
Nope.
Yeah,
These are all
the
animals.
platypus. The platypus does
Lay
seem like it
eggs
should be.
and have
something,
a
right?
stinger with venom. What is that shit? Like
Oh,
the platypus is truly one of the most bizarre creatures. Like
Yep.
when you try to categorize it as a non-fucking like biologist, as just a normal human being walking around, you're like, okay, I understand. There's birds and they're in the nest with the eggs, and then you get those reptiles and then the amphibians and the mammals and all right, I got in the fish, okay, and that's a invertebrate. All right, I'm following everything. And then you get to that one, you're like, oh well, it's a furry water creature with a duck bill. It lays eggs though, and don't get too close, it'll sting you. You know,
Wait, the stinging thing I think you might have made up. Am I wrong on that?
How much you want to bet it stings?
$1 PayPal bet for real money.
Done.
All right.
All right. Yeah, they do. Let's see.
It's
Let's
a
see if-
venom delivering pincer thing or something. I don't know exactly what it's called. Whether it's a stinger or a fang. It's not in its mouth. Maybe it is in its mouth. But I'm sure
I just
about
looked
this.
up platypus facts and it autofilled platypus facts for children. You know, because nobody else is googling this.
Platypus facts for adults. That's a non-existent
the
domain.
venom spur. So here you go. On top of all the other things that make make up this patchwork creation is a poison spur that the platypus can use for self-defense or aggression. The spur can easily kill small animals, including rival platypuses, for mating, but it can also cause incredibly intense pain for fully grown human beings. Scientific understanding of the platypus venom isn't concrete. No evidence that it can kill you, causes intense pain. An Australian man who once found himself on the receiving end of a platypus spur said a bullet would have been more enjoyable. And after receiving the sting, he lost all use of his arm.
Fuck!
Jesus.
I'm sure they mean
Platypus
like for a little bit, like not permanently. This would truly be a shit tier animal if it did that to you.
Well, bit by a platypus.
Yes, I got stung by it. Where do they live? Australia. Oh man, that is like, honestly.
Kyle,
have you ever watched?
Your dollar has been sent, just so everyone knows. I would give a screenshot, but I don't know
Don't do
if
that.
there's some security and or vulnerability with
Yeah,
showing his
yeah,
email.
don't need to do that.
But it's a real thing. You could confirm it if you want.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. My phone went, you have money. I was like, yeah.
Did it really?
No.
Oh, but anyway, it did. I did really send it.
Do you know who Ray Comfort is?
No.
I know the
He's
name.
he's a like evangelical Christian who has made like YouTube videos like back in the day of like doing the whole like the banana is proof that God and evolution isn't true. And I'm going to explain to you how it perfectly forms into the human hand. Isn't that wonderful, children? Or whatever the fuck you're saying.
Did anyone ever explain to him that the banana is a product of human
Pish
manipulation?
posh, Kyle. That's pseudoscience.
Sorry,
no, but I was saying that like
I
that's,
love his
there couldn't be a
counter-argument of
dumber
pish
there couldn't
posh.
be there couldn't be a dumber fucking thing than the banana. It's like using the platypus as an example seems like it. From that warped point of view, the platypus is so much better than the banana as an example, where you could be like, they're trying to tell you that all these animals are specified, huh? Well, then all these pieces here, what's that specified for? Was God drunk that day, eh? Or like whatever, like, like whatever you'd say. Like, that's the better argument. So all you creationists out there, to make your argument that much more compelling, switch to platypus over banana.
I think the lens of the eye is a better argument for those people.
They used
Apparently,
to-
like the development of that is very difficult. And also, there's this insect that like shoots this this stuff out of its butt that reacts with the air.
the bombardier beetle.
Yeah, the bombardier beetle is a real good case for intelligent design because of the steps of evolution, and it would have first had to develop this thing that sprays the stuff out of its butt, but it wouldn't work because it would have to simultaneously develop the ability to like spray it or something like that. Otherwise, the beetle would just spontaneously explode on its own without like this other part. So they always use that as some thing for intelligent design.
Taylor's point is mistakes. I heard they used to use the giraffe as proof that like it wouldn't happen. But then there's I forget the details of it, but there's something about the giraffe that kind of proves its neck grew over time because like maybe its brain connects to its eyes, like, and it goes down and comes back up, and there's like a delay that it would rather not have.
Yeah, I think there's also something about like if the giraffe had like something about how the giraffe had to over time like get something about when it bends down to drink and the rush of blood to the brain. If it didn't have a special circulatory system, would be bad. It would either die or something. I've read this before that it's like, oh no, he evolved to have this long neck because if you just made a long necked thing with the same biology as a zebra, if you just like, oh, I'm gonna take that zebra and the neck's 8 feet long now, and the zebra bent down to drink, all the blood rushes to its head and it just fucking passes out and dies or something. There's no intelligent design. Let's get over that, right?
You want to do an ad or two and then change topics?
Yeah. Lyft. When you drive for the right ride-sharing app, every trip can feel like a walk in the park. With Lyft, you can pick your own hours and work when you want. Lyft can make driving the best job in the world. Only Lyft offers in-app tipping. When you drive for Lyft, you get 100% of the tips. Drivers have been paid over $150 million in tips since the feature was introduced. Express Pay lets drivers get paid almost instantly instead of waiting for weeks. And Lyft has even taken the guesswork out of their pickups with the new AMP device, which uses color coding to help passengers find their drivers. You don't want to get in the wrong car. You can earn hundreds of dollars a week plus tips. Want to make more money? Drive more. It's never been easier to give yourself a raise. It's a simple formula. Happy drivers mean happy passengers. Maybe that's why 9 out of 10 Lyft rides get a perfect 5-star rating. So join the ride-sharing company that believes in treating its people better. Go to lyft.com/PKA today, and you can get a $500 new driver bonus. That's lyft.com/PKA, lyft.com/PKA. This is a limited time offer, so get in there and do that.
Lyft, it's how you get places. Lyft.com/PKA. Don't forget the PKA, most important part of the whole equation.
I took a nap just before the show on my Casper mattress, and it was wonderful. I love my Casper mattress. Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price, and now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and use the code PKA. It combines supportive memory foam to create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. With over 20,000 reviews and an average rating of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. Free shipping and returns to the United States and Canada. You can try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it right back up and refund you everything. They're designed, developed, and assembled in the United States of America. So get $50 toward the purchase of any mattress by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. You will not regret it, I promise. Even if it wasn't such a top tier mattress, in my personal opinion, the convenience factor of having this thing just show up to your house, and really quickly, by the way, in like a couple days, this thing just shows up at your house in this box, and I just put the box on my carpet and just push the box while I'm running through the house to my bedroom and like flip it through the door a couple times, get the box knife out, and 30 seconds later, there's a king size bed in the room. It's amazing. I've gone through the hassle of going to a mattress store, and it's crap. This is definitely a way to go. So check them out.
I wish I needed more mattresses just for the damn magic trick. I bought a pillow online recently, and it did the same kind of I don't know. This isn't true, but it was almost like you got a pillow this big, add a drop of water to it, and then suddenly, it's like sea monkeys or something. It's
what kind of pillow was it? Was it one of those that stays cool, like a gel type pillow?
No. The remarkable, I thought I was having a hard time sleeping and, clogging up and all this stuff. So I bought one that's like super hypoallergenic, like can't be infested with. That was what made the pillow interesting.
I bought this pillow off Amazon. I think it was like $75, but for one, right? And but it said it was a cooling pillow or like a gel center or some shit. Mm-hmm. And I really, really like that pillow. That has become my the golden boy, if you will, in the closet of pillows. Jerry Seinfeld had the one polo. That's the golden boy. This is definitely my golden boy pillow. Like if for some reason I wake up in the middle of the night and I don't have the golden boy on my ear, I'm like, oh, this is a special treat tonight. Because like a normal pillow, you put it under your ear and it'll stay cool and cold for like 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
This thing stays cool and cold for many minutes. All right, like throughout the course of a night, it turns to a regular pillow because your body heat just soaks in eventually. But for like 10 minutes, this thing, every time you squeeze it a little bit more or twist your head a little bit, it's like, ooh, that's cool and cold, and I really like that. So
That's
it's
nice.
Sounds like a
Golden
good
boy.
investment.
I want to talk about Boogie. Boogie, how the hell's YouTube doing?
Well, it's been a rocky damn ride over the last couple of months, man. I got to tell you.
You know, I like the way you said that, actually. A lot of people just completely deny. Oh, awesome. More popular every day.
Swimmingly.
Nothing but a straight lift up.
I have to say that I have a core audience that no matter what happens, they're going to stick by me. And I love that core audience. They're incredible people. And there's enough of them to where every video should get 100 to 200,000 views, no matter what I upload. I've literally uploaded absolute garbage in which I talk about hurting my butt in January or whatever. And these videos get 100, 200,000 views. And then all of a sudden, I'm struggling with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And I'm struggling with the way that YouTube has made changes. And then I missed 2 weeks off because I ended up injuring myself. And the most embarrassing way ever, by the way.
I put a pin in that immediately. That's what I did. That was a virtual pin I was putting in.
I didn't know what you were
doing.
But you know,
Switchboard operator.
February was all about trying to get the right formula to trick the algorithm into giving a crap about my channel again. And I thought it wasn't going to happen, and I thought it was going to be sub 100,000 views finally, and that was how it was going to be for the rest of the career. Nope. And then Nintendo Switch came out, and boom, I got on the featured page around number 25, and now the algorithm is convinced once again to share my videos in recommended. And so not only do I have my core audience at about that 100,000 views, but then because the algorithm has shifted again, it's such a frustrating thing because my content quality, my videos have not changed. I haven't changed. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's changed really is that the way YouTube shares my videos has changed. It's really frustrating.
Sometimes it feels like, though, if you don't change, that can be a problem, too.
Right, and I know that for sure. Like last year, what really saved my channel when I went through this exact same problem. January, February are always problem months for about everybody on YouTube for the most part.
For views or money? Because obviously
both.
for money. Yeah.
For me, both. It's always been for me, both.
Just a quick aside for people that don't know, how much you pay for advertising, and therefore how much YouTubers make, drops off a cliff in January and February. It's at its peak for Christmas, and then the next 2 months, like, no one's interested in advertising, so you don't earn very much.
Right. That's great if you're somebody who has savings. You know, it's not that big of a deal. For a smaller YouTuber, man, if they don't have enough for savings, if they're living paycheck to paycheck, it can ruin a person. I have known people who just, I have to get a job. It's February and I'm out of money and I haven't made any money in 2 months. What do I do? Do I try to push through to June where, you know, it's historically lifts up, or what do I do? And I'm like, nope, get the job, dude. Trust me. Yeah. Part-time work. It's the safe bet, and then push it again in June. But we're in a nice recovery period now. Most videos are getting 200, 300,000, 400,000 views.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's been all right for sure. And then I got a reference from Jack's Films to put me in contact with his ad guy. And you know, if you've watched Jack's content, you know every third video has an ad. And so I've been working with that guy, and now that I've got some sponsors working, and it doesn't really matter what YouTube does anymore. If YouTube doesn't want to pay me, if YouTube wants to make a video non-ad friendly, it doesn't really matter because I have another source of income.
That's great.
And then Twitch, I've been focusing on Twitch as well too. Twitch is now about 30% of my monthly business, which is, you know, I work a lot harder for the Twitch stuff because you're streaming 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week, and
it feels like Twitch can make more money on a given night, but there's no long tail. Like the hour you don't stream Twitch is the hour your income ends. You know,
right? Exactly right. And there's no future proofing. There's no, you know what I'm saying? If I always worry about getting sick, and if I ever get sick, you know what happens? I can't stream during the period of time. That's where YouTube is the better option.
Kyle,
if I can't make videos for a month, I'll survive.
Kyle's a super example of a great long tail, right? Like guns. I don't know how into guns you are, but they don't change a lot. Right. Some of the most popular guns were made in like 1911, 1947. You know, it's not like 2019 you know, it's going to be like, oh, he's on that old thing. No, dude. Like, they're very slow
That guy
moving.
Hickok 45 is going to be getting the same number of views 30 years from now because he's got guns that people are going to care about in 30 years.
Right.
Like, oh, World War II rifle. Let's see about that. Like,
Dude, some of his
same
most
thing with Kyle.
interesting
People are
stuff-
going to want to watch somebody blow up a toilet with a tank in a yard 20 years from now, just as much as right now.
I watched
Right,
Hickok
no doubt.
explain the impact of a repeating lever action gun on the Civil War, and I'm very interested in that. And that's my favorite kind of gun. But we're literally talking about Civil War guns here, right? They're going to be just as interesting in 2020. You know,
Oh, yeah.
it's not
Even
gonna
more
go away.
interesting as time passes.
That could be,
Like,
yeah,
don't
yeah.
you? Like, have you ever watched the History Channel and you almost get like a weird resentment for the newer weapons where they'll be like, this is the saber of, you know, it was only ornamental in the 1830s. And I'm like, that's a bullshit sword. It never cut anyone. Like, fuck off. And then you'll see one where it's like, this one is rumored to be carried by a Hun in, you know, 450 AD, and it's like you could see nicks on it. It's like, oh, that's what you want to see. Like, well, it's not cool or ornate, but it wasn't supposed to be. Like, they just threw that in a guy's hand and he went out and did it. But I don't know. God, I wish History Channel would go back to not fishing shows.
That's that, man. I'll tell you that I used to love the History Channel with that stuff because whereas I don't personally feel the need to own very many guns, my roommate's got a gun, I've got a gun. It's for home security. That's it. But beyond that, I don't really give a shit about modern guns, especially, but the historical stuff and a look at the guns that we used to use and even future warfare and future tech, you know, the rail guns and stuff like that. I love learning about this stuff. It's so fascinating. So whereas I don't really, I've never felt comfortable owning a gun because I'm a crazy person and I don't ever want to do anything stupid. There were periods of my time in my life where I would have done something stupid. I guarantee it. Right. But now I feel safe enough to have guns in the house again. But I grew up around so many guns. Oh my God. My grandfather, when he passed, his guns went to like 4 different people because he had just so damn many guns. And then like when I go visit my wife's family up in the UP, you know, they're not exactly rednecks, you know, but you know, they still love their skiing. They still love the snowboarding. They still love all the winter sports. They love the 4-wheeling, and they all love their guns, man. And they're all hunters. So every time I go home, there's some new fresh animal that was killed that can now be eaten raw in raw dog. Which is disgusting.
People who don't know,
so
because
good.
they're very northern part of Michigan, Upper Peninsula. Boogie, back to you. I don't.
Yeah.
It seems I'm not as tight as gaming as I once was because my interest has shifted. I almost hate to admit that because I feel like anyone who's interested in shift will hate to hear it. But it seems like a lot of gamers have shifted. Like when I look at what FaZe is doing, it's not about 360 no scopes anymore. I catch PewDiePie videos now and then, and they're usually not that game related. It's his opinions. He's almost a vlogging channel based on the ones that I catch.
First off, let me say what Felix has done is like completely reinvented himself, and I love it. I will not miss a video now. And when he plays a game, I skip those videos. Yeah. But that's not the same for the core part of his audience. He lost his core audience in that reinvent, and it kind of sucks. Like 20% of them stuck with him. And so his videos, you know, are only getting 2 or 3 million views. And I know that sounds like the first worldest problem on the planet. But, you know, I mean, his gameplay video of him playing Happy Wheels for the 400th time used to get 6-7 million, you know? So
but again, if he played Happy Wheels, like if he had never changed, it's hard to compare how well he's doing to how well he hypothetically would be doing. Because like I felt like my channel just made the same kind of videos for a while. And I saw the back half of the bell curve before I started focusing on Woodycraft. And to me, it's not that my videos got bad. It's that, you know, viewers could pretty much predict what I was going to say, you know, by my 2,500th video.
Right. And then you got to keep in mind that, like, especially like Felix's audience, they've grown up. You know, a lot of them were just fascinated to watch him play some stupid, silly game. And now, you know, they want to hear the political stuff. They want to hear the stuff, the dramatic stuff. They want to hear what's happening on YouTube. They want to hear what's happening in Felix's life because, you know, they still like video games and they still want to hear people talk about video games, but they don't want to watch the games. They want to hear people talk about video games. But then again, I mean, you still got like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier, and they're doing record numbers, you know. So there's definitely people that are still watching gaming. But I think the longer you've been on YouTube, the bigger your chance that your audience is going to mature with you. And that's where, I run into that problem now with the Francis character, which I still love to do as much as I did the very first time. I love to do them, but a lot of my audience is like, this isn't why we like you anymore. This isn't why we love you. So, I hate when there's 2 Francis videos in a row because I've got nothing to watch. And but then that brings in the new viewers. That's the point. The Francis stuff isn't about the existing viewers. It's about the existing viewers who are still fans and then bringing in the new faces. I don't know. It's complicated, man. Running a YouTube channel is complicated.
I find it incredibly fascinating. I hope everyone else does that. I fear they don't. But like this, to me, is I love hearing about what you do and you're strategizing. I had a series about. It was like a real tech deep dive when the PS4 and Xbox One were coming out. What's Kyle doing?
He's pulling that pin so he can go back to what he had pinned up there.
All right, yeah. All right, Kyle.
That was a nice
Don't
little.
Don't forget it. I do like what he's doing. But I would compare like the Xbox had this faster RAM, the PS4 had less RAM, but it was whatever. And I probably have that wrong. It's been a while. But that whole series was designed for people who didn't know me already. Like a lot of the videos I did, like Mail Monday, for example, I felt like were most attracted to people who already liked me. And I'm like, I need videos for people who don't know me at all, right? To bring in, guys. I did a couple things like that, the Tech Tuesday, and all right, this is for people. It's designed for people who don't know me at all to be.
And the
interesting to
microwave
them.
thing. Can I just say, I thought the microwave thing was brilliant. It's a shame that trolls shut that all down.
Yeah.
I thought the microwave thing was not only brilliant, but that and some people would say, oh, these other guys did this whole microwave series before you, and it's like, yeah, but those guys aren't this guy, and this guy has access to some shit that maybe they didn't. Let's sit back and watch and see how this goes. Let them lay the foundation, and you might have to watch grapes make plasma for the second time ever. Boo-hoo. But let's see where this thing is headed, right?
I kind of hate that about YouTube because the slow-mo guys are the only guys who get to do slow-mo. If anybody ever uploads something that's slow motion, even just they got on their iPhone, sometimes people just shit all over them. Hey, that's the slow-mo guys. They do our slow-mo. Well, they only put out 2 videos a month, dude. Or the who's the guy who got real famous and real quick, the hydraulic press guy. And then another hydraulic press channel comes along, and he just has to deal with that hate.
We were talking about doing that for so long. Yep. I was like, guys, let's fucking pull this trigger right now. We're hydraulic press. We're like super hydraulic press. All right, fuck his bullshit non-English speaking press. We're gonna get an American press, and it's gonna say American steel on the top.
And the nonsense Finnish items that he's destroying. Today we're going to be destroying a small plastic car with this 20-ton hydraulic press, and it's oh my god, dude. There's a tire right there sitting you're not using. Do something that's a little more interesting.
Get a gerbil.
Today we're going to do Play-Doh. Oh, if you do Play-Doh, it's the same as if you put, say, a can of soda on it.
Dude, it would be hilarious if you smush a small road and hey, yeah, here's a hamster. Don't worry, it's been dead for minutes.
Don't worry, it has no soul. That's how I would.
He was painlessly asphyxiated in an upturned cup.
Yeah, we left him in a bucket in the sun for 2 days, and now he's dead. We're gonna smush him.
And he's medium well.
That story. I gotta know. I gotta know, Boogie.
Hold on. Before let me say, Woody, my newest strategy on YouTube, and this is for your viewers out there. I started really trying to focus back on the gaming stuff, and not really playing games, but talking about games. And I'm not afraid to walk into the politics of it sometimes, and I'm not afraid to talk about the controversies and stuff. I just started a new series in which I'm reading people's terrible reviews, user reviews, which is super funny. And I don't know, for me, it's never necessarily about what people want to watch as much as it is about what I want to create. And I try not to listen to people shit the bed. If it's still getting my 100,000 views, that's my break off point. If the series gets under 100,000 views, then all right, fine, I won't upload it. I'll stop doing it because that's dangerous for the channel. It's dangerous for the algorithm, right?
Right.
But if I'm getting my usual threshold of 100,000 views, then I feel like if I'm enjoying it, that's what we're gonna do. And I don't know. I try not to worry about it too much. I'm lucky to have gotten as far as I have. If it ends tomorrow, I'm okay with that. But and also I don't know if you guys saw this.
That would be a calamitous decline.
Well, it would suck. But have you guys seen the Shmoyo remix on my channel from this week?
No.
No, I went to your Twitter and I saw you retweeted it, but I haven't watched it yet.
It's really good. It's so good. Please have
What's it called?
your audience really should go
Yeah,
watch
yeah.
it. It's I
I'll
Want
watch it. I
My
love
Mountain
that
Dew. It's a Francis collage. And so me and Michael Gregory and Evan, I sent him a playlist of Francis's best moments and like the PS4 and the Furby and all the famous videos, and they pulled all of that out of there. And then they have this amazing talent. If you don't watch their series, if you don't know their channel, you should get to know it. But they have this amazing ability to find music where there's no music. And he says, like, when he approached me, he's like, Francis has such a natural cadence. And he has such a natural, his pitch is perfect. He's like, can I write a song for you? And it's the second time they've remixed me. They remixed me 4 years ago because of a YouTube, like, freak out or whatever. And, but this is the first time they ever did Francis. And it's easily one of the best songs. It's
How
like
do they find it?
It's, how do they find what?
How do they find the video?
Oh, I just ended up sending them a playlist. And he's
No. How do the viewers find the video that's made?
Oh, just go to youtube.com/Boogie2988, and it's in this week's uploads.
Gotcha.
And it's got my big naked fat ass falling into a pool of Mountain Dew as the thumbnail, and you're gonna love it. It's so good. And then they also actually had me on their Songify the News series too, which I think is about the best way to consume the news on YouTube, honestly.
It is, a lot of time when you're watching like remixes on YouTube, like, because it's so fucking hit or miss where you're trying to find a good, like, funny remix and you get like a minute into one, you're like, this isn't going to take off. And then almost every time you're like, man, this is really a funny one. You'll look and it was Shmo Yoho who uploaded it. Like
the Gregory brothers and all their music, like their secondary channel is, me and my wife have bought more of their songs than I have any record other than Weird Al, any other artist. But like they do these they do these covers of songs, like they took Wrecking Ball and made it a country song. And it's like one of my favorite songs I've ever heard in my life. Like their covers and the way they just deconstruct music. It's
Don't you think Weird Al is underappreciated?
Absolutely. I met that man a couple years back.
Oh, that's cool.
Got to go to his concert and
you
shake
listen
his
to
hand
one of
afterwards.
his albums, you go back and like listen to Dare to Be Stupid or something like that, and you're like, okay, he can sing, I guess. And like, is he even playing an instrument? I don't know. But if you start delving into what he does and the instruments he plays, and like you go through his whole catalog and you see how much like the guys he's trying to sound like he sounds like, I'm like, wish he'd do some original songs once. Like I'd like to hear like one original Weird Al song.
And that's what like nobody realizes. Half of his songs are originals. But when we call it an original, a lot of the times they're what he calls style parodies. And so if you go, Dare to Be Stupid is not a direct cover or direct parody of Devo. It is it's an attempt to replicate their sound in the style of Devo. And so, like, what's so fascinating about that is, again, whenever he covers an artist or whenever he tries to parody him, even though he doesn't legally have to, he will contact them and ask them to do it and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
well, anyway, he sent them that copy of he sent them a copy of Dare to Be Stupid. And then the guy from Devo actually said, well, when you heard Weird Al's style parody, what did you think? And he says, it was the most depressing moment of my life. And they said, why? And he goes, because that's the exact sound we were trying to capture. And I think that's like one of the best moments for that guy's career. All right, so pull the pen. Pull the pen.
Pull the pen.
The like Amish Paradise, all that shit. I love. I really like. I know every word to most of those albums. Unfortunately, there was a period when I was maybe 12 or 13 where I got really into Weird Al, and I just bought every CD there was, and I listened to them.
I bet your parents loved that. Yeah.
I mean, I had headphones on. Like, it wasn't blaring. It was just like, Ben Spit is like a local boy kicked me in the butt last week. I just smiled at him, and I turned the other cheek. I really don't care. In fact, I wish him well, because I'll be laughing my head off when he's burning in hell.
Damn,
that's
you
so
are
good.
a true fan. Yeah.
Every lyric to that song, literally.
My wife got me VIP tickets to see Weird Al 2 years back for my birthday, and we went and saw it, and she just didn't get it. She didn't understand what my obsession was, and I kept trying to explain to her that I'm a 14-year-old boy trapped in a 42-year-old body. That's the problem. But then she saw the concert and she's like, oh my God, that was incredible. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, he has more costume changes than Elton John. And I'm like, yeah, he does. He really does. All right, pull the pen. I see Woody's.
Boogie, I'm sure you get this all the time. Please tell me more about your butt.
Okay, so yes, I hear that every day. When we were trying to fill this home for the first time, we were looking for inexpensive furniture, and we were looking for quick furniture. Sure. So we didn't always check weight limits and stuff. And so we bought some weaker wooden chairs for our dining room. And one day I'm sitting on one, and we hear a cracking noise. And I'm like, oh, got to take that chair out of rotation. We pull it out. We look, the brace is broken a little bit. Take it out to the garage. And my friend Victor takes a look at it. It was during the party. He takes a look at it and he goes, oh, I can fix this. And then unbeknownst to me, puts it back into rotation, which was not a good thing to do.
Yeah,
so one night, I'm sitting there sorting magic cards, and I push back on the chair, and that causes the front leg to push out a little bit, which is what caused it to crack to begin with. Boom, down goes the chair, and I land on the floor and partially on the chair, and that unevenness caused my ass to be bruised in a way you can't imagine. And a lot of people are like, right, well, that's the very first thing is that the entire ass turned black. I did break the skin in one small area, but then my entire ass turned black as night. It was incredible. The bruises like you would not believe. Then I developed a hematoma. And yes, for those who are laughing right now, yes, please feel free to laugh. I know it's an uncomfortable laugh. Here's the thing.
Please. You don't have to tell us.
This is the fattest, guyest problem on the planet, okay? I've fallen a million times. I got real unlucky here. But yes, did I fall 4 feet and that broke my ass? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Lucky I didn't break a hip or anything else. You guys have to remember, my body doesn't produce testosterone, and we only inject enough testosterone on a bi-weekly basis to make sure my muscles still work. He doesn't want to overdo it. So, I don't have the muscular density to survive a fall like that. I'm lucky that I haven't broken bones.
I think that instead of apologizing for getting hurt from a 2 or 3 feet fall, you should be bragging about how you excel at gravity compared to all these peons, right? Like, you guys fucking suck at gravity. You don't understand my level of mastery.
So the skin so everything swelled so much that the skin broke in several places. And
like
so
a rotten tomato.
Right. And I'm bleeding I'm bleeding a black ichor. It's one of the most fucking terrible moments in my life.
I don't know what that means, a black ichor?
Instead of the blood had gotten there and it was bruised dead blood, so instead of bleeding red, I'm bleeding blackish.
Like a black sap almost?
Right, it's almost like that. It's like fucking terrible.
Like an orc.
And so my wife is like, we need to go to the emergency room. And I'm like, here's the thing, honey. I can't sit in a car right now. I can't sit at all. I'm not going to be able to sit for weeks. We're going to have to get an ambulance there. We're going to have to get an ambulance back. And all they're going to do is tell me it's bruised. What can they possibly do? I've been injured a million times in my life. I've been injured without health insurance before. This is just a waste of a $900 ride there, a $900 ride back.
I'm thinking butt massage.
Right.
Oh, that's probably the last thing he wants.
Well, it turns out what they could have done if I had gotten there in the first 24 hours is they could have lanced the hematoma that I didn't know was there. Mm-hmm. But after 24 hours, it had set up. And by the time I did have a doctor look at it, he says it's just going to have to heal naturally. Otherwise, we're going to have a giant abscess in your body that's going to fill up with blood and pus every 24 hours. We're going to have to continuously drain it for weeks and weeks and weeks. And your recovery time will probably be longer if we operate. So
this is a big deal. Like, it's kind of veered away from funny a little bit, but carry on.
Right. So at one point we had a kids basketball sized hematoma on my ass. This bigger, and it caused my ass crack to. It was above right at the top of the crack of my ass. So the top of the crack of my ass, it was so swollen. There was no top of the crack of my ass. It was now swollen outwards. It was exactly there.
Cool. And I'd love to see that. Were there pictures?
There's tons of pictures, and I will send them pictures because I wanted to do progress pics every day, just because I can't see it. So I have my picture. Or my wife takes progress.
Or in case this turns bad, you got to document this shit.
Right, exactly. In case I lose my ass, literally. But
got to sue that chair company or your friend Victor, one or the other,
or both.
It wasn't circular. It was kind of oblong. And so it actually extended right down to the side of my anus. So literally everything was painful, and I'll leave it at that.
Every time you shit, you're shitting through like a big bloody bruise thing on your butthole, and it's like,
Was it really sharp, terrible
it's
pain?
Excruciating.
Was it excruciating bad, or
straight up dull throbbing pain? I've had sharp pain. Sharp pain is teeth, like it was a combination between the lymphedema pain that I deal with every day and like a tooth infection pain, like a combo of those.
That's bad too.
Yeah. It was real. But in a whole new area. And then what was more important is that because of my lymphedema and everything else, I need to get up and I don't want to be the guy on my 600-pound life that never gets out of bed again. I'm not going to fucking do that. Yeah. I need to work. I need to get in here and run my business. So I forced myself, even on day 3, to set up for at least 15 minutes It's 3 or 4 times a day. And holy fuck the pain. Putting 500 pounds on an infected hematoma is not a pleasant experience.
Infected
but
hematoma.
by the end of the
It got
first,
infected?
ended up getting a little bit infected. Not so much that, but we ended up doing antibiotics. My doctor has a standing script for antibiotics because he knows that I know what I'm doing. And so I contacted him on my through our medical network where I can send an email to his nurse, and the nurse bumped it up to him and he said, go ahead and take them. And, if it ever got any worse, we were eventually going to have to take that ambulance ride. Well, at the end of the first week, I was ready to try to stream again. So I was in here for like 30 minutes trying to lean forward like this to not let my butt touch the seat. It was so fucking bad. But it slowly healed. Now it's about 25% of its original size, and it's real damned uncomfortable. But I'm just used to pain. I don't even, whatever. No.
Jesus.
All
right, I want to talk about the testosterone now.
Oh, yeah. Well, hold on. There is an important part of that story that I want to talk about. So, for the viewers who've been listening for me a while, this is going to be the only weight talk we're going to talk about. It's going to be super quick, okay? A lot of people over the last 3 or 4 years have been expecting me to lose weight at this, very fast speed. And you know what? I've lost next to nothing. I gained a bunch of weight, and then I lost it again, and that's where I'm at. I'm pretty much where I was 5 years ago. But the entire goal of this was to try to find medications that helped, try to get my diabetes under control, try to get my heart pressure under control, try to get my hormones under control so that I could eventually qualify for bariatric surgery, or God forbid, maybe get into a gym one day where I can build muscle, at least get me to where I can walk better. Like, that's one of the big primary goals. But the idea was to get me to a point where I would qualify for bariatric surgery. So back just before this fall, I spoke with my weight loss doctor, and my weight loss doctor is like, no, so I told you needed to be right around 490 to lose the weight, to get surgery. And I'm like, yes. He goes, well, I've talked with our bariatric surgeon, and he actually wants you closer to 420. And I'm like, that's 100 more pounds. How am I going to fucking do that? I'm like, I'm barely losing, with this appetite suppressant and these diabetes medications, and I'm throwing up all the time. How am I supposed to fucking lose weight? I can't even keep food down now. How much more can I cut back? And his answer is, well, it doesn't matter because you have to do it. We have to figure it out. And he wants me to do this OptiFast program where I drink like 3 diet shakes in a day, and then I eat a sensible meal for dinner. And I'm like, I can't, but I have to do like weekly group therapy and sit around a bunch of fucking idiots complaining about their shit. And I don't want to.
That would be so helpful. That would be so helpful. I'm thinking about I'm putting myself on your diet plan in my brain right now, and I'm thinking man, that's hard to stick to. You'd really need a support. And before you even said it, I was like, I would need a support system. I'd need some other guys who are also starving themselves to share my stories with. Drove past Burger King, I could smell the flame broiled Whoppers, because you can smell a Burger King. And I bet to a big guy, it's like aphrodisiac. And I was like, I smelled it. And I thought about you, Jason. I thought about what you said last week about how you drove past Five Guys, and I drove myself home and had another shake. That would help me, the support group.
And it would give you competition because you could be like, I'm not going to be the first one to break.
We did go to one of their meetings, and in that meeting, the nurse that was running it was like a 42-year-old woman. She wasn't even very pretty. But there was a guy in the front row.
Okay, Donald Trump. Oh, yeah, there was this guy. She was like a 4.
Right, but I'm saying she was like 42, and she wasn't like hot or anything. It wasn't like she was a fucking model. She was just a normal average person. And this guy kept sexually harassing her right in front of his wife. His wife was right next to her. She's like,
maybe she was
a pretty girl like you. I'll eat whatever you want to, baby. And I'm like, oh, I want to fucking leave. I don't want to be here.
That sounds so uncomfortable.
Bad. It was the most. I was like, I'm never going to do this program. Fuck this program. But anyway. So I made a video about it, and like the fat people hate guys just like fucking zeroed in on me, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna die fat! I can't wait till your wife's mourning you." Whatever. And of course that doesn't make it any easier.
That's really mean spirited.
Yeah,
right.
That doesn't make it any fucking easier. This bad news. So then I fall, and I end up going into to the surgeon, and the surgeon happens to share a facility with a weight loss surgeon. And so that surgeon's like, look, I won't touch your hematoma. The recovery time for surgery would be a lot longer than the natural healing rate of the rate you're currently healing. So you're going to have to do this for another 2 or 3 months, but it would be even longer after surgery, and surgery could make it infected and get even worse. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, have you talked to my partner? And I'm like, nope. And he's like, well, why don't you talk to one of our girls today, because you would qualify for our surgery. And I'm like, well, I don't think you looked at my medical chart, sir. I still weigh more than 100 pounds, about 100 pounds, what you guys want me to weigh. And he goes, no. He's willing to take a risk for a high-profile client like you, I think. And I'm like, really?
Oh, there you go. Second opinion.
So because you're a superstar on the internet?
It's in part. He said that over the last year, he has become increasingly comfortable performing surgery on people of larger size. And ideally, he wants a BMI of 65, which is a huge fucking BMI, by the way. But I'm even higher. And he says
Could you explain the surgery? Because I'm not familiar with what the bariatric, is that what you said?
Yeah, the bariatric surgery is referred. Bariatric generally means like health of morbidly obese people. And so bariatric surgery, there's 3 different types they do in America. The first is one that's just fallen completely out of a plan. It's some sort of like fucking valve system. I forget exactly what they call it. The bands, the stupid bands, which turns out is a terrible technology. Don't let a surgeon do that to you. Most surgeons won't do it anymore. Secondly is the reshaping the stomach into the shape of a sleeve. And then the other one is the bypass, where they basically cut out the majority of the stomach, make it benign and it doesn't really do anything anymore. And then you bypass it by connecting the intestines to this new smaller stomach. And the one that I'm going for, which has the highest success rate, is the one in which they basically remove the majority of the stomach and push it off to the side. Yeah. And then I obviously will have the new and the reason that surgery works so well is because there's this kind of little brain on top of your stomach that does a lot of food thinking for you. And it hands you satiation and things along that lines. Well, by shrinking that new stomach and keeping that connected to it, it doesn't give a shit about that old stomach anymore, and it gives a shit about the new little stomach. Oh, cool. And that new little stomach is easier satiated. It sends the signals to the brain quicker. After a lifetime of overeating, I have a stomach probably the size of 3 of your guys' stomachs.
It changes though really quickly, you know. Like I think it shrinks back down because like I've had like bullshit eating competitions like with friends and stuff before, and I would use water to like drink like a gallon of water as fast as I could, and that's not very fast if you're drinking the whole gallon.
It works the other way too, because after the surgery, I have about a 6-month window to get my shit together, and if I fuck it up, I can easily gain the weight back.
Yeah.
Can you stretch your stomach out back to?
No, it naturally will. They want you to do that, but you have that 6-month period where you have a pea-sized stomach. And then it will continue to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And at the end of 6 months or so, if you're following the diet that they tell you to follow, you're probably going to have a stomach that's around about half the size of a normal size stomach. And by the end of that first year, you're going to have a normal stomach.
But normal is a big improvement compared to where you are now.
But normal is a huge improvement to what I'm doing.
I think what we need, like the surgery that I would want so that I could just eat endlessly, and I don't know how you make this happen in the real world, but I don't want a stomach. I want I swallow something and it just goes right into the intestines, right? Just straight out the back. And I want no nutritional input from my mouth. I would no longer eat my nutrients, calories, any of that. There would be another way to get that into me. Now, I'm not quite sure what that is. Maybe like there's a port. Maybe there's a port now, and you fucking just inject me with like half a liter of some like goo that's like a protein-rich nutrient compound.
Yeah, but then you have to let somebody install a port on you. You definitely don't want that.
If I can eat whatever all right, so here are the benefits right now, okay? So you're probably thinking like, oh, you'd go through all of that just so you can eat whatever you want anytime, milkshakes all day, and just you're shitting vanilla milkshakes all day? Like, that's awful. Like, who would want that? But the thing is, the guy that's injecting you isn't just injecting you with food. He's giving you the perfectly balanced meal, like what a human being should be on. It's like when you put your dog on like some sort of super protein compound or
You're describing Soylent.
When you get the good dog food.
Yeah, you're describing Soylent.
They're one of our sponsors.
That product? It's a nutrition.
Soylent's one of our sponsors. As a matter of fact, they don't recommend you inject it through a port. They want you to imbibe it as
Soylent's an amazing product. I know some people who lost a lot of weight just doing just Soylent instead of like any of these stupid shake diets or whatever. I know people have lost weight doing it. Kept it off. Sure. But anyway,
I tried the cookout shake diet. Didn't work at all.
No.
Anyway, one of the bigger problems that I face is the fact that I get literally every calorie out of every food I eat. Someone with a normal digestive system may not, but I will get literally every calorie out of every food I eat because I have a larger stomach, so I do a lot better job of processing the food. And after years of overeating, I have a larger small intestines. So that means it spins right. Yep. So
Okay, so now here's some science that actually like explains a little. I can wrap my head around why a bigger person might have a harder time losing weight. You're telling me that like I saw on Sesame Street one time that my large and small intestine is like really long, right? Like 25 feet, 50 feet or something like
It's
that.
upsettingly long.
Way too long. You're saying that, and so my food has to travel, let's just call it 30 feet, because somebody Google it for God's sake. It's got to travel 30 feet, and I'm absorbing nutrients through that 30 feet, but yours might be traveling 40 feet, and so you're getting more calories out of the same Twinkie you think apply to your body.
Right. And so, okay, so let me, before I say anything, I'm going to talk about the reasons it's difficult for me to lose weight. I am not going to make these excuses. These are not fucking excuses. It is still a matter of calories in and calories out, and I still have to do the fucking exercise and the fucking work. And no matter what you hear from me right now, this is not an excuse for you to pick this up and go, well, you know what? I have a longer intestine, therefore I can't lose weight. I'm going to stay fat. Fuck that and fuck you. Get off your ass and do the fucking work. And same for me. And I keep that in mind every day. But these are the reasons. These are the extra factors I face. Obviously, the testosterone. I can't build muscle, and I know you want to pull that pin, and we will. Then I have the metabolic system. I have a very shitty metabolic system after years and years of obesity, and after years and years of sitting on my ass, and after years and years of overeating. You have the satiation problem, the fact that you guys can eat a normal amount of food and feel satisfied, and that won't even make me feel not hungry. Then you're dealing with the fact that I am diabetic, and diabetes. Because I'm diabetic and because I'm insulin resistant, I have to increase the amount of insulin in my body. And a lot of the medications makes it more difficult to lose weight, and being insulin resistant itself makes it more difficult to lose weight because the process that burns the fat simply just won't perform. And these are some of the issues that I face. But it's still, I mean, at the end of the day, if I starved myself and I tried to get more exercise, eventually it would come off just very, very slowly. Unfortunately for me, I'm at a point where I don't really have that room anymore. And so a lot of people are like, surgery is the cheap way out, the easy way out. You still have to diet, you still have to exercise with surgery, and you have to do it just as well, and you have to do it for the rest of your life. And if not, you put the weight back on. This is giving my system a jump start and a new chance. And the window is closing for me. I could be dead in 3 to 5 years if I don't take the shot. So anyway,
I feel like sometimes people who are successful with their weight undercut that it might be easier for them. And what's opened my eyes to this recently is my mother-in-law's with us. And Boogie, you might not know this, but my mother-in-law is very sick. And
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she's super duper sick, and she's battling anorexia right now. And we put food in front of her meal after meal. It's not abnormal at all for her to have like 2 or 3 lunches and 2 or 3 dinners prepared in hopes that one of them will spark an interest, because food to her is just not it's something that she has to force herself to do in an effort to try to get better. And I see that, and it's like, oh man, the attractiveness of food, the way that it varies between people, has so much to do with how much of it you eat. And but people don't see that sometimes. They just think oh, here's a high disciplined person and here's a low disciplined person, and it's not always as nice as that. I see. Go on.
And then a lot of people don't consider mental health as a problem. And so I'm going to talk about some of you guys I've never talked about. I very rarely ever talk about it. I mentioned it on the stream a couple of times. But people who've experienced the kind of abuse that I've had, the mental stuff and the physical stuff and the other stuff, which I don't really even like to put a name to, one of the classic things that those people will do is eat themselves to damn near death. And if you look at a particular period in time of my life, at the timeline when I really started putting on weight, it happens to coincide with a very traumatic thing that a female family member did to me at a very young age. And oops, we never consider the mental health aspects of it as well. It's always about excuses and not doing the work and not putting in the work. But that's what these support groups are designed to help you understand. And these support groups are there to help you learn. And I've been in plenty of them, and Overeaters Anonymous and stuff like that. We've talked to people that are in that. I have weight loss groups and on Facebook and stuff like that. The story is old as time. The patterns are there, and the people who aren't educated on that aren't going to be educated on it. The people that don't want to be educated on it will refuse, and that's okay. That's fine. But it all plays into the shit, Yeah. But I'm just glad to still be alive. I mean, there's still no excuses. There's still no excuses to look the way I look, and I get that. I understand that. I still got to do the work, and I'm okay with that.
Just a quick note for people looking at the screen messed up. Kyle dropped off. He usually comes back real quick, so I'm not going to.
Because he wants to hear all about this testosterone good stuff.
Yes. Oh, he's been pinning lots of things on his Google Maps. Yeah,
I like the silent way. He's like, don't miss that. It's a nice non-interruptive way.
That's good. That's something we're going to keep.
Yeah.
The human body's fucking fascinating, isn't it? Though.
It is.
Just everything about it. Like the fact that I could survive like this. You know, I know what I look like naked. Jesus Christ, man. The fact that my body could survive this, and the fact that there's medications out there, medical science is incredible. Because to be honest with you, were it not for a CPAP machine, I'd have been dead at 30.
If
I didn't start using my CPAP machine at 30,
you guys
I
have
would have been dead by
CPAP
now.
and BPAP.
Yeah, can we do CPAP talk for just a second?
Oh, sure, man. That'll be riveting stuff for your listeners.
I won't even get it.
I hear where you're coming from.
It is basically I use a breathing machine because the problem I have, I don't know what yours is, Woody, but the problem I have is I'm heavy enough to where my breathing airways kind of get shut down a little bit when I relax. And so what happens is I have a condition called sleep apnea because my airways relax so much and the weight and everything else pushes down to close those airways. My body can't breathe very well, so I struggle. The whole time I'm trying to sleep is actually not restful. And in fact, sometimes I will have up to, I think, 25 interruptions of sleep in an hour when they did my sleep study. I will just lay there and stop breathing and hold my breath for as long as my body will let me in the hopes that I can get 8 seconds or maybe 30 seconds of restful sleep and then wake back up gasping for air with a resting heart rate of 120 beats a minute. You know, just trying to.
So let me ask you this, because I also have sleep apnea, and I don't mean to brag, but I'm kind of a big deal in the.
Oh, you are.
How many times per hour do you wake up?
I think during my sleep study they said 25 episodes. 25 episodes.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
How are you?
67.
Woo!
Yeah, 67.
That's more than one a minute, Woody.
It is. I
How
asked
are you
him.
even, it's just
I asked him, I'm like, did I break a record? And they said no, but I was like, I competed for it. And they have me on a BPAP machine, which is like a little more hardcore than a
that
CPAP.
pushes in as well, right?
Oh,
that kind of like helps
yeah, that's
breathe
right.
in.
Yeah, that's right.
Mine only helps me. Mine only helps me breathe in. Yours also helps you breathe out, I think.
how does
Right?
it help
Yes.
you breathe out?
Is that the
Is it
difference?
like a little bit of suction or something to get the air back out?
So I have, I don't know if sleep apnea talk is interesting, but there's two kinds of sleep apnea. One is obstructive sleep apnea, which Boogie's already described, where kind of your airway will close sometimes. The other is involuntary, maybe, I forget, but where like, even if your airway is opened through like a CPAP machine, your brain just doesn't tell you to breathe all the time. It just takes a break. And I have both. So sometimes it's because in my case, I guess my airway weakened. It's a thing that happens with age, and my snoring got worse. And then I also have, I guess you call it a brain disorder of some sort, where I just don't breathe automatically like you're supposed to.
Wow.
So
Well, that sounds horrible. I hope I don't have to get one of those machines. I already have enough trouble sleeping. I can't imagine trying to sleep with straps on your face in a certain position. Like, that sounds awful.
dude, I took a nap today with the BPAP machine. It's the first time I used it, like at home. And look, I kind of want to give an honest review, and I hate people who do reviews on products they've owned for an hour. But like out of the gate, it seems like magic. It seems like, oh my God, my breathing is great. I'm not snoring. I'm so quiet. My wife caught me napping and came up and hugged me. She said I sounded like a church mouse. Yeah. And like it was just, and it's more restful. People on BPAPs and CPAP machines typically need less sleep than people who just sleep naturally because we have mechanically assisted super sleep. So, yes.
So if I were to use it, I could be one of those people who only sleeps for like 5 hours a night, maybe.
Yeah, you would ascend to a god.
You would just
No,
be so
no,
on point with everything all day.
But that was like the first time my weight ever caught up with me was when I was suffering with the sleep apnea. So I did not realize that this is why I was an insomniac in my 20s. But I would just refuse to sleep for 3 or 4 days at a time, and then I would eventually crash. I was like a fucking meth addict. And one day I'm sitting there watching something on my computer, and I take my pulse because I notice I'm like sweating a little bit, and I'm like, something's wrong. And I check my pulse, and I counted at 130 beats a minute, and I'm like, that ain't normal. But then I also realized that I'm missing every 10th beat, and that's definitely not right. So I immediately go into the emergency room, which was a terrible decision back then because the amount of money this cost me, you can't even imagine, uninsured. But I walk in there, and they're like, well, you have both tachycardia and arrhythmia right now. tachycardia meaning your resting heart rate is off the chain, and your arrhythmia meaning you're missing beats. So you have to be hospitalized immediately because you're about to have a heart attack. And I'm like, oh my God. So I stay in the hospital for a week as they try to regulate things. And I'm staying in a hospital bed, so I'm sleeping, setting up, which forces my airway to naturally open up. So it starts to correct itself. They send me back home at the end of that week, and guess what? Right back into it, right back into heart attack territory. I go back in for a week. They regulate me. I go back home, back into heart attack territory. I go back in. I'm in for another week. And at the end of that week, my brother, who has a doctorate in health science, asks for my medical charts, and they send them to him with my permission. And he's like, well, why aren't you treating a sleep apnea? And this is back when they weren't treating sleep apnea ever. And so this is like, we're talking 96, 96, I don't know, well, whatever, like 12 years ago, actually. God, I guess it wouldn't be that long. Anyway, the doctor goes, his what? That's what my brother said. The doctor said, treating his what? So they looked into it, and they were able to contact the breathing people out there who did the oxygen and stuff. They did have a CPAP machine. They brought it in, and it was night and day. I came into that hospital in a wheelchair, and I walked out. You know, I was able to walk out. They also scooted me out in a wheelchair, but like,
so I'm not hoping to learn to walk again. But I like, there's a whole bunch of symptoms that come with not sleeping well. Like it can give you low T, it gives you more hunger, it gives like low energy, like a whole bunch of things that I'm hoping to, that I would
rest. Like, it just not getting enough sleep like throws a wrench into literally everything, because it's like everything that your body needs to do needs energy, and sleep is the way you get that energy in a lot of the way. Like, you can't just eat your way through an all-nighter and be like, oh, these pills, like this Adderall keep me going. Like, yeah, maybe you'll get it for like that day as you take your exam, but like, no, that's not happening in real life.
It's
like,
when your body heals.
Run yourself
right?
ragged.
Maybe I wouldn't be sick for as long as I've been sick if I didn't wake up once a minute. Like,
yes.
So I'm real hopeful that
it's gonna. If it's anything like me or the 20 or 30 other people I've talked to that use one, it's gonna be night and day.
Yeah. If I have my numbers right, moderate sleep apnea starts at waking up like 20 times an hour, and severe starts at 30. And again, I'm at 67.
I talked to my dad about this because I was, I had your numbers, right? You were at like 67 or whatever an hour. I was like, and my dad has a CPAP, and I was asking him, I was like, because we never talked about this, but he's like, oh yeah, you make that appointment, then you got to go do that sleep study, and that lady's documenting while I sleep in that room, and his was like upper 50s or something like that. Okay. Like his was a bunch too. And we were talking about how he's got the CPAP. I don't know how they differ, but his is a mask that's forced onto his face, and there's this constant air pressure. How does it work though? I'm curious because because what I'm wondering is, like, when you exhale, where does that air go? Like, is it circulating air the whole time? Like with scuba, when you got a thing on, you're blowing the bubbles out the regulator every time you exhale. How does the
way my CPAP machine does is it creates a pressurized system so that pushes my nasal cavity and my airways open by pressurizing, right? Like, so blowing in
like a balloon.
Right, pretty much that. And then the air can pass through in and out of that. And my machine is smart enough to know when I'm inhaling and when I'm exhaling. So it raises the pressure when I inhale and lowers the pressure when I exhale. A BiPAP is different than that. It will actually create a little suction to help you get some of that air out, is my understanding of it. But I could be wrong.
Kick off a breath if you fail to. So it'll be like, you know what? It's been like 12 seconds since Kyle breathed. I'm going to tell him to. And that's how a BPAP differs from a CPAP. Mm-hmm.
I think his has some sort of program in it based on his sleep study. So the pressure goes up throughout the night is the way he described it.
Yeah, mine has a ramp up time too. It's 20 minutes.
Cool. Yeah, I can't do the ramp up time because I'll end up falling asleep ahead of time and then I get a huge headache.
He was talking about this thing. He's like some, it's high pressure on your face and it's like strapped on. He says he has been asleep and like getting in the right position so that like the air could escape like around on his cheek. And he goes, and like vibrates your face violently. Right. He's like, so you wake up and you're like, oh.
I ended up moving to a nasal and capsule thing, so it has way less fitting issues because my weird looking face, is as big and fat as it is. Then the facial hair makes it even worse. So I ended up doing the nasal only. The problem is if I lay on my side, sometimes my mouth is and it's just blasting air out of my mouth.
Is it like a strap that comes around or two pillows? Oh, it's like
I
a
went
small
with
one. Oh, yeah.
right. So instead of covering the mouth and nose, it just covers the nose. But if I'm ever, I normally sleep on my stomach like this, which is one of the reasons I have back trouble. But I sleep on my stomach like this, which keeps my mouth shut, and it's just the most blissful sleep in the world.
All right, I got to get to the testosterone, unless you covered that while.
No, we did not. I waited for you.
Yep.
So as a bit of a preamble for that, Woody and I are always talking about performance-enhancing drugs, because we watch a lot of sports that every sport has that as a big part of them, I guess now. But we see that, and we see these results that the fighters that we like have, and even fighters going into their 40s and stuff, and you see these guys, 37 to 43 who still have the body and the vitality of like a early 20-year-old guy, and it's interesting to see. And so Woody's been looking at what's called TRT. I'm sure but it's testosterone replacement therapy. Basically, they I hope I'm not getting this wrong. They test your blood, see what your testosterone level actually is, and then they raise it up to where they think it should be. For you.
Yeah,
right.
Or even better than should be, like where it could be, where it used to be,
at like a 22 level.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get the testosterone of a 44-year-old man. I probably have that. Fuck that. I want to be 22, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like you're on it as very medically. I look at it myself as a 30-year-old man as something virtually recreational. Of course, under a doctor's regimen, I'd never start ordering fucking D-ball off the internet and shooting up in my ass or anything. But if there's a clinic I can go to where a medical professional will test my blood and be like, hey, you could stand a little more. It certainly wouldn't hurt anything. And you just be more of a man, because that's literally what it is. If you think about it.
Right, exactly.
Everybody's a little bit afraid to say that it's going to make you more of a man, because you want to think, oh, I'm all the man I need to be, God damn it. But it is literally making you more of a man than you were before by its very nature. It doesn't matter if you're the fucking fucking Burt Reynolds. You give him some fucking tea, he's more of a man than he was before.
He's more Burt Reynolds than ever before.
I love how Burt's the guy you chose.
And so I recreationally, like, ooh, I'd like that would be cool to like be on it, and like it would make me work out. That's what I've always spent money on supplements as a way to force myself to work out. It's not that I believe the horse shit on the back of the bottle unless it's protein or creatine. It's that I spent $120 on that shit. I gotta and I'm eating it and forcing it down my throat. Like, let's go fucking work out for an hour a day. You have to, or
and
you're
it might
wasting
change things,
money.
right? If you're on testosterone, you might be skipping to the gym, right? You could kill yourself on Tuesday and be 100% on Wednesday, right? Like,
exactly.
My legs take 8 days to recover from like a hard leg workout. It's so bad that it's like, God, I don't even want to do it again. I don't want to go back because I'm not 100% for like a week after.
And that only gets worse as you get older, by the way. Just so you know, it gets fucking terrible. But so I may have told this story the last time I was on the show, so I'll try to make it brief.
Fast forward.
But somebody, I'm complaining about not being able to lose weight on Twitter, which is pretty much like 98% of my tweets. And somebody says, "Hey Boogie, I'm 500 pounds too, and I had a lot of trouble losing weight." And of course, I was expecting Biggest Loser numbers, and I'm certainly not getting them. And so I eventually went to my doctor, and of all the things he tested, he also tested for my testosterone levels. And it turned out my testosterone levels were a little bit low because of how big I was. He upped my testosterone levels, and now I'm in the gym 3 days a week. And I'm like, that's incredible. The last time I went to the gym, I injured my back. I didn't go back because of it. And that was just from swimming, kids. That was me getting out of the pool and just gravity crushing my spine. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to ever fucking do that again.
I'm super curious about that. Were you climbing out the wall? Were there steps, a ladder?
Climbing up the stairs, just the stupid
He just
stairs.
grabbed
Think
the
about it.
diving
Think
board
about what
some
gravity is
kids
doing
do.
to his body in that moment, though. He's going from being somewhat buoyant to that buoyancy is leaving, and so the weight is being applied to his body in a really weird stack. Like he's getting heavier from top to bottom by some freak of nature because it's water and he's walking out of it. So that makes sense. It put a lot of pressure on the middle of your back somewhere, I bet.
Right.
You should have gotten out faster.
You should have crawled out, rolled out.
Some sort of
I also
trebuchet.
slipped a little bit, and I think that was the other issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But anyway, so long story short, I was already seeing a doctor pretty regularly there. This is back when I was on disability. That was well after disability, actually, because I was with my wife when I injured my back. But anyway, I talked to the doctor, And I was still going to that clinic, though, the same clinic. I was a paying patient at the clinic that used to see me when I was on disability because they do a cut rate thing for people of need. And they're like, when you get out of that, if you want to continue to use this doctor, you can, and you can be a paying patient, and then you can help supplement everybody else that, needs the help. And I'm like, absolutely, let's fucking do that. So I didn't want to change doctors. But he ends up, he does the blood test, and he's like, all right, you have no testosterone. And I'm like, really? It's like, yeah, you're supposed to have this number. And I think my number was 30, which is like unheard of because testosterone could go up into the thousands. Right. And so I'm like, well, so what do we need to do? Because we need to get testosterone into you immediately because your muscles currently can't repair, Stephen. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but it's not like I'm really working out. He goes, no, Stephen, your heart is a muscle. And I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. Let's start injecting me right now. Right. And so it's a long, arduous process to get access to it because there's so much abuse. Right. And it was a huge pain in the ass to finally get it, but I finally get it. And I'm starting to take it. And that doctor eventually says to me, it's like, I don't feel comfortable doing this. We need to send you to an endocrinologist. I'm afraid that the fucking FDA or someone's going to come down on me because I'm not supposed to be prescribing testosterone, and endocrinologist is who you need to go to. So he refers me to one. And during the very first meeting, the endocrinologist comes in and he goes, I'm excited to meet you. And I'm like, oh, I'm excited to meet you too. And he's like, I'm like, I do YouTube or something? He goes, well, no, it's just I've never seen anybody with your case. And I'm like, oh, really? And he goes, so you're a hermaphrodite, correct? And I said, what? He said, what?
Show me that big pussy.
Right. Let's
see it.
Did Trump touch you?
You have both sexual organs, correct? And I said, no, sir. And so he looks at my wife and he goes, is that correct?
Like you're lying and she's going to spill the beans about your blood.
No, he's got a pussy.
And
yeah, he's got a pussy.
And she goes, no, he only has a penis and testicles. And goes, are they normal? And she goes, no, they're perfectly normal. And he goes, oh, do I have the wrong file? Because you're Stephen Williams, correct? I'm like, yes, sir. And he goes, is this your birth date? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, sir, can you hop up on the table and remove your pants? He checked. He checked to make sure that I didn't have a vagina no one knew about.
How shocked would you have been if he was like, oh, yeah, right here in the crease? Yeah.
Right.
I'm surprised you never noticed it before.
No.
You just thought you had a sweaty ass. You just really are easily arousable.
He actually explored my anus because apparently that is a place your vagina can be. Your vagina should be connected with your anus.
Asshole.
Right.
Oh my God.
There's actually a story. If you Google that, there's a story about a dude on Reddit who discovered that he had a vagina and it was in his butthole. Anyway, he explained to me the reason he believed that is because my hormones are just completely fucked and going the wrong way. And so basically, I've produced. Oh, hi, Sammy. Do you want to be here while I tell the story? Okay. But he explained to me that I had so much estrogen in my body. That it was confusing markers. So he did a full body exam and he discovered that I had female breasts, basically. My nipples are not female, but I have a tremendous amount of breast tissue. Think Peter Griffin off of that Family Guy episode. So much so that I had to go in and get a mammogram to make sure, to see how much of it was female breast tissue and to make sure that I had no problems in there. And that's, but so there are some issues with the, so he said basically based on what he could tell, I had never produced enough testosterone from a childhood age because that's what explains all the breast tissue and everything else. And that I've been producing a tremendous amount of estrogen because of the fat, and fat produces estrogen. So my body is just terribly confused. And that's one of the reasons I've put on so much weight. One of the reasons activity has been so difficult. So he is not comfortable giving me enough testosterone to really perform. He doesn't want it to be performance enhancing because he can get in trouble for doing that. And he also doesn't even want to get me to a Midland level. He wants to keep me at the bare minimum because of the fact that it can lead to colon cancer. It can lead to an enlarged prostate. It can lead to all kinds of different issues. So his opinion is, as an endocrinologist, the minimal amount is ideal. So this is where it leads to when you watch these Biggest Loser type shows where people lose tremendous amount of weight, a lot of people don't realize is that they steroid the shit out of those people. They jack those people up. They inject them with everything they can get their hands on, every supplement, every medical thing, every advantage,
How
steroids,
can I get
you
on The
name it.
Biggest Loser? Because I want to be
Right.
jacked. Someone
so
treat
your
me
story
like
is
a
making-
steer.
Your story's making me think that Kyle and I couldn't just go out on a lark and get TRT just because Woody's doing it. Is that probably
it's-
true?
Not
no,
to his
it's super-
endocrinologist. No, you couldn't. But there are plenty.
Super easy to get it under the table. I had it offered
Oh,
to
no,
me.
on the table. Like there's plenty of clinics who will say they're doing one thing, but they're like Dr. Dude in LA hooking you up with a marijuana prescription. You know, like, oh, what's your ailment, bro? Feeling blue? Yeah, this will do it. You know, like I guarantee, like there's somewhere to get those fucking steroids under a doctor's supervision. They would give them to me. I believe it so much. I almost want to go do it just to make it happen, and I want them anyway.
Right. Well,
I'm very tempted. I Googled
I'm not
it
going to
today.
be
There's
the
a
only
clinic.
one on the show not yelling and getting
Look, I'm
furious
saying-
over
I'm
non-issues.
saying
not
that
hard
if
for
some
me.
point, that's a myth, by the way. But I will tell you at some point, here's what's not a myth. When you're 42 and you can't piss, Kyle, you're going to regret it. When
What,
you're
enlarged
42
prostate?
right, yeah. When you're
Yeah, I'm
42,
gonna have that I already had mine removed. I'm way ahead of the
Get
stage.
your prostate removed.
No,
Yeah,
that would
yeah, I
cause you not to get
preempted that thing,
erections.
That was preemptive.
I got the pump though. Oh, it's incredible.
Ooh.
I want one. Have you seen those pumps where you got like a button on your testicles and you're like,
Dude, I saw a guy on a talk show with one, like one
I've
of the
seen
morning
it.
talk
It's
shows.
Oh yeah, we talked about it.
He
You told me
loved
about
it
that
so
too.
much. He's like, everybody needs one just as a backup system. What?
Yeah, imagine
in
if there
case.
was like no mental thing to getting an erection at all. Like it was literally like turning on, like flipping a switch, because that's what it is. They just go down there and they push a button that's like in their scrotum, in their sack, like, and like it's a little pump, and they pump up their fucking cock, and then when they're done, they deflate it. And I would imagine that like if you wanted to look better in like your underwear, you could and just go right.
Oh,
Just give
that's
yourself.
a brilliant idea,
Give
right?
yourself a pump and a half, and that's where
Wow.
you stay from now
Oh,
on.
so you
It-
get yourself up to like 16% and just walk around there.
And you know some guy out there, because we've seen those guys who inject their muscles to make them look fucking
With
freaky.
synthol.
Some guy
yeah.
pumped that motherfucker one too many times, and pow!
Yeah.
But you know,
That's like a different kind of body dysmorphia of like anorexia are those guys who inject the synthol into their arms, and when they get to the point of where it's like they didn't even take the time to synthol, like their synthol budget wasn't big enough for any other muscles. They had to pick one muscle group, and that is bicep, tricep, and that's it. And so they have like normal man shoulders, not broad, and then just these bowling balls packed under goofy looking rubbery skin. And like that, and they like look at it in their interviews like they're like impressing people, you know. And it's
love
like
that stuff,
you don't
man.
realize that everyone is looking at you like that person is mentally ill, like that they've handicapped themselves with big breast implants in their arms with no functionality. Basically, you just got really jiggly arms. They're not even firm muscles. Everybody sees right away. Like you got to wear a really fucking tight sweater to make that look presentable.
Dude,
those synthol arms.
If you get Google synth, I'm going to show you the whole.
it's hard to look at sometimes.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
but like the first image, it's exactly what Taylor's talking about. This guy doesn't
Yep.
have much of a chest.
His
Clearly,
There
neck,
you go.
or there's traps or
yeah,
whatever.
he did his traps, his bis and tries, left the pecs completely alone, and
Yeah.
his
Look at
forearms
his neck. It looks
look
like his head
mine.
is coming out of a. It looks like his head's coming out of foreskin. There, like he's got.
It's like if
Sure it
anyone's
does.
old enough to have seen Popeye, it's those kind of muscles, like silly,
Oh God! Oh
Cartoonish.
God! I just clicked on someone whose muscle erupted.
exploded. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Oh God! Oh
Yeah, man,
God!
you go down that dark hole of YouTube and find it. Like after that video will be like some guy getting his arm Kimura'd out of socket, and then the video after that is like a fucking gas explosion in a kitchen. Like you can go down that rabbit hole of scary shit on the internet.
That is gross to me, and I've seen me naked, so that gives you my frame of reference.
Just real quick
All
on
right,
the
that-
screen is the kind of nose thing that I wear to sleep, in case anyone wants to picture me
Sexy.
sleeping.
I mean that when I say that, like a lot of the apparati, if you will, looks super lame. Let's be honest. Like I always go back to that moment in The Sopranos where Tony sees Uncle Junior's, and he's like, how many MIGs you shoot down with that thing? You know, because it looks pretty lame. That looks cool and futuristic, and I you could get laid. You could be like, you could take that off and get some pussy. I can see that happening. And I'm sure that was in your head. You're like, there's no way that I'm going to be in bed.
That
and
was
look over like, hey, how you feeling tonight? Like you're like Bane over there with a big man.
Jim Norton posted a picture of himself. Now, I guess to keep your mouth closed, I'm not sure what the deal is, but he has a chin strap, and he has like a big thing. It covers, I think, his nose and his mouth with a chin strap and this and that, and it's hard to be sexy wearing that one. And
Yeah. Have you seen his new special?
no,
I wanted to talk about that a bit. So
Yes.
last night I watched 3 Netflix comedy specials. I watched both Dave Chappelle's back to back, excellent, and then I watched Jim Norton's. I laughed more at Jim Norton than I did at either of Dave Chappelle's things. I think definitely more than his second one. I watched them back to back. One of them is in
he
maybe
did 2. Like,
he did two specials in different cities. He's completely different jokes, completely different audiences, completely different nights. He put 2 fucking brand new specials on Netflix. Ba-da-da. They're just out there. They're
I don't see that much.
great.
That
They're
man is a
both
god.
great. They're
I
very,
love
very
Chappelle.
good. His
Everybody
new
loves
set is
Dave
hilarious.
Chappelle.
He talks about, like, I don't know if you know, but he got booed off the stage like a couple years ago or something, in maybe
I guess
Jersey. I don't
everybody
remember.
does not.
And
Probably
he tells
Philly.
it might have been. He starts explaining that night.
With a
He's like,
bracelet, fled to Africa. Yeah.
he explained that night. He's like, now they said on the news that I was drunk and got booed off stage. I was not drunk. I was high, and I was booed, but I did not leave the stage. He's like, this is gonna be a long bomb. I knew it. He's like, I had been smoking some reefer with some rappers, and their weed is a lot stronger than what I was used to. He's like, I took 2 puffs, and I was like, I'm a bomb tonight, nigga. This is gonna be bad. He's like, and then I heard like in slow motion, and now Dave Chappelle, and he just explains this. He tells this whole story of bombing stoned as fuck on the stage, and it being a news story and being super embarrassing. He tells the story about being extorted, where somebody had a video cassette of him fucking a chick, and they mail it to him with a letter that says "Gotcha," and he's like, oh, I was terrified. So I masturbated real quick, and then I called the FBI. It's like, oh my god! Like he jerked off to the tape before he called the FBI. Like, all of
I'm gonna
the
need
both
to watch
specials,
those.
they're
Yeah,
really
that
fucking
sounds
good.
The Jim Norton one, that was like, I've watched all Jim Norton specials before, and I've always maintained like, yeah, his stand-up's fine. I saw him live, and it was hilarious, but stand-up's so much easier to enjoy live. But like, I've always been like, he shines the most on radio because he's so fucking quick. He's so on point with every little joke. He's always got a quip. Like, he's the best in the business at that.
That's why I was
bar
glad
none.
when he messed with the audience a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
and he
wish I could
messed
remember
with them
that
a little
quick.
bit. But
He
this is
nailed
his
that
best
guy.
special. This is his best special far and away. Like, it's not even close compared to his other ones. I was laughing more at this one than probably every previous one
He had the
combined.
quickest
Like,
retort.
this one is better. This one is better than Bill Burr's most recent one. Which, if you had told me 6 months ago, hey, you're gonna like the Jim Norton one more than the Bill Burr one, I would have been like, yeah, probably not. You're high.
I'd have
But-
thought the same thing about anything. You know,
There you go.
if you told me that Dave Chappelle was going to put out a special and I'd like Jim Norton's more, I think the same. So in order, I would say that like I like they're called like 1 and 2 or something. Like they're like episodes, but believe me, this is not like these are 2 legitimate hour-long specials. Because there's 2, like you might think that is this some kind of like Key and Peele bullshit? He even took a shot at Key and Peele. He's like, I had to watch Key and Peele do my show for years. You know? They're very funny, and the audiences are very different. One of them, I think it might have been in San Francisco or somewhere like that. It seemed like a real liberal, diverse crowd, and then the other one's in Austin, Texas. You know, with a completely white crowd. And he's dressed differently in both of them. The funniest part, and this is not a spoiler of any kind, like I don't want to spoil his jokes because, you know, you hear him, first time you hear him, they're the best. He's like, anybody got a cigarette in the audience? He's like, he's doing one of those things where he's like standing on a runway type thing where they're surrounding him on 3 sides. He's like, anybody got a cigarette? And people throwing cigarettes on the stage. They kind of rain down. He's like, picks one up, Marlboro Menthol. I don't know about that. The Newport. And then he sort of does a little sleight of hand. And he's got a joint. He's got a joint. And he's fucking toking that joint and just kind of be a little discreet about it while he fucking gets... And he smokes the whole joint. And you just see him like get higher and higher and his eyelids getting heavy. And he's sitting there. And this is like, yeah, he's getting baked right now in the middle of this special. And he's not missing a beat.
He's in California, though. And so, like, I think... there's like laws where it's like, oh, you can still smoke indoors if it has to do with the production or it has to do with something that like you're currently doing or putting on a show. And so if you're in a play, you can smoke a real cigarette inside. Like,
yeah,
maybe because weed is legal in California now. So maybe that was just
your private residence. I think the way that the law is, right now. And definitely during the recording of his special would have been that like he couldn't smoke that where he was. And I don't quite remember if he smoked that joint in Austin or in Cali, because he was real discreet about it. And it was I caught it, but like he didn't make light of it, and like it wasn't a bit. There was one point where he's talking about OJ, and he's like, he probably didn't do it. He like, you know, he's clearly like knows OJ fucking killed the guy. He tells 4 stories about meeting OJ. He met him 4 different occasions, and they were like different.
Well, I will definitely watch those.
Yeah.
Later, because those sound really good.
Yeah, I just want to go watch them right now. Damn it,
they're fucking great.
I know.
Ad right here. What's the first thing you put on and the last thing you take off? It's your underwear. Make your most important piece of clothing the best it can be with MeUndies. MeUndies are designed in LA and made from sustainably sourced micromodal, a fabric 3 times softer than cotton. MeUndies, softer than soft, luxurious undies, come in an ever-changing selection of classic colors, bold shades, and adventurous patterns. So you can tailor your undies to your own personal style. And guess what? You can save time and money each time with a monthly subscription. And if you're not ready for a subscription, that's okay. You can still save. That's because MeUndies is offering us 20% off your first pair. Just use our special URL, MeUndies.com/PKA, and you get 20% off your first pair. Go ahead, revamp your underwear drawer. You deserve it. Once again, that's MeUndies.com/PKA, MeUndies.com/PKA. That's exactly what I did. I revamped my underwear drawer. It used to be full of, I had like a lot of like, I think Fruit of the Loom, like those multi-pack underwear. They were like, I don't know, there's like a hunter green one and a white one and a black one. And then maybe I'd have like 1 or 2 nice pairs of underwear. But no, all that crap's gone. It's all MeUndies. The whole drawer is full of it. Mm-hmm. They're all like different styles and shades and patterns and stuff. And
I can see my MeUndies from here. And you're right. They're slowly infiltrating and gentrifying, so to speak, my underwear drawer, making it great. They're fixing all those old
that
shitty underwear.
Racist.
Have you?
When you
I
say
don't know.
gentrify, you know the existing old shitty people. We're getting those out, and
no, not the old shitty people. They're bringing in new
we said
businesses. I mean,
gentrifying.
new businesses,
Shitty
new money. But the
All that
underwear.
multicolored
Have you tried to put on regular? I tried to wear regular
Low-income
boxers
underwear.
where it was like those shitty. Shitty bands on boxers where it's not really that tight and they're loose, so you have no control, and they have that zip that fly doesn't have a button. It's just you've fallen out all over the place. You have to like do little like weird tuck backs.
Those
to get
are
it back.
not good underwear.
They are not good. And if you try and wear those after MeUndies, like it would be like trying to get a Haitian kid to go back on the free shitty food we shipped him after we gave him like dinner at Morton's or something. Like they'd be like, "Oh, this is why you're shipping fucking Pringles to me, because you guys are eating this over there." But yeah, it's a world of difference. Your underwear, you deserve to be comfortable and to have some control for your genitals. Keep them strapped down, keep it neat. That's what people like. Anyway.
And now texture. 2016 was one for the books. The Cubs finally won the World Series. We said goodbye to far too many celebrities. And the election? Game changer. 2017 is a whole new world, and it's easy to stay informed using the Texture app with access to all of the top magazines right on your tablet or phone. Texture app has gone beyond delivering just the magazine itself. They've made it easy to find and enjoy the articles that you want to read with daily recommendations, exclusive interactive features, videos, and more. Texture makes magazines easy, and there are so many great ones out there like Rolling Stone, Forbes, and Time. Texture is searchable. You can mark what you like, check out back issues, view bonus video content, and they even curate articles and magazines just for you or whoever you're giving Texture to this year. Texture is normally $9.99 a month, and you get over 200 magazines. But if you sign up right now at texture.com/PKA, you get a 14-day free trial. Why on earth would you subscribe to just a couple of magazines when you could have all of the best ones on your smartphone or tablet, all for way, way less? Plus, Texture has selected as one of Texture was selected as one of Apple's top 2016 iPad apps. So start your free trial today and download the Texture app. Right now, Texture is offering our listeners here 14-day free trial when you go to texture.com/PKA. That's 14 days for free when you go to texture.com/PKA.
Very cool. Neat service.
Check them out. Stay informed.
Do you want to talk about any
two
politics?
topics. Well, 3 now. So, okay, let's throw it out there.
3 now.
Politics talk?
Hey, before we get into politics, let me go ahead and say, by the way, there was huge miscommunication by your audience that thought, one night somebody asked me if I wanted to be on PKA again. And I was like, yeah, of course. I don't know. The last time we were on there, those guys were pretty Trumpy, and now seems like a bad time to be going back on there. Because I didn't know, like right after that election, I was getting bombarded by centipedes who were like, "Oh, you're gonna die now, you fat fuck. We're just gonna take away your health care. I can't wait till you're fucking dead. You fat shit. Why should I pay for your health insurance?" It's like, I don't want to go fucking talk to these people right now. And it's nothing personal. It was nothing personal. It's just I thought more people from your audience would think, here's another fat cuck. What in the, I don't know. I just man, so much. Hey, I'm gonna wait.
Boogie, I feel like you're trying to steal my mantle with the fat cuck thing. That position is taken over here.
Hey, when I'm on this show, I'm the fat fuck. Goddamn. But yeah, like I was. That's the only thing I was trying to say. But then, like the people who saw that, I didn't even form the sentence completely. The stream playing a game, trying to entertain 2,000 people.
Right.
And streaming is very different from normal me. So to the audience out there, it's nothing against these boys. It's just the timing. And now that we're past the point where we're all like, I think we're all beginning to settle in with Trump as president, and we're figuring out how it's going to work, and we're beginning to feel maybe a little more towards the middle than we were necessarily at the beginning.
Oh, it's a fucking shit show, man. Oh
my God.
There's Russian ties and money moving around, and Trump doesn't have a person on his campaign that doesn't have a Russian pen pal. There's smoke everywhere. It's clouding the room. We can't see the fire, though, but there's a bright light somewhere because
Top story on Reddit right now is the evidence is more than circumstantial, but then he doesn't go on beyond that, so I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Oh, man, and then you
But
got
he
this
wouldn't lie.
Republican today. This Republican who's like a vice chair of the fucking investigation into this shit is going to Trump first, like with his information rather than his other vice chair from the Democratic side. Then you got him doing a news conference, and then you've got the Democratic vice chair doing his own news conference, calling that guy a cunt, and then they're both on Jake Tapper's show, and Tapper's like, this is a little messed up.
It is a problem, though, when the investigation guy is working with Trump, right?
He's not working with him, but he went to him and told him this. It's not like he went back channels, right? It seems to me like he wanted a little publicity for himself. Everybody's who's part of this whole, like, all right, so Trump is a big draw. Everybody's here for Trump. But if you can be part of the Trump show, man, your name gets elevated. And this point in history, both sides have reason to want their names to be elevated. The Democratic Party doesn't have a fucking leader. They don't have one unless Barack Obama gets tired of vacationing. And I hope he doesn't, because, man, he deserves one. But you don't have a leader. You don't have one. The Republicans...
Yeah, it's bad news if Obama stays the leader, because it's just soaking up the spotlight for whoever could be the next person.
It's starting to look like maybe this whole healthcare plan is Paul Ryan's baby, much more than it is Trump's, especially now. So Paul Ryan could really get a lot of negatives over the next few years. Maybe he's not looking as good for the presidential race. I don't know. Maybe this vice chair is like trying to, he got a press conference today on a major Trump type issue. Millions of people know his face and his name that didn't before. I felt like it was that. It felt more self-serving than Trump serving.
It's hard to even keep track of throughout the day, where it's like you'll see something where it's like just on like a tweet where it's like, oh, actually, it comes out that they were spying on Trump and his people. And then they're like, but it was incidental. And then people are like, but that means that it was totally legal. And then other people, no, it doesn't, because it got leaked. And it's like, already in like 6 tweets I've read from these news organizations that are always jumbled, because it's like, I don't even know where to begin to look into these things.
So the thing is this, Trump said it pretty clearly, and it's in writing. He said Obama wiretapped the Trump towers, and it's sad or something like that. And that's not what happened. And it's interesting to me that it's been that big of a deal. Because in my mind, Trump has been telling whoppers for 2 years now.
But he hasn't accused a president of a fucking crime.
I hear you. And you're totally right. Well, I don't know if he hasn't, but I know this one anyway got a lot of traction.
Like that. And especially, and now that he is the president, everything he says carries that weight to it. So when a president calls a president a criminal, it's, whoa, so we need to look into this. If that's true.
Trump's been telling whoppers for years now, and he's always been getting away with it. Heck, he's been winning with it, right? The fucking birther thing got him on the scene as a major player in politics. And he lied his way, I'm going to get you this healthcare. We're going to keep all the good stuff, get rid of all the bad stuff and bad hombres and whatever. And every time he said something that you'd think would trip up a politician. He was immune to it. He just doubled down. And I'm looking at it as a guy who sometimes gets in hot water himself, like as a learning opportunity. Like, oh yeah, don't apologize. Just fucking double down. You know, those Mexicans, did I say rapists? I meant rapists and murderers and whatever, you know? And he
You
just
know what though? Like on that Mexican
this is the
rapist
first time doubling down has been hurting him, right? He doubles down on the wiretap thing, and they're like, oh my God, he's still going. He perpetuated the story. They're still talking about it. He sits there and says it is true because he's doubled down. He doesn't back off of it. He says, you're going to see, oh, the British did it, right? Obama contacted the British people to do that. Like, I swear, in the last 2 years, that kind of crazy shit just worked for him. Now, it seems to be hurting him. And I'm going to keep watching, you know?
Which
We'll
as a person who, you know, obviously, here's the thing. I mean, we're just going to identify it. I lean left. You know,
Yeah.
I think we know that about me. People are like, well, why do you want free healthcare and free education? Well, you don't need. I can afford my own healthcare, and I don't need an education. I have one. So I just wanted that for you guys. I just wanted it for the people who needed it. That's all I gave a shit about. You know, I wanted you, the viewer right now, listener right now, to have it. And you're not going to under Trump. That's fine. That's why I leaned left during that election. But as Trump took over, I just thought, man, surely, like, this is hopeful. This can work, right? How much worse than Bush could he be, right? Like, he can't be that bad. But I thought the very first step for that had to be, you have to stop this technique of, you know, bullshitting and lying and getting your news from Fox News. You know, you literally have the CIA is one to deliver you a report every morning. Just listen to that. They are the ones who determine what Fox News gets to know. You know, they're the ones who leaks to Fox News. Just listen to the source. And I thought for sure, I thought he was playing like 4D chess, right? Like I thought this whole time he was just bullshitting, that he didn't believe the things he was saying. He was manipulating everybody and everything. And now he's in there and he's just kind of, nothing's changed. And that's a real shame because it has to.
We don't know that for sure. There's still not. So here's what I think. I turned on Wolf Blitzer today, and all I fucking saw the whole time was what happened today with this vice chair stepping up and all these other bullshit investigations, which will go nowhere. It doesn't matter what they find. It really doesn't. There's not impeachable offenses in it. There's no crime. Nobody's talking about Russia, though. Nobody's talking about Russia. Like, for the first 30 or 40 minutes, nobody mentioned, like, the Russian stuff at all. Even if there's a case to be made that maybe he is crazy and he believes kooky stuff. He's an old man who
Can I interrupt?
Who reads right-wing news sites and believes it as the gospel.
I didn't understand what he was saying.
But there's also the possibility he's throwing out some...
What Kyle's saying is that because he's talking about Obama and the wiretapping, it's a smokescreen to cover the Russia stuff. And I didn't follow it first. Maybe everyone else did. I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't know why else he says crazy stuff. He's being crazy. We all know that. He's being crazy. The question is why. And the answer is either he is crazy or he's trying to conceal something else. You know, it's one or the other. So either Donald Trump is a bit kooky and he's that old man who, like I said, reads these right-wing news sites and believes them as the gospel. And what I always say is you got to look at every fucking thing and find the commonalities between what the left believe and the right believe in that. And the truth is probably right there in the middle somewhere a little bit. But if you just believe anything Breitbart believes, over, like, you know, that he's the president.
Honestly, he's got to move over from Twitter to at least fucking Instagram or something where he gets more than 140 characters. I'm not joking. I'm saying, like, think about how much hot water he's, like, the whole Obama wiretapping thing. Clearly, he doesn't think that Obama went in and actually, like, was soldering his phone.
I
like,
hate that argument. That is the biggest bullshit, right? Like, everyone says, like,
no. You're intentionally misunderstanding
put on a hard
something.
Hat. Go on. I've heard it on the news for weeks.
Okay, when you say that, yeah, you hear it in the news because that's what they reported as, and that's what he tweeted. And if he had in fucking Instagram instead of Twitter, he would have said the Obama administration did fucking this, that, and the other thing, and it's absolutely reprehensible. I can't believe it's happening to me. Sad. Or like whatever he would do, like it would. He needs to lay off the Twitter. Like every once in a while, it can be helpful.
Are you making the claim that he would be a better president if we just showed him what twit longer is? Is that what you're?
Oh my God! If we got someone on the inside to show him twit longer, we might turn this country around.
Yeah,
we like that. That might be the solve. But in all seriousness, like the tweeting thing, I think it helped him a lot more in the race than it is now, because now it seems just like what you were saying, like a lot of the stuff he throws out there, you do have to wonder, like, all right, is this just flack trying to muddy the water to make other things more difficult to uncover? Or is this more hokum nonsense that we've seen all election cycle of people being like, this is a huge story? Oh, no, it's not. It's actually nothing. This is something that, oh, no, actually, no.
Maybe look no further than the results. Just look at the results of what he's done. That is the end result of what he's done with these ridiculous, preposterous things he's put on Twitter, and some of the more outlandish that, not shaking Angela Merkel's hand, like little shit like that. Whenever he fucking shits the bed for the world to see, she asked him, and the reporters were like, "This handshake," because that's historically what happens. It's happened every fucking time, and I know that everybody wants to be like, he shook her hand when she showed up, and he shook her hand at the press conference. How many times do you have to shake it? He has to shake it at least 3 fucking times, because there are 3 photo ops of handshaking. 3. That's how many times he has to shake her hand. She doesn't have leprosy. She's just a German. It's not as bad.
Right.
I feel like when Kyle says, hey, look at the results, what I'm seeing is a president who is being shit on every day, every single day. And he's losing friends, right? His approval rating is now lower than Obama's ever was throughout his 8 years, right? Mm-hmm. And that's hurting him because he's trying to sell a healthcare plan now. And everyone in the House of Reps and everyone in the Senate is able to give him the middle finger and say, what, you think you could fucking stop me from getting elected? All I have to do is go to my people and tell them I stood up against you because your approval rating is 38%. It's
not quite true, though, because he's not just running on the approval rating. Like they also have to... A lot of those people just ran or were saying that, hey, we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. And for a lot of their constituents, these Republican constituents, that is important and remains important to them. They want it repealed and replaced with something that they like. So these guys are in a sticky situation. If they give a shitty health care plan, if they vote on that, then they might not be thought of too highly. But if they don't do anything, if they sit on their hands, their constituents might not look fondly upon that.
A lot of their constituents
You're right,
are
but
going to be
I was
furious
paraphrasing when someone said he was going to tell his constituents. I was listening to a guy in the House Rep. I wish I could remember his name. But he's like, I serve at the president, whatever. But all I have to do is go home and tell these guys that I'm standing up for them against Trump.
Those sound like the words of somebody who's afraid about winning their next race.
I don't know.
He's like, I've given a lot of thought to it. Trust me.
I bet they all give thought to it constantly.
Yeah.
And
speaking of 4D chess, sometimes I wonder if the Democrats knew what they were doing better than you realize. Because if you think about it, okay, so originally I think I don't believe the Democrats know a fucking thing. If the Democrats were doing anything, they would put fucking Bernie Sanders in charge of the party right now. He's the most popular politician in America. Yep. But that's neither here nor there. If they wanted to get any clout again, they would tie themselves to that guy. Sure, many people hate him, but a hell of a lot more people love him. And a hell of a lot more people love him than Chelsea fucking Clinton or whoever else they're going to try to put up there. But whatever.
I got a better suggestion.
Neither here nor there. But the question is,
I want to hear what Boogie's thinking.
The question is, would you really want to have won this election as a Democrat, knowing that the pendulum swings from left to right and left to right, and knowing that you just had 8 years and you got to do some stuff that you wanted to do in that 8 years, a lot more than Bush got to do in his 8. And you got to nail in some stuff like Obamacare, which was not what they originally wanted. Originally Obama and the Democrats wanted a single payer system. They realized that wasn't going to work. It was Mitt Romney's plan that became Obamacare, the bastardized version of that plan. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Now you have this Obamacare system, which is beginning to fail. And the insurance companies are making damn sure it's failing. A lot of people won't ever point that out for some reason. I think it's because they spend a lot of money on that network television, but it's the insurance companies that are making sure this system fails. That said, would you really want to try to take over right now? Because you're not going to get single payer through. And you're not going to be, Obamacare is going to have to be walked back a little bit. And that's going to make you very unpopular. Let the Republicans do it. Let the Republicans put their hand in that beehive.
I got a response to that.
Okay,
they did want to win because it's bigger than an 8-year thing. It's a generational thing when we're talking about the Supreme Court. I think Bush got 2 Supreme Court nominees.
Oh, yeah, Supreme Court. You're right. Of course. Now I realize I'm wrong.
Trump is in position until 3. Trump is potentially going to get 3. Bush got 2. Obama got 2. Trump could be more influential than any president in a very long time. And this guy who's up now, this Gorsuch guy, I hope I got his name right. Guy's
Gorsuch.
Like 50 years old. Gorsuch, thanks. He's 50 years old. And personally, I think he sold me. I watched his.
I like him.
I like him too. And maybe that's a bad sign. It's not always a good thing when this guy's selling you that. I don't know. I feel like I might be swindled by his personality, but.
I liked him too. I watched very little of it. I think to say the Democrats didn't want this is giving them like
Way too much credit.
Even
You're right.
more credit than saying
Step
that Trump has been
back.
playing 4D chess all this time.
I will tell you.
No,
I
Trump
will
has
tell you the
been
one.
bumbling through, and he's lucky.
But I will say that it is interesting that the Republicans now have that sticky fucking ball of tar in their hands, right?
That's
And
how
they
I
have to
felt.
deal
I want to
with it.
jump in. That's how I felt when Barack took over. I was like, oh my God, this is the roughest time to be president in my lifetime. We are dealing with the Great Recession. There hasn't been an economy as bad as Barack walked into since the 1920s, right? It was almost 100 years. And I like whoever, like the country has never been as fucked as it is right now. We're in 2 wars. They took wars and combined them with tax cuts. That's a new thing too, right? So you talk about plunging the the deficit into unknown heights. All you got to do is start off a couple of wars, and the way we wage war is so goddamn expensive. We fire $65,000 missiles like they're bullets. And and Obama walks into this thing, and he has to fix this mess that W left over. Now, Trump, to me, has the opposite problem. Trump takes over a country where the stock market has just doubled. The unemployment rate is at like 4.5%. It's like there's nowhere to go but down. And if it does go down, I think it'll only be partially his fault.
It's going up. I predict that regardless of what Trump does, regardless, but I think that the economy and American business is going to benefit from the Trump presidency. Socially, we may not benefit. There may be some stuff that he does that where it's bad, and we regress in some regards. But as far as the economy goes, and as far as I don't know how else you measure the success of the country's business, maybe GDP or something, but that will go up. I think that he's so pro-business with cutting these regulations and cutting these regulatory systems out from cutting their feet out from under them. He puts people in the EPA guy. He hates EPA, so that guy's probably going to make it a little bit cheaper for DuPont to make their paint or whatever.
I do not doubt for a second that if you are a CEO, your life is going to be better 4 years from now as it is today. I worry about your average listener of this show. I worry about your average human on the street.
Our listeners are very successful.
Very smart people.
Well,
They buy
presuming they're
Casper
not one of the
mattresses by the
1% of the
truckload.
1%. But all right. But I'm just saying, if you're just an average Joe, or even if you're upper middle class, I don't suspect it's going to be too terribly great. I will tell you that I'm going to save quite a bit in taxes under the Trump plan, and I'm going to get to keep my health care according to the new health care plan, so it doesn't really bother me much.
Yeah, I'm not on Obamacare.
I'm
You
doing
get to
pretty
keep your
good.
doctor. Yeah.
I'm doing pretty good. Well, I did use the healthcare. I did use the
premiums don't
healthcare
go up.
exchange to get my healthcare, but as it turns out, they are not subsidizing me because of our income. We're actually subsidizing them. So we're kicking money into the system, I think. If not, we're breaking even. I mean, it's all profit for them.
We have some plan that they've convinced us is very good. I don't know, it doesn't seem that, but they're like, ooh, your grandfather did this one. You've got a good plan. You can't get it anymore. And I'm like, oh, I guess we'll keep it. I don't know.
Our plan is incredible. We went with just because, it's like DDP once told me, Diamond Dallas Page, the wrestler, back when we were talking about this stuff. He's like, Boogie, either you spend the money now while you're alive, or you can spend it at your funeral, your call. But you need to spend your money to make yourself healthier. And so when it came to buying healthcare, I was like, whatever the best plan is in Arkansas, that's the plan we're getting. So you tell me what the best plan is. And for the two of us, me and my wife, we pay $750 a month. I think there's a premium raise this year, so I think it's $798. It's closer to $800 now. But we pay $800 a month for the two of us. But the deductible is $1,000. There's no lifetime caps. It's like a 10% copay after that original $1,000. And so it's just it's great. Now, there's a lot of stuff it doesn't cover, like any of the weight loss stuff, which I think is the dumbest thing for them not to cover. But all the weight loss stuff we have to pay for out of pocket. So
do they consider it cosmetic or something?
Right. And so I like the weight loss labs can run me like 4 figures, so that sucks, but it has to get done, and it has to get done every 3 months, to stay alive. But at the end of the day, we can afford our own healthcare. But that plan we will get to keep presumably under this new plan. And I hope that that's the case, because if it is, it's fucking baller. It's like congressional insurance. It's incredible. So good.
Congressional insurance.
Yeah, we'll see where the Trump thing goes.
I think that if the Republicans push this the Obamacare light after spending so long making their hill they die on, we're going to repeal it, and then if they get in and they finally have all the abilities that they need to really work for it, and they don't, I think they could lose the Senate in 2018. Because like, keep in mind, like throughout Obama's tenure, those 8 years, the Democrats lost more seats locally, state governments, governorships. They lost overwhelmingly. And all of them went Republican, obviously, because it's just pretty much two parties. And then fucking Bernie Sanders up there with the I next to his name. And if those people don't do what they've been promising for half a decade now, like, I just can't imagine that people are going to be like, oh, you know, next time, I'm sure they're not lying this time. Like, I don't know. Like, they're just going to lose it eventually. People are going to go, no, you're not. You're fucking lying. Like, I'm at the very least, I'm not going to go vote for you. And
we'll see. What I'm reading
screw the incumbent.
That it won't get through the House. Probably.
I hope not.
And if it gets through the Senate, it won't get through the Senate, definitely. Like, that's what I'm seeing.
Right.
But I don't know.
And they're like, the way Trump is handling it, I really hate, where he's like basically defying the Republicans to vote against it. Where it's like, dude, you idiot. Like, do you not realize you are acting in a way that all those Republicans that did eventually cave in and support you, they hate this idea. They all wanted to repeal it except for fucking Ryan, I guess. Like, it's just not. And to put your own party in a position where they have to go either F the president or F all my constituents who really banked on me repealing this and working my hardest for it. Like, it looks so bad.
I think Ryan would want to repeal it too.
Oh, I'm sure he would. But like, this is his baby. I phrased that badly.
For people who don't know, I know that we do. The deal is this. I think they need 60 votes to have a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. And there are certain laws that you can pass under reconciliation procedures that only require 51 votes, right? A majority. And they have the 51 votes. But the thing is, they can't have a lot of the, like, it has to be a budget bill. So there are a lot of things they'd love to change about Obamacare, like selling insurance across state lines is a big one they talk about a lot. There's a lot of things they'd like to change that aren't just a budget bill that they can't. That's why they have that silly 3-stage plan. Now, the 3 stages are never going to happen because they would need the Democrats on board to do it. But what they can do is this, and it's basically cut taxes for the rich and cut benefits for the poor. That's what they can get done under a budget reconciliation bill. And it has to be...
That puts the Democrats into a negotiating position because you cost 20 million people their health care under this new plan. And in that process, they're like, all right, well, shit, we're willing to work with phase 2 because we don't want 20 million people to fucking die.
The 20 million people thing isn't entirely honest because that's including all the people who were forced into buying health care who otherwise would not have. A lot of young people who, had there not been a government mandate and a penalty, they would just say, you know what, because that's basically what it was. It was forcing young people to pay higher premiums so that, because they know young people aren't going to use the doctors, and so they're going to pay way more into the system than otherwise, which is why they needed a mandate to get young people who wouldn't use the doctor's office that much to buy the insurance. And then they use that to subsidize people who with pre-existing conditions or whatever. So
what
they
if
can
I said this? What if I said, hey, this is driver's insurance, right? And young people are going to buy it because, you know, they crash their cars all the time. But once you hit like 30, 40 years old, you're a good driver. And a lot of those guys just roll around with no insurance whatsoever. Now, if things do go wrong, everybody's fucked. I hit your car. I can't fix it for you. You're just out of luck. I drive around uninsured all the time. I don't actually. And, you know, whatever. I just depend on other people to bail me out if this goes wrong. You'll have to pay for the accident I caused. That's the health insurance plan we had before Obamacare. And people on this show heard me say it before. I wish this mandate was pitched as a personal responsibility date. You know, like you need to buy your own
insurance. Then why can't that be in a private market of everybody can go choose to buy their own? Because part of the reason that healthcare was skyrocketing in cost so much is because of overregulation of saying, hey, you can't compete across state lines. But you're wrong.
It's in a private market. Like, I don't go through Obamacare. I go and buy my own insurance. It's a private market.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, why can't we just do that? Like, and then we have Medicare for people who are low income.
A lot of these regulations
like
are done
increased
to protect
competition
people,
will drive
right?
price down.
I hear you, and you're not wrong, right? Obviously, that's a good point. But
that's how EpiPen got
like
so
the
high.
thing about well, that's patent infringement. The thing about state lines, right? So there used to be a thing. This is before Obamacare, where there were lifetime caps, and they'd say, all right, Kyle, you pay into this so long as you're healthy. You're healthy. Every year you pay $1,000 a month. We love you. And then you get really sick. Okay, well, now that you've got cancer, you're fired as a customer. You're out of here. You know, and they might just fire you because you hit a lifetime cap. They might drum up some pre-existing condition like, oh, we noticed you had back knee. I invented that. Don't judge him. But back knee is an indicator that this guy may have had cancer before he got it. So, hey, back knee, pre-existing condition, we're not covering your cancer.
But your
These are
T's
real
were-
things.
yeah.
I'm not making that up. Like, that's a real thing that happened to people. They'd get booted off their insurance for either drummed up pre-existing conditions, or they were just too expensive, so they fired them as a customer, which isn't fair. Like, that's the contract is, I pay you when you're healthy, you pay me when we're sick. That's how insurance goes. You can't just say, I pay you when you're healthy, and if you get sick, you're fired. Well, if we have competition across state lines, every insurance company goes to the state that allows you to fuck the customer the most. And that's what happens with banks. They're all in Delaware or Charlotte, right? Those are the two places banks have their headquarters.
That's assuming that like they can only operate out of like in one state though. Like that if like saying Aetna, whatever health insurance company, that's like they wouldn't just say, all right, it's most profitable in Wisconsin, we're Wisconsin.
No,
Like
they'd say we're based in Wisconsin. We follow Wisconsin rules, and everyone in the country can buy it. That's what selling across state lines means. You know, so what it is now is New Jersey and Missouri and whoever will set up protections and say, if you want to do business here, these are the rules that you have to follow. And obviously that's complicated,
Okay.
right? And
Well,
that
then
makes-
one company, okay, let's say shitty company goes, we can fuck them the most in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually someone's going to go, hey, you know what? We can offer a way better product if we base ourselves out of Delaware, and we're going to blow these fuckers out of the water.
The challenge I have
people-
with that, and you're right, you're not wrong, right? You know, like, hey, we follow the Delaware rules. Those are the gold standards, so you know our insurance is good. Maybe. The thing is, like, I compare it to mortgages. Very few people really know what they're signing, right? When you,
Very complicated.
Kyle's done a mortgage. I don't think Taylor has, but you know, they're like 24 pages, and it's easy to say read your contract, right? But I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy. I've read a lot of stuff over the years. These contracts baffle me, and you know, I think that means they baffle a lot of people.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When we signed our mortgage, I didn't even read it.
Really?
I got the general consensus from talking to my banker about it, talking about the loan provider, and talking about all right, so let's talk about, just answer my questions. And then I skimmed the thing, and I just wanted to have the house so bad. It could have said I had to give my firstborn child. I wouldn't have fucking known.
Yeah, and
You know?
there's complicated
You may have
concepts
to.
like points and interest rates and effective interest rates, and they may have fees that are built into it, and those fees are actually just kind of bullshit, and they're like points that you didn't know were points, but they don't lower the interest rate, and people don't know how these things work. And I would argue that health insurance is at least as complicated as a mortgage, and people every day sign mortgages that they don't understand. So the notion that just know what you're buying, well, that's tricky, and that's where competition
It's
across
tricky
state
if
lines
it's not
is risky.
advertised. Like, look at how car insurance works. Like, right? Like, I can quote the fucking car insurance ads and like what each one does and can give you. Like, oh, they got the Allstate Advantage, eh? That safe driver discount, huh? Okay, I know how that works. Like, just advertise healthcare the same way, right? Like, I don't understand why there would be a good company and there'd be like there would be an AT&T and a Verizon, and then there'd be a T-Mobile. You know, there'd be a track phone guy. There'd be those bargain bin places where it's just like minimum. Hang on, let me finish.
Right, but
with car insurance, you've got we're like Amigo car insurance. It's bottom of the barrel, cheapest thing you can get. Their slogan is usually "We get you legal for less." Like that's literally some of their slogan.
Right.
There will be health insurance like that too. But for the rest of us, under some sort of free market kind of across state lines thing, you would imagine that there'd be a premier place. You're like, where'd you get your health care? Oh, I got mine from fucking Allstate. They're the best, right? Like, yeah, I got that no cold discount. It's been 3 years.
But the problem with that though is that the way that you make health insurance cheaper is by providing less benefits. And that's when, if you don't make it illegal to create lifetime caps, then they're going to put in lifetime caps. If you don't make it illegal for you to put in pre-existing conditions or any other reasons that they can keep you from paying out, like they will do that. And so the problem is when you get shitty car insurance, right, and you get state minimal car insurance, okay, then great. You hit somebody, you're not able to afford to fix their Bentley, someone's out the price of a Bentley, or maybe you get sued and you spend the rest of your life paying off that Bentley. But if you get fucking cancer at 26, which does happen, and you hit a lifetime cap, and your lifetime cap is 10,000, right? But I'm saying even then, Arkansas has a minimal liability amount, and the minimal
You can drive without fucking liability insurance.
No,
I didn't know that.
you
it's
have
like
to get
10 or
it, but there's a
15 grand,
minimum.
so
There's
it's
a
nothing for
maximum
Bentley.
payout, and so the minimum in Arkansas is $25,000. The most the lowest tier insurance you can get is $25,000, and another $15,000 for medical. 15,000 medical, 25,000 for property, or maybe it's the other way around. But I think it's 25-15 in Arkansas. It might be 25-25. So if I had a $30,000 car, I'm still going to owe a balance of $5,000. But if I hit a $70,000 car, I'm fucked because I have the bare minimum insurance. It's the same situation with healthcare. If you get the bare minimum healthcare and then you ever actually get sick, you get cancer at 26, which does happen.
I'm not saying that the
You're
bare
just
minimum
fucked,
is,
right?
is,
But the
is
difference
going to
is
keep you alive.
Right, but the difference is you don't just owe money. This is why it's immoral to do that, in my opinion. It's not that you just owe money, which anybody can cope by paying an extra $100 a month if they have to eventually pay off that Bentley, right? But if that's even an expensive car, I don't know cars very well. But if you get cancer and they just don't treat you, you die at 26. And that's not moral, man. I don't think it's moral. And the worst part about it is, and I'll tell you, and I've talked about this before, and I love to say it to your audience too, because I know a good chunk of your audience is conservative. I wish we could join the other 40 countries in the world that have just solved this problem, treat it as a human right, and just provide health care for the citizens.
The problem is you can't. Their own military, we could afford to.
The problem is, on top of that, not only, number one, this country still can't afford it, and number two, I don't trust this country to fucking do that. I can only imagine how we would gut it in every possible way to make it as cheap as possible. At the end of the day, I genuinely think it might be worse than the worst case scenario lower tier you're talking about. I can only imagine what the Republicans would do to a bill.
I wish that this whole health insurance thing was pitched as personal responsibility. I think it's wrong.
You're right. I think you're right.
The people in this call pay $250 for a pack of gauze because 100 other people get it for free. And you know, when you get ibuprofen in the emergency room, they charge you, I'm making up numbers, but, you know, $100 for it. And that's because these emergency rooms have to keep the lights on. And a lot of people that come in there get a lot of care and pay nothing. This individual mandate to me is a personal responsibility mandate, just like they do on driving insurance. They mandate that you have insurance on your car or your liability for other people, because if you didn't do that, all the people around would get fucked if you make a mistake.
I heard an insurance thing advertised on the radio the other day, and it was a Christians-only insurance thing. And
how do you swing that?
Well, all right. So
you gotta
here's
come
the
to
thing.
church and tithe.
And part of their thing was that they would never make you pay for something that you don't believe in. And I
don't
think
cover acts of God. Yeah.
I took no. Hey, he warned you. Hey. You pray for that cancer. If God wants you to live, it'll go away. It's a Christian insurance. That's how it works. Pray hard.
Christian Science
pray hard.
insurance.
We'll pray with you. That's part of it. But you know. No, but I was thinking, like, I'm a man, so why would I pay into an insurance program that provides birth control? Why would I? Because I'll never see the benefits. It's almost like how much of my taxes are going to education? I don't have any fucking kids. Why am I paying to send those little snot-nosed fuckers to school? I'm not buying crayons. The benefits are
indirect, right?
Of course they are. It's better for society. I want to chip in and do my good part, make America great again. But I think that maybe that Christian insurance program might be cheaper than some of the others because they don't pay for things that I'm not going to need anyway, regardless of how I might feel about that. That intrigued me a little bit.
I wonder who's more expensive. I feel like women have more stuff that go wrong with them.
Cover leprosy. Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah. Insurance. What about that?
Because
it's men's only. Is it? Would it just men? Is it cheaper to insure men than women? Do you think? Because if that's true,
I don't know.
It's much cheaper.
Taylor, do you know?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, boys, are we on the verge of a real new business opportunity?
Oh my God, I'm investing in doing this.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Oh no, we could call it Mandate.
Oh.
Yeah. I think Woody has it right, though. I think it really is. If the Republicans had framed this as personal responsibility mandate, I think it would have nailed it. And here's the thing. That's one of the biggest things that I like. The people like to hate on me all the time, especially because of my weight. They're like, I don't see why I have to pay my fucking premiums to take care of your fucking health care. Dude, that's not how it works. Number one, I bet you ain't paying nothing. I bet you don't have insurance based on what you're saying. Secondly, I pay more in insurance plus medical bills in a year than you probably are earning right now, dude. And so I'm supplementing you right now. I'm supplementing you. When you go to the emergency room, the next time you get drunk and kick a fucking jukebox and break your foot, the next time you go in and then don't pay those people, my medical bills that I'm paying on a monthly right now, that's paying for that. And my insurance premiums that I'm paying $800 a month for, that's fucking paying for that, dude. I'm paying for you. It's not the other way around. It doesn't hurt me at all when I read that because it's just the opposite of the reality.
It's a silly notion to fuss at a very wealthy person and ask why you pay for them. It's just
Yeah,
not
it's
how
like
it
very
works.
absurd. Yeah.
Is it time for a new topic, or do you want to more politics stuff?
I think Kyle might be ready to hit someone with a couple of somethings.
Oh, ads.
I don't know. We were like almost right on the 3-hour point, and I thought I would seamlessly move over to it, and I fucked it up, I guess.
Yeah, it was. You really stuttered it out there. I was like, where is he going with this? Well, he wanted me to talk about ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Well, posting your job in one place just isn't enough to find quality candidates anymore. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all of the top job sites, and now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with one click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in with ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to the office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million different businesses, and right now our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. That's ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller to post your job for free right now. Yeah, go make that happen.
It's a good deal, free.
Yes.
It's one of our best discounts.
Free.
Mm-hmm.
And now a short word from Stamps.com. These days, you can get practically everything on demand, like our podcast. Listen whenever you want, when it's convenient for you. So why are you still going to the post office and dealing with their limited hours when you can get postage on demand with Stamps.com? Anything you can do at the post office, you can now do right from your desk with Stamps.com. Buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter or package using your own computer and printer. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes, so you can get postage whenever you need it, 24/7. Right now, our users here need to use, offer code PAINKILLER for this special offer. You get a 4-week trial, which includes postage and a digital scale. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in PAINKILLER. That's Stamps.com. Enter offer code PAINKILLER. Yeah, Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again.
If you mail things, you need to be working with Stamps.com.
Absolutely. You're living in the past if you're not.
I have two
It's
topics.
a fool's errand. Do we get a choice? Or
Yes,
is it
that was the idea. Or you could choose neither. That's a third choice, but you need to come up with your own. So I have ratings comparisons across 7 animated shows and my Paramotor plans for this weekend.
Are they funny animated shows, or are these like
one of them's
comedy
Rick and Morty.
shows? Oh, I'm interested in that.
Okay. Here's a URL for you guys. I'm going to share it with the audience too. And I thought it was interesting. Now, I do want to say, if people look at this, I can't tell exactly which one's Bob Burgers and which one's Black Dynamite. Now that I look at it, I think Bob's Burgers might be the higher, super dark one.
Absolutely, it is.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
I don't know even know what Black Dynamite is.
That's your first cue.
Yeah.
Me neither. But so I didn't know Bob's Burgers was 8 seasons long or 7 seasons
It's got
long.
the Cleveland show on
That's
there.
why it tricked me. Dude,
This
so
is the
look at
Cleveland
this.
show.
My favorite ones are the worst rated ones. Like Rick and Morty is probably my top pick in this thing. It's the yellow one in the bottom left corner. Right? And
Don't think of it as a poorly rated show. Think of it as a niche show, a little known shining gem that's only had 2 seasons and is not on a major network.
Well, I'm looking at these. The major network is a really good point. I'm looking at these other ones like Family Guy that launched at the top. American Dad launched at the top. I also like Archer a lot. Archer and Rick and Morty are probably my 2 favorite on this list. And they're 2 of the lowest ranked.
It's because it's all because of where they're airing. Because look at that Cleveland show that was on Fox, right? And so of course, even though it sucks ass,
Dude,
I've only maybe seen like 1 episode of Cleveland show, but there's no way it's half as good as Rick and Morty.
I'm almost
Rick and Morty, they're on
positive that the way
Comedy Central.
I'm almost positive the way they rolled out the Cleveland show was Family Guy would come on,
Adult Swim.
and then Cleveland show would come on. You know, you got that. You've already got your audience that already knows these characters folding right into it. It's not even fair.
Like every year, you know, on the Super Bowl. You know, on the Super Bowl every year, they'll be like, up next after the Super Bowl, the newest vampire show for all ages. And it's like some guy spinning and like a logo at the bottom, like arms crossed, and he looks kind of like hardcore looking at you. And it's like, and they are just trying their hardest to bamboozle enough drunk people to leave their TV on that they can go, oh excellent first week, excellent, and play it off like that. But yeah, like
Boogie, do you watch any of these?
Oh, I love Rick and Morty, man. It's my favorite show. I think it's probably in my top 10 shows of all time. Archer, I loved. Once they stopped running ISIS, which I know why they obviously can't call it, but once they stopped running ISIS, it stopped being as funny to me, but I still powered through it. Definitely, Bob's Burgers is probably my next favorite on that show by a lot. Bob's Burgers is pretty funny. They do a lot of filler episodes, which I don't really get into, but I think it's great.
Dude, my family. Have I said on the show how much my family thinks I'm like Bob?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I like Bob as a character.
The multi-tool. When I got into remote-controlled airplanes, oh my God, they just kept playing that episode again and again and again where he got into remote-controlled helicopters. And yeah, you don't want to be too cool, Dad.
Yeah, that guy, John Benjamin or John H. Benjamin, whoever does Archer and Bob from Bob's Burgers voice, has the best gig in all of voice acting, because it's not like every other voice actor. It seems like they'll do a real interview and then they'll like change their voice, even like a modicum, a little bit to get to that character. He is exactly who he is, you know, like he doesn't change even a tiny little bit of his voice. I think that's hilarious. Like he doesn't have to change a bit, and he's excellent at it. He's great. He is not at all what you think he looks like. For the first time you see H. John Benjamin, you're like, that's Archer? That short little bald guy's Archer? No, I'm going to choose not to believe that. Like,
hey, if you scroll down, you can see Black Dynamite. Like it has the season, it has them split apart. Does that picture help you know the show at all? It doesn't help me.
No, I still have no idea.
No, I have no
it must be an adult.
What Black Dynamite is. Like was that?
Yeah.
No. No.
It must be come on. He's like, not only do I not know it, but fuck that show.
Yeah, I would watch that. Black Dynamite. It sounds like Blaxploitation. It sounds like a cartoon about. I'm just guessing, but like he looks like maybe a karate fighting like cop who don't take no nonsense. You know, like I guarantee that's what that show's about. Like that's Black Dynamite. It's Blaxploitation. It's been done 1,000 times.
Speaking of the voice of Archer, did anybody here ever see an old show called Frisky Dingo that was on Cartoon Network long before Archer was a thing?
Yeah.
That is the funniest fucking show. That show was way too short. I fucking loved every second of it. And always like those 10-minute episodes that they did on Adult Swim too, so it's like not long enough. But a lot of it's on YouTube, I'm sure too. You really should watch it. It's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. I still quote parts of that show to this day. Nobody knows what I'm talking about either.
Yeah, it's too obscure.
Yeah.
Black Dynamite, this animated series based on the 2009 film of the same name, features the exploits of the titular character, a 1970s Renaissance man with a kung fu grip who doesn't always think before making decisions. His sidekick, Bullhorn, is the brains behind Black Dynamite's hard-hitting style. Yeah, that's what it is.
I think Kyle
Who
nailed
watches
it.
this?
Was that as blind a guess as you made it out to be? Like you really you just went off the name and the picture.
Of course. Well, I mean, it's been done before. Like if you go back to those like 1970s films that were all blaxploitation, like the Pam Grier movies, and like it's always.
When you said it, I was like, he might be right. Like that. No, blaxploitation isn't a word that I know.
We're out of.
It's like a genre of film where your main character would be a black guy who's like a cop who's like a kung fu fighter. There's a movie called Black Dynamite, I think.
We're like we passed blaxploitation and we're in like femsploitation now, where they're like, what do we do? Well, women like watching things with women in it, probably. So I don't know, just make all the Ghostbusters ladies. They'll love it. And then when women are like, actually, we liked the original movie. We didn't mind that they had dicks. You know, this
like dicks.
And they're like, oh, well, missed it again. No, I don't know. It is all those movies where they just replace characters with someone with a different skin color or different genitals. It's like, it's just weird. It's like you know you're pandering, and everybody watching it knows you're pandering a little bit, and you still don't feel uncomfortable about it.
And the problem isn't even that they're pandering necessarily. It's that they get so fucking combative about it, right? Like the marketing for the Ghostbusters had just been, hey, the Ghostbusters, it's cool now, and they didn't have any like jokes, obviously terrible jokes in the movie, like where they shoot the ghost in the dick and stuff like that. Pandering is fine to an extent, but when you are being combative about it, what did you expect? When you market it in a combative way, that's what I don't understand. And the worst part about it is, even then, I still went and saw the movie, and I gave it like a 4 out of 10. It's certainly it's worse than Ghostbusters 2, but not by much, you know. And so I walked out of that movie, and I'm thinking to myself, am I actually sexist? Like, did I not enjoy this because I did not like those women? And then, like, I realized I went home to watch Parks and Rec for the 3rd time, which is a female-driven show. And I'm like, no, this is one of my favorite shows. How am I sexist? I don't have a problem with women. I love powerful women on TV shows. That movie was just shitty, you know? Yeah. But they'll like, they have to insist. They have to insist. We didn't make our $300 million target because, you know, fuck you.
If you were, if they made him, you know, Lenny Croft instead of Laura Croft, like you would play that game and be like, this is weird. First of all, his shorts are too revealing.
Whoa!
Like you'd be like, this sucks.
A lot of
like,
bulge. I can see it from behind.
Oh, his sack is hanging out. Why'd they put him in Daisy Dukes?
He's like having to do that move where like he's like climbing up a rock face and like his whole body is in an X as he shimmies up the rock face, and it's just this huge bulge like fucking Robbie Lawler.
A couple of
just
centimeters of like.
You ever see Robbie Lawler's cock? Like Robbie Lawler is packing so much heat in the octagon that like I remember it, and I'm like, oh, he's back again.
Do people not wear cups in the octagon?
They wear cups, but he's wearing an extra large cup to contain whatever he's packing. He's packing some fucking heat down there.
It might just be more protective.
Yeah, it definitely is more.
You have to, you know, speaking as a I was going to call myself a gay guy. I'm not really a gay guy, but I'm telling you, if you want to judge some UFC cock, you got to do it at the weigh-ins. That's what I'm trying to get out.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair to say. But I don't have a lot of cup wearing experience.
I do. I have a lot. And I
don't remember when though, but I would guess that if your cup is too big for your junk, then it would be loose, and especially in a combat sport, maybe moving around even with a jock strap. So I think the man is just really packing heat. I've seen guys with like front kicks like clip it because it's just out there. It's like he's got a really, really big orange in the middle of his crotch all the time. It's huge.
If they gave, like when I was playing goalie, if they gave me a cup that was the size of my torso, like I would have taken that over whatever other one, because like you just feel safer. Like you don't want to feel like you're in a cup where you are just one stretch away from your dick or your balls falling to the side and getting pinched. You know, that cup pinch where like your scrotum skin gets pinched. You don't like that. Like you want something that you feel like you could stretch as far as humanly possible, and you're going to be covered.
Cup sizes are generally done by like waist size. Like you know, you don't buy a big cup because you got a big dick. You buy a big cup because like you're size 38 or 40 or something like that. I think if Robbie Lawler's packing a lot of heat in the octagon, he probably has a preference for those steel Muay Thai cups. That's where my money goes.
I would just take whatever was most protective. I don't understand why a fighter wouldn't.
Some people might feel like they lose
maybe mobility.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
That's a trade-off I would make.
Especially if you did stuff with your legs that I am incapable of doing, for example.
Right.
Like I see those guys with hip mobility that's and a lot of times that's the difference between surviving on the ground. They've got such good hip mobility. It seems like they're just fucking folding themselves in half and getting out and wiggling around, and it's like I can do that shit, and it might even be more difficult with a cup. I've seen never mind.
I wonder what Kyle's seen. Don't you want to know even more now?
No, it's boring. It was just it's like I didn't stop myself because it was something naughty or something I'd rather not say. It was just like, that's not interesting. Let's talk about your paramotor trip. I know you're going. We're doing the show on Wednesday, and the patrons are getting this shit very early. You're getting this shit Wednesday night,
a whole day
for pennies. Pennies a day. So if you're not a patron, go down below. I will say we had our fan hangout, which is the $50 a month level, like a couple weeks ago. That was excellent. Did 3 hours with the fans. We sat in it 3 hours, and like at the end of it, I was like, looked at my phone. I was like, it's 5 o'clock. I'm out of here. Just like hung up on everybody. I was like, I put my time in here, but I really did enjoy it.
We can't always do 3 hours. It's supposed to be an hour, but we did 3 hours this time. I'm sorry, I talked over Kyle, but yeah. So Thanks to everyone on the show, by the way, for doing it Wednesday instead of Thursday for my schedule.
Of course.
Yeah, you gave some months.
That's what
advance.
made it easier for me to do it this week. So I'm glad you did it. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
I don't mind. Yeah.
So the deal is, I have a paramotor race in Florida, and I actually have. I think I can share this map with everybody.
If
to
you
let
want to
you-
shoot
Race.
Woody down, this is where he'll be tomorrow.
It's a big map. Like, it'd be hard to find me exactly, but this is where the race is going. It's like it starts in Lake Wales, which is sort of central Florida near Orlando. It goes to the coast
Shit.
by Palm Bay.
Dude, what's the distance you're covering?
It's almost 300 miles.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
This is cool.
My
All right,
current longest flight is 40 miles.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
All right,
so-
questions. Let me just ask questions now. All right, so what's
This
the
is cool.
duration of this race that you're doing? When does it begin? When does it end?
So it's intended to run. So Thursday is the pilots meeting, Thursday night, and it's intended to run Friday and Saturday. But Sunday is a contingency day that I think a lot of people will make it into because the weather's especially bad Friday. It's windy.
Scary. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the type of race. It's more like maybe like a marathon would be a good comparison because everybody's not showing up at the finish line in rapid order. You
Right.
could easily be hours and hours behind. Not you, but an individual.
Yes, yeah, and me, I'm doing it like there's two classes. There's a race class, and I've been calling it a race, which maybe exaggerates it.
You're
There's-
timing yourself and you're trying to do it as fast as possible. It's a race.
But there's also an adventure class, and the difference is the support you're allowed to have. The guys in the race class, they have to carry their own fuel, their own oil. Like, they'll have a gallon of oil on their belly so that they can land in an Exxon, like mix it up, and then fly away with 3/4 of a gallon of oil. And
Can I ask a quick question to intercede in here? If you were smart, would you have oil waiting somewhere at the because I'm imagining it's some special paramotor oil? Could you put your oil at the gas station at an Exxon, like by the field you're going to land at and refuel? Could you do that?
No, caches are against the rules.
Cool.
Yeah, as a racer, you need to carry everything with you. As an adventure class guy, which is what I am, I partnered with this woman who I don't know. I just met her online. She seems very nice. And her boyfriend is operating the chase car. So I'm going to offer up my Tacoma. I did. I don't know if we'll use it or not, but they seemed interested. And he'll drive that around, and it'll have like fuel and tents and sleeping bags and stuff like that.
Oh.
Whereas the race guys, like dude, you should see them. They load up. Like, they've got fuel and tents and sleeping bags like across their bed. And it's very hard to launch with all that extra weight.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that
They are the
I'm not in-
Nightwing.
Yeah, they're probably better at paramotors than I am. Like, I'm just coming up on 1 year
Well, they
now.
have. I mean, not to
Yeah.
shit on your skills, but I mean, they just have to be, right? Like it would. I would imagine. Like I don't know. Would you feel comfortable strapping all that extra shit on you? I wouldn't.
It'd be
and
tough.
I don't know shit
Now-
about
now,
it.
My current paramotor is pretty light, for the power to weight ratio.
Yeah.
So I wonder, like, if I put a tent and a sleeping bag on me, I'm probably just back to my first paramotor. In
Don't you
terms
want that
of
hammock?
weight.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, right.
Bring that hammock
I
up.
hear
That
you.
thing's nice.
The thing about the hammock is you got to know there's trees where you're landing, and I don't know. I don't even know Florida that well. Where I went, like, it was real swampy, and nothing was more than like a foot tall. So anyway, I'm doing this race. I have a video scheduled to go up on Friday, and I'm flying in turbulence, and the whole video is just me like, oh fuck, oh my god. Take a breath, Woody. It's just between. You're okay. You're okay. And the weather on Friday is way worse than the weather in that video. Like, this is gonna
Dude,
stretch.
Isn't
me.
Florida like the lightning capital of the world?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
I've heard that.
that.
Do
Yeah.
you know what would happen if you got hit by a goddamn bolt?
I
of
literally
lightning?
don't know what would happen.
It's like
I
if you get
do.
a star in Mario Kart. Like
Yeah, it would be just like that.
I'm
You
hoping
would
it's more like a
explode.
mushroom. Yeah. So I'm
What if it hit that
very
oil
nervous
wrap
about this.
Strap to your chest.
I worry that I'm going to embarrass myself. I think I'm smart enough not to hurt myself, but if I get if you're looking at the map, if I get it starts in the top left corner. It starts and ends in that top left corner. If I just make it to like that first crook and give up like a pussy, then I will be very embarrassed. Maybe alive, but whatever.
Let me ask you this: will they know if you don't make it?
Yeah, I think they have electronic trackers.
How many people are there?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Like what do you think?
If
like,
I were to throw
is
a
this
number
hundreds
out,
of people?
No,
Is this
I
dozens?
would guess that there's between like 12 and 18 people doing
Oh,
it.
so people will notice.
Yeah.
Because when you're all landing at the end, they'll be like, all right, and 16. where is Woody?
So I don't know what the website is going to be like. Like it hasn't, because people aren't doing it yet, but it's called the Icarus X. And if you Google that, I think there's live tracking. So if anyone's interested in, like, I don't know,
shooting you down,
for example,
Yeah.
then I think there's live tracking.
They can find those Shia LaBeouf flags on 4chan in like 7 minutes, then they will find you in real time. I was laughing my ass off. Like every once in a while, 4chan does one of those things where it's just so goddamn funny you can't help it. Like the Hitler did nothing wrong, Mountain Dew got me. That was hilarious. But this was like seeing these people chatting about like wind directions and plane flights, and it's like, what you gotta have something you have to do today. Like, like this is crazy.
They're so smart.
Like that's
sometimes
so
it seems,
fucking funny though.
Are you directing this intelligence in the right place, 4chan? You know, like, why don't you just like solve the healthcare thing we couldn't figure out on our own a few minutes ago?
Imagine if we could direct that weaponized autism towards ISIS.
Yeah, right.
I think
We
they
would
did.
find
Didn't
out
4chan take a
where
lot of their
every one
Twitter
of their
accounts
generals
down?
Oh, they've yeah, I'm sure they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did that with pedophiles too, where they like exposed some This is years and years ago, but or maybe I'm like mixing up the websites. But I feel like it was 4chan that like exposed like a decent number of pedophiles and got them arrested, or child porn people.
They're very impressive.
Yeah, but I thought that was hilarious. Like Shia LaBeouf is he's already crazy and this can't be helping because he just wants his fucking flag up.
Did you guys hear that
What's
sound?
up?
It happens maybe once every 8 shows. Don't know what causes it or where it originates from, but yeah, I hear it.
We're still recording though, right?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
still.
Oh my God.
That was so weird. It scared the shit out of me. I was like, did I just drop the call? What?
Well, that's really cool that you're doing this race. I will check. I'm literally going to track you online, I guess, when you're doing this thing. Because if I see that, like, Woody's dot hasn't moved for like 45 minutes, should I call?
Now it just disappeared.
Like, you guys have that. Like, what if the
Last
chase
scene
vehicle
over this
lost him?
giant lake.
Oh, what color is your paramotor so we can zero in?
It's like a gunmetal gray. You won't see a damn thing.
Metal gray.
It is. It's titanium, like unpainted. But yeah, this is the thing that we're doing, and I'm simultaneously very excited about it and pretty nervous. And
It sounds awesome.
Yeah,
I think
dude,
you're gonna have a
they're-
blast. You're gonna do better than you think.
to compete in this thing is like, amongst certain people, it's very prestigious. There are tens of people who will be like, "Oh my God, you did the Icarus!" So yeah, I got that coming to me.
Did you get one of those stickers for the back of your truck?
If there is one, I know I'm getting a T-shirt, and yeah, it's a very prestigious. There's a trophy for people that win, but I'm not really, that's not going to be me.
You got to get it. This is one step below the Iditarod in
You
my
should play
eyes.
dirty and sabotage all the others. Like that should be your ticket to victory. Like because it's a fucking paramotor race. You put an hour delay on them, you win, right? Like just put a little something in everybody's oil jug, and you just speed away into the night. Like
Or you could do a little bit of chemtrails and
Chemtrails.
put some air mace on the back of your paramotor, and then just have it spray backwards, and it'll be like much more dissipated, but it'll be enough.
Taylor,
that you
my
can
young
pepper
friend,
bomb
you're presumed I'm in the
entire
front
group.
at some point in this race.
I'm sure you just got to
I
be
just
really
imagine
good for
you
like the
getting
first
your
10 yards.
paramotor in front of all the other contestants and doing that thing, rev it up, really, and you have to like position yourself so you can even still stand, and then you shoot the mace into your like back trail and blow it all over them, and then take off.
It's funny, but I would never. I have a lot of
say,
respect for
"Ah,
the. I've been obsessing like over fuel stops and like the planning of it, and how my phone is going to be like my altitude and guidance system, and how I'm going to keep that charged over the weekend. And I've just been prepping for this a lot. It's occupied my thoughts, and we'll see how it goes. So
Hopefully good.
and I'll tell you. So
Imagine how much better you're going to do with all this stuff because you're actually getting real sleep now. They're going to be great.
I hear you. I just got the thing this morning, so it'll be a new change to me.
You're like that guy on the Olympics who like did the discus, but he didn't know the right weight, and so he like learned by throwing a super heavy discus. Like you're gonna show up, and they're like, "Yeah, this is Woody. He's pretty good," and you're like, "I have been 3 minutes from sleep. every time I've done this so far. This is the first time I've tried it rested, so we're gonna see how it pans out. And you're just gonna be zooting, like seeing details you've never seen before. Like
We'll
that's
see.
what I anticipate.
So that I'm sorry, Kyle.
I was going to completely change the subject.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. No,
I don't know. I this is complete. I rub that sunscreen in my eyes every PKA. Like I do this thing where I'm like, let me get the oil off the back of my eyelids, and then I rub sunscreen right into my eyeballs, and I never learned. I watched Nick Diaz today with nunchucks. You ever seen him with nunchucks?
Yeah. Am I supposed to be more impressed? I feel like he's a regular person with nunchucks.
You ever used them before? Or
Yes.
It's easy to make an ass of yourself if you're fucking around with nunchucks.
I feel like I'm as good as Nick Diaz, except I can only do it for 5 seconds.
He gets high as fuck. He hits the bong, and then he's just, and he's just behind his back and flipping him around. And I'm like, I would have wrapped myself already 8 or 20 times. Like I don't know. It looks slick to me. And what I was really thinking, like maybe it didn't look like something acrobatic, like maybe you like a drum, like those drum lines. They have those chicks with the things and the what do you call those things? Batons. Doing crazy shit. He wasn't exactly spinning it like a baton, but imagine if you had to face off with that motherfucker and he had that thing. Oh my god, he would fuck you up so bad because they're hard as a rock. The ones I've always seen are hardwood and they're heavy and hard.
Do you think a nunchuck is a much better weapon than like a policeman's club like that?
Yes. Oh.
Because you get that inertia of the swing, right?
And like if you're trained, and then now if you're untrained, definitely I want the
baseball bat or
because if you miss a swing with a nunchuck as a knucklehead like me, it probably comes back and hurts you.
Right.
But if you miss with a club, you know we've all swung clubs at one point, like whether you play baseball or a sport that involves a club, or you just smashed a rat one time, or there was a spider you got to kill. We've all swung something and hit something. It's easy. It's pretty ingrained in us evolutionarily, I would imagine. But nunchucks are a little more difficult.
What do you think? Would you rather face an opponent with nunchucks or a policeman's club? Because the thing about the policeman's club that maybe people aren't thinking about is the poking aspect of it. Like you can punch with that thing, and it's a stick. It's very rough.
Yeah, it breaks some ribs.
Crack your skull.
I don't know. It would depend. I really don't know. Neither one of them is. It sounds fun. I feel like he's hitting harder with the nunchucks, but just because of the swing. Even an untrained opponent, I feel like you get more power into that swing. And I guess my hope is to disarm you, or I want us to wrap up and get close. I don't want distance between us. I want to get this fucking thing away from you, get it out of the combat if I can. So I guess a club. I prefer the club because I feel like it's easier to take from someone. It doesn't. In baseball we always talked about bat speed. Like, oh, that guy's got bat speed. Look at that. Like that fucking swing didn't take. It's wow, bat speed. Like that applies to when you're trying to hit somebody with something just as much as when you're trying to hit a baseball. So,
I just want to never be in a fight again. Honestly. You guys seem really excited to just beat the shit out of somebody.
I'm hypothetically
excited. Beat out of
you.
I'm the one with the nunchucks.
Nobody
hypothetical Woody is very tough.
Yeah.
I've only ever been in 2. Besides like the abuse stuff growing up, I've only ever been in 2 fights in my lifetime.
I've been in
the first time I was like 12, and I really, really, really hurt the kid, and he ended up going to the hospital, and my family ended up having to pay out. The second time I hurt somebody, the second time I got into a fight, I failed 10th grade PE because I was so ashamed of my body I refused to change out. And so they made me, in order to graduate, take 10th grade PE again as a senior year. I only failed 1 semester. So I had to take that last semester as a senior. And there's a kid in that class that just fucking hated me because I was fat and I was slow and I sucked at the games that we play in PE or whatever. And so every day he'd give me shit. It's like, good job running out there, or well, I call it fucking crawling. And I'd be like, well, here's the thing. I'm so tired from fucking your mother last night. I can't. Here's the thing. My balls are just so drained. I stopped over at in lunch today, and that bitch just sucks the life out of me. And so I was just continuously giving him shit, right? And he's just like, oh, why'd you get so fat? I'll tell you, because every time I fuck your mother, she bakes me a pie to thank me. And I'm fucking her 3 days a week, dude. And I got to eat the pie, because if I don't eat the pie, she cries. She's like, oh, my son is such a waste of a human. The only good thing I do right is bake you pies. Please eat them. And eventually this guy just fucking hits me, right? And so I tried.
One would.
Right. And so I tried to, obviously I've been hit, by that point, by my mother, 1 billion times. So hitting me doesn't do anything. And so I try to like man up or whatever, and I like get real big. And then we have these old shitty lockers. And so I punch the locker and dent the locker. And then there's these old shitty benches. And so I like put my foot through the bench. And I'm like, because there was, I mean, they would break under my weight. That's how old these benches are. Don't think
I just picture like Boogie Stomp.
Right. And I'm like, dude, you don't want to fuck with me. Right. And he like immediately takes a step back. And the coach, I make enough noise. And that's the other reason I'm making so much noise is to get the coach in there. And he like breaks us up or whatever. And then that day when I'm going home from school, I plan to stay late. And this girl that I like, she's like, hey, didn't you want to go to the library today? And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. She's like, I'll walk with you to the library. And I'm like, this is probably a setup, but if there's that many people involved, why not go, right? Let's just do it.
Get it over
and so,
Good Lord.
So I get we're walking that way, and we walk past my car, and there's a ton of people surrounding my car. And there's still plenty of time by the time I see that to walk in the other direction. But I'm just like, just face the music. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. And I walk up, and I'm like, oh, hey, Steve, what's up, dude? His name's Steve, too. And his older brother is there. His older brother's 18, and he's a heavy-set guy, and he's like 6'4", and he's strong as shit. And then his brother's two friends are there. And I'm like, I'm not going to hit this kid. If I hit this kid, these people are just going to kill me. Mm-hmm. So I'm just not going to fucking do that. And so I'm like, dude. He's like, I'm like, what do you want? What do you want me to say, or what do you want me to do? I mean, you want me to tell you I'm sorry for making fun of your mom and stuff? Well, I'm not, because you fucking picked on me every day. I just returned the favor, you asshole. And he's like, no, I want you to fight me. And I'm like, I'm not gonna hit you, dude. And so he punches me again. And
where's
I'm
he
like,
hit you?
The face, just straight for the face. And so I take my arms and I put them behind my back, and I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna fight you back. It's just not gonna happen. And he's like, why would you fight me? He hits me like 4 or 5 more times, breaks my glasses.
How would the fight have gone?
I don't know, man. I haven't thrown a punch since that first fight. The first time
the locker didn't fare well.
Right.
But if you don't know, then it's close, right?
It's
not an obvious win or loss, I guess.
Well, I mean, to be frank, the one time I did get into a fight, I disassociated. And since I disassociated, I wasn't really in control of what I was doing. And so I did hurt the kid very badly. So I didn't ever want to do that again. And so I did not disassociate here. And even if I had, I probably would have. Well, anyway, when he broke my glasses, I cried. And the reason I cried was not because he was hurting me, but because my mom was going to go fucking nuts. So after this beating, I had to go home and get another beating because my glasses are shattered. And now she's going to have to pay for that. And
crying's an emotional thing. You're crying because it's a really bad day.
Right. And he's like, I can't believe you're fucking crying. I'm like, well, this sucks, dude. Why else would I cry? He goes, when are you going to hit me back? And I'm like, I'm not. Just get it done. Just get it over with. Do whatever you got to do. And I think he hit him probably a total of 10 times. And then he's like, why did you fight? I was like, even though I did want to fight you back, if I hurt you, they're going to kill me. So you knew this is how it was going to work out.
Yeah, there was no way to win except not to play, kind of.
And so
even
I
if
ended
you
up
get in the fight, you get your ass beat.
So I ended up getting in the car and driving home, and then got my ass beat a second time that day. My mother went fucking ballistic. I can't believe you got into a fight. I can't believe you fucking did this. Don't you get enough abuse at home? I can't fucking believe this. Well, I hope you better kill that kid. You better kill him. If I find out you didn't kill him, I'll fucking kill you. Whole 9 yards. So just a shit day. And then I get to school the next day, and I get fucking suspended. I'm the older kid. I should have been more mature. I should have been able to do it. I got in school suspension. He got 3 days out of school suspension. I got a week in school suspension. Which, by the way, was amazing because I just wrote role-playing books and like wrote a D&D campaign. So like it was a good week. And I didn't have to deal with my teachers, and I didn't have to deal with my class, and I didn't have to deal with shit. And my face got to heal, and they brought me lunch. They brought me fucking lunch there in the auditorium where I was. It was great. Like I was like, why can't school like be this every day? I got my homework done in like the first hour every day, you know? And
dude, you sit in a cubicle. It's solitary confinement though. Like my INS, I remember that shit as the worst thing they could do. And it wasn't the highest on the punishment scale either. It was like a little above medium hot. You know, you cheated on a test, you got INS. You know, something like that. Now that I don't remember why I was in there in particular. Probably something silly.
Probably
but
not cheating.
They put you in a fucking cubicle and nobody talks to you or has anything to do with you until they're like, food's here, and you're like, all right, well. it's cold now because you just walked in here from the lunchroom, so I don't really want it. And then the 8 hours of sitting there, from early in the morning till the night. And if they ever catch you sleeping, they like prod you awake. It's like you're in a Vietnamese bamboo trap, and there's a guard who walks by and throws water on you every now and then to make sure you're suffering effectively.
But think about how good it would be if you got it now in 2017, because every one of those kids has a smartphone and can just read or do whatever they want sitting there. Like, it's not like when you got it, or when I guess any of us got it.
Got nothing. I remember thinking about bringing my PlayStation in, and like I had this idea for how to rig it all up and battery power it and stuff, and I was like, nah, I only got a week and a half. I guess I'll just tough this out. But they'd catch me sleeping, and they'd be like, fucking wake you up, and it was just like, I've done all my work. Why can't I just nap? And there's we'll get some more work.
I have a Fight Cry story I don't think I've ever told before.
To answer your question real quick, Woody, if I can. In high school, I did band, and I carried the bass drum, and then I played football, and then I also did martial arts from like 12 to 15 or so, and then I was in the Boy Scouts on top of that. So I think I probably could have hurt that kid, to be frank. He weighed like $120. Oh. I think I could have just destroyed him if I had to. So he was only like 15.
I was in 7th grade. No, I was in 8th grade, and the other guy was in 7th grade. And that was why I thought I would clearly win this thing, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in 8th grade. He's a 7th grader. Fuck that guy. And he did something to my girlfriend. Like he might have like playfully poked her with a pencil or something, but I took offense to it. I don't know. I'm young and dumb. And
didn't slap her or anything, did he?
No, I think he literally poked her with a pencil.
That'd been too much.
Yeah, that'd have been too much. But no, and I don't think she was all that upset about it, or I overreacted. I was stupid. And so now I'm gonna fight this guy after school. We cleverly leave the school and go to some playground blocks away so we don't get in trouble by the school. That was our thought process. Didn't work. Mm-hmm. And so there we are in the playground squaring off. And somewhere between the time when I challenged him to a fight and got in the fight, they told me that he used to be an 8th grader and he got got left back. Like he should have been an 8th grader. Couple that with the fact that he's way bigger than me and I'm showing no signs of puberty at this point. Yeah. It just looks bad. But whatever. I'm here and I'm not cowardly, so let's dance. And we're squared up or whatever, and I throw the first punch and I hit him in the eye, and it's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it starts to tear. And I'm like, what's the matter, Trevor? You crying? You crying now? And that was the last thing that went my way. From that point in the fight forward, he just seemed to be a better puncher. He was bigger and stronger, and he landed all the hits. And sadly, he didn't get a black eye, but I did. And so that was just a real obvious score is posted for the next week on who won that fight. And they went on for a while, 15 minutes or so. And it wasn't like I got knocked out or anything, but I was like, I lost. I can see where this is going. I'm just getting hit more and more, and you're getting hit less and less. And it looks like you're better at fighting than me. Can we stop?
If we continue indefinitely, I'll die. So we
right?
Stop. That's the beautiful thing about combat between two males of any species, whether we're elk fighting it out for any elk, or there's always that moment where one of them is if I keep going, I'll die. Let's end it here. And that's what I really like about MMA, I think, is because most of the time the guy who won because he had to be stopped short of killing the other. That's the level that MMA pushes it to. You can be yeah, Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. And somebody's like, what about Johnny Unitas? It's well, we never did push them to the point of dying, so I guess maybe it is kind of hard to see. But when you're talking about fighters, you're we pushed. That guy would have murdered that other guy if that other large man hadn't interceded. So I'd say he's better at that. I like that about combat. Yeah. It's always to the point of death, and then but then we stop. And that's why jiu-jitsu is even cooler, because you get to train at full speed or whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing about jiu-jitsu. You can try your hardest in training. We were at the principal's office afterwards, and he was like, all right, you two boys got in a fight. He asked what it was about. He was kind of dressing the whole thing down. I still got in trouble at school, even though this wasn't a school thing. We tried to explain that loophole to him, but he wasn't having it. Apparently, he can punish anyone he wants. And But at one point, he's like, all right, you know, I can see that you have a black eye. And he points to me and points to Trevor. And he's like, can I see you various bruises across your face? And I'm like, I wish. You know, like, I feel like he was just giving me throwing a bone there. But I felt good about it. So
It's interesting. It's interesting you got in trouble for that, though, because you were off school grounds.
right, he was not down for that loophole. I thought the same. That's why we did it.
I think because you would think that your parents could have been like, I don't have any say over this principal. What the fuck? Like you got in a fight at down the street. Like what business of this of yours? And like pull you out of there. That probably would have flown. Like he'd have been like, I guess you're right. I know I got in a fight. I was during the time when I was homeschooled. I was at a football game on school grounds, or I was a middle schooler, but when we were at the high school. But it's the same thing. And I got in a fight, and like when it was all over, it was like, I'm going fucking home. You're in trouble though. Like you're in trouble. You should have done this, but it was almost like I was immune to all of the teacher and principal bullshit that even went on there. It was like you people have no power here.
Yeah, right.
I'm going home. My mom teaches me math. and she's over there laughing. like she, literally.
Boogie, you need to go?
Oh, yeah, man. I got a stream on Twitch in just a few minutes, man. I just wanted to say thanks for having me, man. I love you guys. It's been a pleasure, as always.
Thanks for coming on.
Love you too, man. Always fun having you on.
I always
come back sooner rather than later.
Love your audience. If you want to check me out, youtube.com/Boogie2988, or join me on the Twitch stream at twitch.com/Boogie2988, or follow me on Twitter where I can complain about my obesity, and you can enjoy that. I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks for having me on. I hope we'll be back soon.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
For sure. See you later.
My ass is so sore from this chair. Like I need a new chair.
I'm getting like phantom ass pains from hearing Boogie's story about ass
That's
pain.
where I thought Kyle
I
was
bet his
headed.
ass pain's much worse than mine, though. Like, it's gotta be. I keep switching like butt cheeks that I'm sitting on over here, though. Like I'm gonna get a new chair tomorrow. This is enough of this.
Really?
After 4 hours of sitting in this chair, my ass gets really sore.
Ooh, maybe you need a more high-end chair.
This is like a $300 chair. I guess
you're supposed to get up. You're supposed to walk around aren't you supposed to run like 5 minutes an hour or something like that? Like for office jobs and shit where they're like, oh, turns out you can get blood clots and just kind of stand up and die. So
maybe, but I just need a more comfy chair.
Get up and have a cigarette once an hour or whatever they tell you to do.
Secondhand smoker's break.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see.
I think I'm lagging
Oh,
behind you guys. That sucks.
could be. I have a shooting in Florida. Does that seem like an interesting topic to you? It's a pretty good one.
That seems to happen all the time.
What happened?
In this case, a concealed carry permit holder found a perp kicking the shit out of a cop. The cop, if I recall, it's like a 2-week-old story, begs for help, and the citizen kills the perp.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You think I'd save any old shooting?
Oh, it's on video? Excellent.
Would you like to watch this together?
Yes. Let's
Yes.
sit through some like Halo commercial or something.
Give me just a second. I need to fix the boxes because we have fewer people. Let's see. Remove the guest.
I'm ready to go on it now. Hopefully I'm not lagging behind you guys too bad.
I'm going to be about 30 seconds. Pause,
Okay.
please.
Let's see. Kyle, can you give me a smoke thunder, whatever the hell, real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Smoke.
Fire.
All right, close enough. I can anticipate jokes.
On my side, that was instant.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Then hopefully it's getting better. Now I'm having a real conversation with you. Like a little bit earlier, I always hate it when I say something, and then 5 seconds later, I see you guys reacting with the face of, what the fuck is he talking about? Like because it's too late and it doesn't make sense. But
Yeah, I'm queued at 0 on this shooting.
I'm good to go.
Everybody's waiting on me. I'm fixing the layout, but I just finished. All right.
All right.
3, 2, 1, play. play.
Confrontation on a highway in Florida. Newly released cell phone video showing an armed bystander coming to the rescue of a deputy who had been attacked by a
And had been
pinned to the ground. A warning tonight, the images are graphic. And here's ABC's Mar Scavocampo.
Graphic images.
Tonight, newly released
Our
cell
favorite
phone
kind.
video of what authorities are calling a heroic shooting.
Bro, he's about to fire, dude.
A Florida deputy badly beaten and pinned to the ground last November by a suspect who reportedly pulled the officer from his patrol car.
He's had the gun. Oh my god, he's about to fire.
According to police reports, the bystander, Ashad Russell, began yelling for the suspect to get off of the deputy. He doesn't, and the officer, fearing for his life, tells Russell, please shoot him. That's when he fires, striking the man.
He just shot, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, he just shot him.
Officer Dean Bards then breaking free. Russell dropping his gun as he walks away. Another bystander.
He looks like Bart Hunt on a walk-off KO.
He dropped the mic.
Officials say Russell had a permit to carry the weapon.
He dropped that
and will
pistol
not
like
face
it was
charges.
fucking. He just
David,
stepped
the
off the
suspect's
stage.
family says he had a
Killed.
history of mental problems. The deputy suffered
Man,
only
so
minor
did
injuries
he
and is
kill the
now
guy?
back at work.
Or
Yeah, I think so.
Man.
Did you guys hear it for sure?
Yeah, I guess.
then that goes quickly from like a man, that's a badass walk off to like that guy was just unsuspectingly kind of forced to kill someone during his commute. It's like imagine what is going through his head as he's walking away. Like he's probably like, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck.
For the listeners, the person who was the cop was white, the man beating him was black. The man who shot the man
perp.
beating him was also black, it looked like to me. And so maybe put this fucking gun down real quick because there's more cops coming.
The person who died. Oh, I did confirm, by the way, he died.
Maybe the others aren't.
Yeah, the concealed carry permit holder fired 3 shots. One was in the neck, which they presumed to be the kill shot. And the guy who was holding down the cop was like, "You better kill me." After he shot a second, so he shot him twice, and he's like, "You better kill me," and he obliged.
There you go. Everybody got what they wanted. It sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like this really panned out, except for the cop being assaulted and the guy who probably is going to have nightmares.
It's a feel-good story, I think.
I don't know. You never know. It's possible that guy is like a hero now, and like everybody at the bar's patting him on the back, like, "This is Billy. He shot a guy yesterday. Isn't that right, Billy? Yeah.
You're right.
He is a hero.
It's possible, yeah, and I'm with Taylor, but there are a lot of military heroes who stress over it.
Yeah, like just because it's like a really good thing and they'll get props for it doesn't mean it's not.
That they committed many times. You've talked about how your brother had those feelings about when he's he's in that tank with better technology and then against the Iraqis who were poorly equipped, and it felt like a shooting gallery. And I can understand how that'd make you feel bad. It's like, I'm serving my country, I'm obeying orders, but at the same time I'm slaughtering those other human beings over there who don't have a shot in this. Here's a guy who's like dealing with a mentally unstable like madman in the streets who's like literally begging to be shot, and he's got a cop there who's
while pitting down a cop.
Man to be shot. It doesn't get any better than this. And by that I mean it doesn't get
There's
any
not a better use of force that I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, it's a valiant use of force.
Yeah. You've got a cop, I can just imagine this ever goes anywhere. It's like a civil suit or any kind of court somewhere, and they're like, "Why did you shoot?" He's like, "Because the police officer instructed me to do so."
And so I fired once, and then the man being shot instructed me to kill him, and I was just trying to take orders. I was just doing my best, trying to help. Like that really is like that is crazy that saved that officer's life potentially. Like if the officer said, like the little clip where it says the officer said, "Please shoot him," like that's almost shocking in and of itself. Where like for an officer to go like fucking shoot him, because I guarantee he did not go, sir, please shoot this gentleman atop me.
Please shoot him.
He was screaming because like he knew like this is my last leg. Like I'm fighting for my life. Thank God this Samaritan has a gun to save me, to bail me out.
That's not a well-equipped police officer. I have a police officer friend. He's a sheriff's deputy actually, and you get that man in a ground and pound scenario, you're getting disemboweled. Right? He's got like a little hook knife on. He's got this knife on his belt that like pulls from a hard Kydex scabbard, and it looks like a raptor claw. It looks like from Jurassic Park. And
sometimes they have a backup gun on their ankle too.
Oh, this man, he's like Batman. like, see something cool? Like, opens the trunk of his car. He's like, whoa, we're getting ready for the Northwood shootout? How many mags do you have?
He carries an actual disemboweling knife, because that's what those are. Those aren't meant to be like, oh, look at me, or like a dinosaur. It's like, it's meant to be like, yo, you grab it and you rake it across their stomach and spill their guts out. Like, can you, like, if you were a cop and like the backup got there, you had to call because you got in the tussle with your fucking medieval shank or whatever the hell it is, and the other cops come and they're like, explain what happened, and you have to stand there next to a guy. And what did we learn earlier tonight? 20 feet of intestines? like how does that pan out? Like, nobody sees a body there with intestines strewn out and went, okay, this was a close fight. Like, no, you go like, this guy's got like organs missing. You've just got a dirty knife, and it looks like you're at fault. Like that would not play well in the media at all.
You totally cut his belly, but he's got like the pepper spray and the taser and at least one knife I know about, and then his main piece, and then his secondary piece, and then his shotgun in the car, and then his AR-15 in the trunk of the car, and then enough ammunition to literally hold off for maybe an hour in like an actual shootout. It's absurd. This cop was unprepared.
It's like he has so much shit he doesn't even think of the possibility that he could be injured or die. It's like, well, I just keep fighting until it ends.
I figured I'd get like 200-300 kills.
And took me by surprise. They could get through my body armor. He's got the body armor, of course, too, and he's in shape. It's hard to deal with a cop. They're dressed to do their job.
Plus, they support each other very
aggressively.
Aggressively. I was looking for a different word. Enthusiastically, like
enthusiastically.
Yeah, they'll. If you hurt one cop, you have many more that you will soon meet. You better be charming.
That's absolutely true. That's not a myth or anything. Like, I hear that from cop friends. Like, that's what fucking happens. Like if someone has shot a police officer, injured one, he quote unquote carries that ass whooping.
Dude, do you remember that we watched a video? For people who don't recall, it was black and white infrared helicopter footage, and this guy had killed a cop, and then they found him. So he like belly crawls out from the house, looking as innocent, like unthreatening as possible. And the policemen walk up to him and soccer kick his face to lead it off. And the police helicopter that's filming it in infrared, it zooms off and looks at trees like a block away. There must have been an interesting squirrel over there. Like,
cockle in that tree. Look, everyone.
The dog from Up is navigating the camera, is working the camera like, squirrel. and he looks at that. They took the camera off and let the cop kick the shit out of the perp. And then brought it back.
I was a little confused about that thing. I remember it may have. I think the reason they were mad, and there's a bunch of news stories, and you get them confused. But I think that this guy had I think he'd shot a cop, or he'd injured one in some way, and then there was a police chase in which a very well respected and loved female officer died chasing him, like had an accident or something. And I think that was a big component of him getting soccer kicked in the face. What I understand.
And dude, they so he's cuffed behind his back, and everywhere they take him, he's like, they beat me up, they kicked my ass, right? He's got like skull fractures, like a baseball-sized welts under his eye. They beat the shit out of him. It's very clear. But there's really no one in society going, yeah, they should have been sweeter to you. Yeah, why didn't they handle you more delicately?
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. It's that kind of attitude and that fear that's instilled in any kind of suspect who wants to come peacefully and give up. That they think about it and they're like, I won't be the guy getting soccer kicked in the street. I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory. What's that old quote that, it's like a coward dies 1,000 deaths before the final one, but heroes only taste of death but once. The Valiant, they're thinking that way. Like, I'm going to go out there right fucking now. If they're going to fucking beat me up, I'm going to take somebody with me. They'll kill me before they torture me on the ground for the news team to look at. A lot of people are going to have that attitude.
Strong point.
You're right. You're 100% right about, you should look at all these situations evenly, even the most awful people, and be like, yeah, cops, you shouldn't be beating him to death. But it's it's exactly the same feeling as this serial pedophile rapist murdered in prison over the weekend. You should be like, oh, that's not good, murder in the prison system. But your visceral reaction is like,
you raped 40 children, saving a year.
I don't really care. You did something that, I don't know, emotionally, you don't want to give a fuck, but you should, like from a fact standpoint, be like, we don't want that. But it's so easy to be like, but he attacked a cop. He raped kids.
What about remember the father who fucking shot the pedophile in the head in the goddamn airport that had raped his son?
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
Screaming why, Adam? Do you remember that?
The one who's screaming why is the police officer or detective who had been a major part of the investigation and knew the family very well. Like this man had molested, raped, abused his son, and when he comes off the plane and they're leading him through the airport, handcuffed or whatever, to like face trial, dad walks up and just fucking kills him right there and drops the gun and he's like, I'm done. I'm not crazy. I'm not a madman. Not here to hurt anybody except for that piece of shit. And they let him off. It was all, all good. Like, I don't even think he did community service,
They were like, you're not allowed to murder people in the airport as a rule of thumb.
Reckless discharge of a firearm. And then he argues it. He's like, sir, I hit him right in the fucking head. All right? Let's be real. It wasn't reckless. I aimed carefully.
Right. All right. Your shell casing is on the ground. Will you take littering?
We've actually decided that your community, we're going to give you we're giving you time served for your community service, as your service being the removal of a pedophile from the world. Yeah.
It would be funny if the judge was like, I'm sentencing you to 500,000 hours of community service or one dead pedophile.
Yeah. It was probably the same situation as like the end of every Harry Potter movie where they're like, you murdered someone in the airport, you cast spells without approval, you bring a gun into a gun-free zone, and for this I award you the highest honors. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? I took a left turn. This is a horrible headmaster, by the way. Like, this guy's really
That's funny.
Fostering a community of miscreants. And
here's a good one. We've talked Dumbledore versus Gandalf before, but who is a worse, like, elder wizard for those who are under him? Who puts those who would say that he loves them and would say that they love him in the most danger? Because Gandalf sends fucking Frodo into the jaws of the lion.
Repeatedly.
Dumbledore did the same thing to Harry Potter, the exact same thing almost.
But they both did, I don't know Harry Potter lore well at all. I know very cursory. I know you'll correct me. They both do the same thing of they had to pick, at least for Gandalf. He had, just like how Bilbo had it for so long, he had to pick a halfling, a hobbit, because the hobbits are the only race that were able to withstand the corruptive power of the ring. Like, if you gave it to a man, they crumbled, like, immediately. The elves, like, they'd crumble. The dwarves just want fucking gold. Like, the hobbits, for some reason, just like they can throw shit well, they can withstand evil. Did Dumbledore have to pick Harry Potter to save someone, to do the mission because of his scar?
He was the only one, yeah.
Okay, well then they're both the same. They just had to use the tool they were given because Dumbledore couldn't have solved it himself.
Because like a big part of why Harry Potter is key is that, all right, so I'll give you like a little bit of Harry Potter background. Basically, there's a prophecy that comes out that this Voldemort guy, who's like the most powerful evil wizard there's ever been, is only going to be beaten by one person, and he narrows it down to like this Harry Potter baby. He goes to kill the baby. In doing so, he imprints a part of his soul onto the baby and sort of scatters his existence out to like the seven winds. And he exists from then on in the form of these horcruxes that are like, because he cuts his soul in 7 parts and he hides each part of him in a different object in the world so that he can never die. And part of why Harry Potter is so important is he is one of those objects. Inside of him is a part of the big bad evil guy. He is all, and so for Voldemort to be defeated, Harry Potter has to die. It's the only
Harry Potter
way
is the 7th thing that he's got to kill.
He's one of the Horcruxes, yeah.
Does he die?
Are you allowed as many Horcruxes as you want, or is there like a soul dilution rate where it doesn't work?
He thought that 7 was the most magical and therefore powerful number. He comes back. He goes to the afterlife where he sees Dumbledore, who died a couple of books earlier. Dumbledore in like a train station type thing. That's how they picture the afterlife. And Dumbledore starts talking to him about, he's like, oh, we're in the afterlife, oh, blah blah blah, and he's like, and he takes him over to this little basket, and inside of it is a bloody, mutated baby, just in pain, just suffering. It's wiggling and crying, and Harry Potter wants to help it, but he's like, you can't help. That's Voldemort. That's how he exists in the afterlife. Just this suffering, pathetic thing, like this is what he is. Like, and Harry Potter feels sorry for him. And then there's this moment where like, all right, we're going. And they go back to the real world and then they duke it out some more. I'm going to tell the whole fucking story of Harry Potter, but that's
But
a
I'm
big part.
enjoying
That's
it.
why
Yeah, I'm actually into this now. I wasn't really. I think I
good
like
story.
Kyle's
It's
telling
great
more than the
books.
movie.
They both, yeah. So I would. So
the
then,
movie-
given that,
but
you
the
put
books are-
Dumbledore and Gandalf on the same level of putting them through
Douchebag.
shit.
No,
I don't
think
know.
Gandalf's worse because I feel like Gandalf, like time and time again, sort of like steps out of the picture. Like when he went off to do research for like 5 years or something, it seems like he could really stick with Frodo or give him some more magic or like school him up a little. At least Dumbledore was always there with Harry Potter, being like, "Come here, close kid. Like, I can't tell you your future, but you're gonna need some help." And he's like always trying to.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing with like Frodo though, is that when he gave him the ring, like in the movies, you obviously don't get this impression, but in the books, it's more like, all right, you, Bilbo, fucking give me that. Frodo, you hold on to this. Don't be carrying it around like some maniac, like your uncle. Just put it in a dresser and go about your life. And kind of tried to make it so that he didn't fully divulge what it was to him. And by not fully divulging it, it made it so that it was more just like a thing you forget about. Like, oh, that trinket's in there again. I'm living my Hobbit life. And so then when he shows back up with his, Frodo, we have to get out of here. Like his shit, like, it's like, all right, you fucking move at this point.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
Either
I
of
don't
you
know
seen
enough
all the
about
Harry
them.
Potter movies?
I've seen them all, but like, honestly, a lot of the time was when my younger brother was watching it and I wasn't paying full attention. But of the ones I saw,
strongly suggest the books because look, you go through them like butter. You go right through them. Like you'll look at this book that's this thick, and you'll get say 100 pages in. You're like, oh shit, there's only that much left. And I swear to God, like you just eat this thing up. You consume those books because it's easy to read. It's a children's book, but
A lot
it's
of people
not.
have said that the book is not as intimidating to read as it looks.
Yeah,
well,
you
it is
flow
a
through-
children's or an adolescent book. I don't know what it was marketed as, but
like
it's got
that.
language in there
See,
that's easy
cool
to read.
about it. Here's what's cool about it. They start out at 7 years old in book one. These are 7-year-olds, and so they have 7-year-old fucking problems most of the time. And you kind of
shit my
follow
pants,
a
yeah.
7-year-old. But by the end, you're following like a young adult
Rufus
who's like
Rufus.
trying to. You're dealing with like a young adult who's trying to get laid and has relationship issues. And so you grow up with Harry Potter if you're his same age group and you got to experience it that way. Personally, I started reading when I was like, I don't know, 13 or so, and most of the books were already out, so I got to consume them like one after another and maybe wait for like the last one or two, which was sick. I loved that. When I went to the midnight release of the Harry Potter book, I was like, hey, give me mine. And I'm like driving home, like looking at the back cover, fucking swerving around. Like,
Did you guys ever go to a midnight release of a COD game like a celebrity?
no.
Never like a celebrity, but I showed up at it, grabbed it, and left. Like
Yeah,
that was all I
should-
ever did.
I showed up to it like a regular person, but got recognized in line and got like all this attention until I bought it and left. And
Never that.
it
cool.
sounds awesome, but in reality, it like turned waiting in line to like a work event where it's like, all right, now there are people here with expectations of me.
Now you're on like PR watch,
Yeah.
where you're like,
My version of PR Watch was always like, make sure they have a good experience. Make sure at the time they met Woody wasn't a dick about
see,
it.
but that still puts you on point. I mean, like if you had just
Yeah.
been sitting there being like, all right, I'm in line, like you would at Jamba Juice or whatever. You just wait in line, look at your phone. You can have a bitch face of like, I'm tired, I'm out of this, and that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But there you have to even be like, all right, midnight, like someone could see me, better be haha, loving waiting for this game. Like, like
Right.
I feel.
Yeah. So I just try to make sure they had a good time. So people ask for selfies or whatever. Like some people ask for autographs, but pictures are way more common. And,
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, and then it's like, like this guy knows me, this guy knows me, that other guy wonders why I'm a big deal at all. And I like, how do I deal with this problem? I'm like, oh, well, here, let me explain my resume to you. Like, what a douche. And, just like, I'm just a dude, I don't know. It's weird, like trying to handle that. Whatever. I don't know how that came up. I have another topic. I don't know that I love it, unless you guys have a topic you want to do instead.
What is?
It is actresses at the beginning of their career versus now.
I saw
I
that
bet they look older. Probably
Yeah.
not as good.
Marissa Tomei is the best one, by the way. She has held up the best. Did you see
She's
her
amazing.
boobies? Did you
Let's
see that
look at
before and
that.
after booby picture that was
Do you
on
know
Reddit
that,
like today or yesterday?
Oh, actually,
God
no.
damn, Marissa Tomei.
All these pictures are safe for work.
Marissa
You know,
Tomei
I
has a
wanted to
thing
talk-
for short, bald men.
I've
heard that.
Oh, look out, Jim Norton. So I have this thing that plastic surgery is not as bad as everyone says it is. And I thought we'd look at the pictures and discuss that.
Good
theory.
plastic surgery is great. Look at Jennifer Aniston. I think she looks excellent.
Oh, okay.
That's a fake nose. That's
She's first
that's,
on this list. Let's.
Yeah, she had that nose done like decades ago.
Oh yeah, you can see her original nose in. I didn't realize she was in Ferris. She was the sister, I guess.
I didn't realize she was in Ferris Bueller either. No, she is not the sister. I can
Right.
definitely
I
100%
remember the
confirm
sister
that.
now that I say it.
Yeah, with curly hair and everything.
She was in Dirty Dancing too, I think. the
Yeah, I
sister
like
in
that chick. Can't think of her name right now.
I don't remember what role she played in that, but anyway, yeah.
Young,
Here's her
young Mila
original
Kunis
nose.
looks a little Gollum-y or Smeagol-y,
You're skipping.
doesn't she?
I think it's her
sorry.
Slavic ancestry.
Which is fine,
and
but, like-
teeth than she is. Yeah, she's from Russia.
So then, who's the second one? Tom Cruise's ex-wife, Kate Winslet.
That's Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna pick. Actually, what's funny? So
think
neither of
she
these
looks
show
pretty good.
Nicole Kidman at what I consider to be her prime.
peak.
Her peak somewhere around 30. But 16-year-old Nicole Kidman, I wouldn't have picked out to be as pretty as she peaked at.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
49, that picture looks really good.
Well, she is on a motorcycle in that picture, riding a BMX bike or something. So
Yeah.
maybe probably a frizzy day for her.
Dude, next one down, Mia Kunis. I don't know if she operated into as pretty as she is or if she just blossomed. Whatever it
Yeah,
is.
she blossomed. There's no surgery there. She's
No?
dude. Here's how I know 1,000% sure. Go back to the first thing I ever saw her in was that 70s show when she's underage. She's like 17 years old in that 70s show, making out with Ashton Kutcher, a grown ass man.
Yeah.
She looks the same at 16 or 17 or whatever she is there as she does now. Like nothing has changed. Like
yeah.
she's just.
Call me crazy, but I prefer
I've-
age 32 to age 12 for sure.
Yeah, I've seen her. I've seen her vagina. I'm pretty sure she has this picture of her. She's like smoking a doobie with her butt pressed against a glass sliding door, and you can see a little bit of her vagina from behind, and she's like smirking and smiling,
Where's
looking
this?
back at you. It was leaked onto the internet.
Oh, that one got by me.
I'll find it for you if you'd like.
Oh, of course I'd like that.
All right.
Who's the next one? Innocent Lies, Collateral Beauty.
Keira Knightley.
You have to be a really big
Keira.
star for me to know you.
Her face in the second one, the 31-year-old, her like resting face always looks like she's trying to discreetly like get a piece of food out of her teeth with her tongue. You know, like trying to like do that thing where you don't move your teeth so people can't tell you're trying to get it.
Not
That's
safe
what she
for work.
looks like to me. NSFW.
I'll have to check that out later. I'm sharing my screen. I could risk too much.
Yeah, it's a whole
Alright.
booty. So
It is. It certainly
it looks
is.
real nice too.
I want to look at the next one. That's the pretty woman, Julia Roberts. Mm-hmm. Now, I think most
Well,
people
the next
would...
one.
Go on.
Did we skip over what's her name in Collateral Beauty?
I think we did it quickly.
Yeah, we skipped over Keira
Apologize
Knightley.
then. Yeah. Okay. Pretty woman.
So I look at the pretty woman shot, and I think she's had plastic surgery. I think she's more wrinkled than that. And her face looks sort of pulled back to me. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure that it's worse than the hypothetical non-surgery.
Oh, it's much
thing.
better. These are
Yeah.
all winners, by the way. I think like
Yeah.
that's the point of this whole gallery is that all of these women look excellent in their like 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Women get. I think Julia Roberts, without plastic surgery, would have these particular kind of vertically oriented wrinkles on her lip, and
You'd have
she-
Pelosi neck.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't
yes.
even think about the neck. I don't know Pelosi neck on it. Okay.
Like a turkey neck, like
the two things.
like the politician Pelosi.
Right,
She's got-
right. I
she's
just
got
don't
that- she's
picture
got that
her
old
neck.
nasty neck.
Does she? Yeah,
Look
I,
at John
very,
McCain.
very old
I'm sorry.
neck.
John McCain's got a disgusting neck. Just saying.
I expected you guys to be like, "Oh, this plastic surgery was a total failure," but I'm like, I was going to defend it and say, no, I like it. What she would have had is obviously she's not as good as she
you
is on
have
the
the
left.
most beautiful women, some of the most beautiful women here in Hollywood. I mean, all
Yeah.
of these are like top. These are all winners who have aged amazingly. And all right, part of it is plastic surgery. Part of it is living with a nutritionist,
Taking care of themselves,
taking care of themselves better than most people can even afford to, if they did have the wherewithal and the will to do so, which is a real fucking stretch.
There's some women like Meg Ryan though who have all the will
that
in
was
the
bad
world.
plastic surgery.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
But she's a different generation. She falls back. Like she didn't have like I guarantee like Angelina Jolie has been using some real fancy moisturizer for like the last decade. Like she's using some moisturizer that if we were talking about $50 to $100 a month for TRT, if you saw her moisturizer budget, you'd be like, whoa, we broke, not too much, not worth it.
Who's the next woman? Is she that Julie from the block? Help me.
Oh, that's Jennifer Lopez.
Jenny from the. Yeah, I hate her for her rocks. I don't know. I'm
still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I got a lot. Yeah, that lady has aged very well too. Part of it is being Latin. Latino women, they just age better. Look at Asian women; they age even better.
Who's the
and
next
black
one? She looks really pretty to me for 53.
Is that Demi Moore? Let me go back. Oh. Yeah, that's Demi Moore. Demi Moore has. You should see Demi Moore's bush back in the day. It will almost make you not think she's as attractive looking at even her hottest pictures. Like there's like two pictures.
You're talking to Woody here.
Yeah, you might be surprised at my bush tolerance.
Dude, no.
Really?
Like, this is, yeah, he's got like her butthole is much hairier than it is as hairy as Taylor's butthole.
Oh, I'll take that bet.
How much of a bet?
Your house.
Let me show you Demi Moore's butthole. Demi Moore's butthole. I'm gonna Google her butthole just to see if that delivers me the results I want. Demi Moore's butthole images, and here it is.
Did you find it? Really?
The future is now. This one's a little blurry. I'm gonna try to find a better shot.
It's gonna be embarrassing if I lose.
It's so fucking hairy, dude. Let me.
All right, I'll Google Taylor's.
Oh, this
I'm not famous enough for people to care about.
I'm gonna find it.
They haven't cracked your phone.
Nope. All my butt shots. I thought you found it.
I bet you're famous enough for people to Photoshop something together. I wouldn't suggest that to our fans, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Anything. There's a lot of people who like Photoshop. And most of it's fucking funny. I like it. I like the fan content stuff.
It's when she posed for Penthouse. When she was very young. But this is like, I think for the era, this bush is. Do I need to use Bing? Like, why? How is it?
I was going to suggest Bing, actually.
What's her name?
Demi Moore. DEMIMOORE.
I feel like it's just not safe for me to join in on the effort.
Demi Moore.
Well, all right. So here's just to satiate your Demi Moore lust for the moment while I delve further. Like there's the bush.
I mean, if you told me she was wearing fur underwear to go with that coat, I'd believe you.
That is a lot of bush. Well, I was expecting to see like a regular person who just didn't do any grooming. That takes genetics to achieve
genetics.
That much. Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the all-star. Now we're talking.
I'm just like triple checking. You can kind of see it in my reflection. Wow. Yeah. And that's groomed, I think. I think she went for that
from
4-inch.
There's a picture from the rear. You can see hair sticking out from the back. By the way, if you want to find this, it's on /nude.com. And the article, the title to it is Demi Moore's hairy bush pussy is rather scary.
Gallery.
Yeah. So imagine working to get a hot girl like Demi Moore naked, only to find yourself lost in a forest of hair.
Yeah, there's no hint of labia in any of these pictures. She is virtually modest by the forest.
Yes.
This isn't even like risque at this point.
It looks like a merkin. If you've ever seen a merkin in certain like Hollywood films, like they put a big. If you see a chick in Hollywood who's kind of an actress and they show full frontal nudity, and you're like, God, what a bush! It's a pussy wig that they glue there. Like that's what's up with that.
Yeah, so she's actually kind of modest behind the fake bush.
But that's a real bush that Demi Moore has there.
That was something else.
That is something else, and it makes me wonder, like, what does it look like right now. What does Demi Moore's ass crack look like? Like I shudder to think.
Now, if you take away, what she's capable of, and go towards like what it could be, I feel like in terms of a canvas, she could do anything. She could grow a bedazzled giraffe if she wanted to, right?
Yeah,
like a lot of women.
Really landscape down there. It could be like a chia,
right? It could be like
Donald Trump.
The cave paintings of holding that Lion King,
Yeah.
she could reenact that scenario and just she needs to find like a talented black barber where they do all those like scenes.
Yeah, get my fade just right on my asshole, have my ass hair.
Right, but like when I was a kid, it was more common. People used to have like OCHS like to support their high school or whatever. Yeah. So she could really do something with that bush. She could put your name on it.
Do you think when she goes to like her like spa, they do the same thing when you go to get your hair cut and they're like, all right, you want to clipper this or just with scissors? Like go slower. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm a 2 near my asshole and a 3 on the clamp.
I would almost guarantee that by this point she has all of that waxed, or she has had electrolysis to remove all that. I guarantee like Demi Moore's butthole isn't hairy anymore. If you want to see like Demi Moore at like really defy age, go back to Charlie's Angels, and see that like before Charlie's Angels, she said she looked herself in the mirror and she looked flabby. It was either that or she said she like saw some like paparazzi photos of her and she was flabby and she felt terrible about it. And she went into some sort of outrageous workout program. And when she did Charlie's Angels at like the age of 40, alongside Cameron Diaz, Lucy Liu, and that other chick, Drew Barrymore, who would have guessed I knew that? Yeah, nice one. Drew Barrymore looked great in that one-piece race like pit crew suit where it just like zips all the way down and she's got lots of that looked good. But in any case, Demi Moore got into outrageous shape to the point where it's like I think Demi Moore's hotter than fucking Charlie's Angels are. Like she really stepped.
She did a stripper movie too when she was older than you'd expect. Yeah, and she looked great in that. She gets just she gets naked, she gets topless in there. I remember when she was promoting the movie, she'd go on like Letterman and put in a stripper pole and just like start stripping and stuff to promote the movie. Like
really?
Yeah.
The way I remember it going down is which was it? There was a controversy with G.I. Jane because the way I remember it is like maybe she was supposed to be promoting striptease where she's like incredibly sexy, a stripper. Mm-hmm. And she's got her fucking head shaved for G.I. Jane. And she wasn't sexy enough to like promote the movie or something like that. They didn't like that. You seen G.I. Jane?
I have. It's been a while.
She wants to be like the first Marine, like female Marine, female
Navy
Special
SEAL
Forces.
or something.
Navy SEAL, something like that. And she's going through the intent.
They're kind of stacking the deck against her.
They do stack the deck against her, and she doesn't like it when they're like there's like a step for the women. There's this part where you like got to go over a wall, and she's like, fuck that step. And she's like, teamwork. And she's like helping her whole team up. And then like when it comes time for somebody to reach down and pull her up, the guy's like, fuck you, woman. You'll never make it in the SEALs. And like leaves her behind. And it's like, oh, shit, that's kind of fucked. I had a hard time with her big boobies. They're so big that like I just feel like it's not that I thought that a woman couldn't do what she was doing. It was like, I don't think a woman with those big fucking cans can do that. Like, those are really going to hold you back.
That's often my knock in female action films.
They're very big.
Like Ronda Rousey, for example, is not a good actress. But if you use her just right, she is a very good athlete, and she can, like, move in a convincing way to me. But we watched another movie where it was, like, a female John Wick. And you guys all laughed at me, but like I saw her jump off a balcony or something. It was like that just looked really never played a sport to me. So that happens a lot in female action films. It's these like beautiful models never played a sport. That's where Jennifer Lawrence is better than most. I feel like she's tomboy enough and moves right to me.
I don't know. I have a hard time
tomboy enough to pretend to be an archer.
Did you say you had not seen G.I. Jane, Taylor?
I have not seen G.I. Jane.
So it's got Viggo Mortensen in it. He is the guy who's like leading the Navy SEALs and training them. He's like training them, and he's super hard on Demi Moore the whole time, like super duper hard, making things unfair for her. And there's this part where they like have to like get interrogated. and he like basically tortures her, like beats the shit out of her. And then at the end, he like earns her, or she earns his respect. And it's a good movie. It's really good. I like that quote.
Maybe
I
I'll
wish I
check it
could
out.
remember that. Is it James Joyce? Oh, it's that poem. It's I never saw a bird die for feeling sorry if it's a bird will die. Let me find it.
Well, there's no way that's it. Yeah.
It's something like I never saw a wild thing feel sorry for itself. A bird will die frozen dead on a branch without ever feeling a bit of self-pity. I'm going to find it. G.I.
That's
Jane.
more because of neural incapacity than stick-to-itiveness on the part of birds.
That bird had so
I
much
never
discipline.
seen a wild thing feel sorry
Robins
for
are
itself.
proud
A bird will
folk.
fall
You're
dead frozen
free
from a bough without
standing
ever
strong.
having felt sorry for itself. Yeah. Thought so. Who wrote that?
Go.
David Herbert Lawrence? Okay.
I still can't get past this race I'm gonna do. Like,
Oh, it's gonna be. I can't wait to track you online.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, we'll see how it goes. I hope the tracking is as good as I like want it to be, where you can like see my progress. I might just do the northern route on Friday, and try to do the rest of the U on Saturday and Sunday. But we'll see.
Yeah.
It's yeah, I don't know. I just want to finish, not get hurt. And that'll be a win for me.
Yeah.
Maybe some other, like, this is my introduction to this thing. Maybe in the fall or a year from now, I try to win something.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a another thing for you to do. I mean, you said you've gone 40, 50 miles, and this is 300? Is that it? 200?
I think it's just shy of 300.
That's a long fucking way. If you told me I had to drive 300 miles tomorrow, I'd be like, ugh.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time I navigate, like, it's almost by the neighborhood, you know, like, yeah, I went out 10 miles and back 10 miles. It was a 20-mile flight. This is like the state. Like, yeah, we're doing a circle around the middle of Florida. And it's really on my mind.
We'll have to
If
track
they were going to be real hardcore, they'd make you go out to sea and then back.
I think they picked the route because, like, Eric Farewell,
Do it
Aviator.
Gattaca
Some
style.
people know
Like,
him.
you just keep going farther and farther out the sea until one guy turns back.
I think Aviator was involved in it, and he's like, I picked a really safe route. Like, I think he had safety in mind when he chose where people are going. But I don't know.
I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I hope you have fun. I hope you're very safe in this endeavor of yours. I look forward to seeing it. Is that a show?
I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks to our
Do we have
sponsors.
any outros? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks to our sponsors, Lyft, Casper, Undies, and Texture, as well as ZipRecruiter and Stamps.com. You can check them out in the links down below. Go check out Boogie. Really enjoyed having him on as a guest, as we always do. And go watch Dave Chappelle and Jim
great.
Norton specials. Those were really good. And that's all I have for this week. Oh. Have you gotten any deeper into Big Love?
It lost my passion.
Oh, man, I finished it off, and it ends like you want The Sopranos to end.
That's
It's like
interesting.
I looked at
anymore.
my girlfriend. I was like, "Is what I think's about to happen?" And then it's like, "Yep, it's all over."
God
Well,
damn. Well, you caught
Then
my
Woody's going to have to
attention.
go straight from here to watching Big Love.
No, I need to
Right?
sleep, and I'm like 80% packed.
Oh,
I've
yes.
got a lot
Actually,
of things
you
to do.
definitely need to fucking
Yeah,
sleep.
I've got a
I
10-hour
wanna-
drive tomorrow, and yeah, so very good. Anyway, I guess that's the show. Oh, hey, no one will get this because it's the very end. If the description and stuff is not sorted out, like with all the timestamps, have some mercy on me. I might be in the sky racing. So I'll do my best.
Yes.
Very good. PKA episode 327.